Hello, hello. Let's wait until people join in. I need to figure out how to get this person to join. I've never actually added someone on here, so we'll figure it out together. But we'll take a few minutes. Well, actually, let's see. Hope this works.
It worked.
Hi, is this Nani? How do you say your name?
My name is Nanishka, but my
Anishka.
friends call me Nani.
Okay, I'll call you Nani. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. I'm Vicky. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Vicky. Is that short for Victoria?
No, it's just Vicky.
Oh, it's just Vicky. Oh, I was about to
Yeah.
say because my sister's name is Victoria.
Oh, well, I'm okay. Well, I'm Vicky. I'm the special Vicky. Well, first of all, thank you so much for, making time to do this, especially, I'm sure you're going through a lot right now. And I think you talked about this with somebody else yesterday, right?
Yeah, I spoke about this with Aunt Karen. I think that was her handle.
And is it triggering for you to like talk about this?
Honestly, yes, but I feel like it's good
Yeah.
because the more I talk about it, I feel like the more I'm able to heal in the situation. But sometimes when I talk about it, it just gets very overwhelming.
Yeah.
Like today in court, when I was telling the judge what happened, like I literally broke down in tears. Like I couldn't.
I think yes, I think that's why I think it's important for you to be in the safe space where we can help you process your thoughts. Well, I'll be helping you. If comments are distracting, you don't have to like pay attention. Just pay attention to I guess our conversation. I just want to make sure that we help you process everything right now, and we'll exchange some raw words. But I also want to mention that the point of this isn't just to like expose this person alone, because I mean I don't know if you watched my video, but this whole conversation is bigger than just this single incident. Like I don't think this is an isolating incident. Also, this is the same stuff that a lot of people also go through. So I just want you to know that the way we're talking about this is like making an impact on like many other women as well, because this is like serious stuff that a lot of women experience in private lives. So yeah, and also I want to mention I received some interesting messages from a lot of people. Apparently like this is bigger than it is. Like he's been taking advantage of a lot of women, like financially. So we'll talk about all of that, but mainly, so Nani, um, how should we start? Do you want to kind of walk us through, like, I guess, how did all this begin? Like, how did this relationship begin for you guys?
So I literally just I followed Sunny since like the beginning of his social media journey. And last year, like around August, I had booked him for a reading, for a birth chart reading. And during his birth chart reading, he was trying to sell me something. And I was like, I'm not giving you none of my money. Like, come on. And then and like we kept talking though, like afterwards. And then in January, February, we started talking more. And I had been traveling a lot, like in the beginning of this year. So then he was in Mexico and he asked me if he could come to Puerto Rico. And I was like, sure. Like, my aunt has an apartment that you can rent. And she is like downstairs from where I'm going to be moving because I literally just moved from San Juan to my hometown, which is like 2 hours away from the capital. And when he first got to San Juan, like we went out and like we went out to eat on a date. And then I told him I wanted to take things slow and I just wanted to be friends first. And he didn't respect that at all. Like he was rushing me into things with him.
So
Like
what month was this? Can you remind me what month did you guys
this was on March 1st, literally March 1st.
okay.
And then that same night, he was I told him he could sleep on my couch until we came down to Aguadilla, but he was insisting that we sleep in the same bed and like that we cuddle. And then I was like, whatever. Like I did have a crush on him, I'm not gonna lie. So I was like, it's whatever, might as well. And plus, like I was by myself for a long time, like before meeting him. So I was like, it's cool. And then when we were in bed together, he started like trying to, have sex with me. I'm gonna say be intimate with me because I don't know about TikTok's guidelines and I don't know if I can say that.
we'll
But
say physical intimacy. Yeah.
yeah. So he was trying to be intimate with me, and I was literally telling him like to chill because I didn't want to do that right now. Like I wanted to take things slowly. And then while I was asleep, he ended up putting himself inside of me. And then
Yeah,
I
that's
woke.
technically okay. Hold on. So I want to kind of slow it down so that we actually understand the impact because we need to actually have these types of conversations. I want everyone to understand. So I'm sure you maybe are thinking at the back of your head, this is the R word. Do you understand that?
Yeah, and I told him that. I was like, I told you I didn't want to do this, right? And you still did what you wanted to do. And he was like, oh, but you were aroused and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. Like, clearly I'm gonna be like that if we were like kissing, and cuddling. Like, that makes sense. But I literally told you that I didn't want to do that because I felt like it was too quick. I literally just met you like not even a couple hours ago. And then after that, like, I guess we just established that we were in a relationship like the following day. And
Like, how was that clarified? Did he ask you to be his girlfriend?
yeah, he asked me to be his girlfriend. And I was like, that's cool. I guess we go together now.
So this was what,
And
like how long, how long has it been like since you guys first met? By the
we
time you guys were,
literally first met in March 1st. And he was with a whole nother girl before he was with me.
and then you guys basically became in a relationship like
Yeah.
the same week?
Same day, basically, within the same 24 hours.
Okay.
And then my ex, the person that I was dealing with before him, I'm not gonna call him my ex. I'm gonna call him the person I was dealing with before him because we never established a real relationship. But we were seeing each other for like 6 months. So the next day, he called me and Sunny got so jealous. Like he got so jealous. And then like, but I told him like, oh, I'm with my boyfriend now, blah, 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 blah. And I ended it. Like I cut the conversation short because I'm not like that. And then like, if I'm with
When you
somebody, I'm
say,
gonna be with
but when
them.
you say you ended it, were you actually like, did you communicate to the person directly, verbally that, hey, this is over now with somebody new? Is that what you said?
I mean, the conversation pretty much went like this. He asked me what I was doing because I guess he was trying to invite me out. It was like 12 p.m. in the middle of the day. So he called me. He was like, oh, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm with my boyfriend right now. He's like, oh, you have a boyfriend now? Like surprised because he thought that I was gonna wait for him forever.
Right.
In other words. And I was like, no, things change. I have a boyfriend now. And he's like, oh, wow, well, good for you. And I was like, yeah, I hope you have a good day. Bye. And that's literally the same person that he posted those messages about where like I was using him for money.
Okay.
And then over the, like, I don't know why, but throughout like that whole month, a whole bunch of people from my past started reaching out to me. But it's not like I was talking to them. They literally just started reaching out to me. And
Wait, is this
Sunny,
the same person that he posted on his TikTok about George?
yes, is
Okay.
George.
Okay.
And mind you, George doesn't need to be involved in none of this mess. Like he's a grown man and he would be so pissed off like if he found out that his name was even being mentioned in
Right.
this.
Yeah.
And then throughout like the course of that month in March, like people kept reaching out to me and I guess he got even more and more insecure. Like it's not my fault that people are reaching out to me. I'm not talking to them. You're literally seeing me ignore people and he's like, oh, why aren't you blocking them? Like the signs were there. I just wasn't paying attention. That's really what it was. The signs were there. I just wasn't paying attention. Then he went through my whole phone. He broke one of my phones, by the way, like to pieces. And it was the phones that I had my crypto and my NFTs on. And luckily I got my,
How did the event happen? Like how did it go from you picking up your call from your ex and then to him breaking your phone? How did like what happened?
so he was just annoyed that a lot of people were reaching out to me. And he would say that I was cheating on him for reacting to people's stories and like sending regular messages. Like to him, that's what cheating is.
Okay. And then
And
he just grabbed your phone and broke it?
No. So what he did was he was using, so when I moved here, when I first moved to this apartment, my internet actually took a very, very long time to get connected because I don't know why. It's because I live like in a very awkward place in this town. So I needed to go to the actual store, and then the next day they connected my internet. But for that reason, I had given him my other phone because I have three phones and two of them were connected. And then um I was just leaving the phone with him because I had to keep going back and forth and keep moving, and he had to work. So I would just leave him here with the phone so he could use it to work. And then I would come back. So then one day, like we were sleeping, and then I woke up in the middle of the night. And he was like, "Oh, I went through your phone and you're lying about your past." I'm like, "Why are you looking into my phone that I literally let you use for internet?" Like, I wasn't like intimately with anybody, but yes, I was dating people
Right.
and I was talking to people just like he would have been doing if he was single and looking for a partner, because that's what I was doing.
I mean, yeah, realistically, you guys literally got together on the same day that you guys met. So like that's kind of unrealistic to expect someone to immediately like not have anybody on the side that they were already dealing with, right? So yeah, you are definitely that's definitely unfair.
But I wasn't talking to any of those people. He was just mad about it because I didn't tell him about it.
But was it ever brought up? Did you guys? Because here's the thing. It sounds like things were very much rushed in the very beginning. So did you guys even have a chance to actually get to know each other, the past history? Did you guys have these conversations?
No, we didn't. We didn't. We didn't have these conversations. But it's not like I was seriously seeing anybody to the point where I had to explain to anybody, like, "Oh, I can't talk to you anymore." I would just have conversations with people, flirt here and there, but it was nothing serious. Like, most of these people that I would talk to don't even live in Puerto Rico, if that makes sense.
Right.
The only person who lived in Puerto Rico was George, and I wasn't talking to him for months before, like months. And
Is he the sugar daddy that was being like? Is he the sugar daddy?
no, no, he's not the sugar dad. The sugar dad is literally, he's been in my life for a long time, but I don't see him. We do not see each other. We've seen each other maybe two times in the past 5 years,
Okay.
you know?
Yeah.
So it's not like I was seeing him, but Sunny was jealous because he sent me money.
Right.
Like, he was constantly sending me money. And I did lie to him about what I did for work because it's like, I'm not going to tell you that I have a sugar daddy when it's not even that serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could just stop talking to him and everything would be fine. Like,
Well, to be fair, you guys never really had the time to properly get to know each other. You guys kind of started having, intimacy and like kind of made it into like a relationship. So there was no substance that was being built. So I'm sure had you been offered the opportunity to be more vulnerable, I'm sure you might have mentioned it, or maybe you might not have. But either way, there was no chance for you to talk about it, basically.
yeah, and I actually told him, like, if we would have taken our time and we would have been friends first, I definitely would have told you that. But I'm not about to just come outright and tell you my whole life because I don't know your whole life. And from all I know is you've been with this girl before you came here, and I don't know how many other girls you've been with. And then I went, like, since he went through my phone, because he literally invaded my whole privacy. He went through my phone. He saw, like, he went through all my intimate texts with my previous partners, like stuff that the world does not need to see, you know?
Yeah, we've seen those. He posted those. But this was from
Yeah.
2022. Like this was from
This
last
is
year,
from
right?
2022, last year.
Okay.
Last year. And he went through messages with me and my ex-boyfriend that I was with for 2 years. And he was like, he was just pissed off because of my relationship dynamic. Like, I'm sorry that I'm used to having a certain type of man in my life and that makes you feel insecure, because most of the people that I do date, they're, how do I say, I don't want to sound, Anyways, they just are
No, no, no,
providers.
wait, what? They what? Let's talk about it.
They are providers. They are men who are providers, you know?
It's
They
great
like
we
to
talk
take
about it
care of
because
their
yeah,
men,
and
of their
Sunny wasn't like
women.
that. Wait, let's kind of backtrack a little bit. So you mentioned that the way you guys met was like through via business. You basically got a reading from him, right? And
Yeah.
did he kind of suggest that you should pay him? Like, was there like a financial transaction that he wanted you to be involved in?
He wanted me to pay him to help me with to help me be a business woman or something
How much?
like that. I
If you
don't
don't mind
know.
asking, how much was he asking?
He was asking me to pay him like $600 or something when I literally only paid like $70 for the reading. And he didn't even give me a good reading. He was trying to sell me the whole time during the reading.
This is you're not alone in this. Because I've gotten a lot of messages actually from a lot of women who have been in the same situation. So I just want you to. The reason why we're talking about this is because I want you to acknowledge how there were so many red flags leading up to this point. So we're talking about it all together. So maybe it's like kind of helping you process, the little details in the whole picture. To maybe you need to acknowledge more firmly what kind of person he is and what kind of person he has been the whole time. Um, so yes, go ahead.
I mean, I would listen to while he was working because we were together 24/7 the whole time. And he would just be on the phone trying to sell people. And then to the people that were in his groups or are in his groups, I don't know what's going on with that now. But all he would really do is like have weekly meetings with them and teach them about stuff that he had learned during the week for business, stuff like
You know what type
this.
of business experience he actually has in order to be eligible to give people business advice?
I mean, I don't know, but he acts like he's a person who does consultations and helps people build their followings on social media. That's literally what he does. And he also like steals other people's ideas because he sent me Flora's book. He did a podcast with her too. He sent me her manifestation book, and he literally created a whole new manifest. He wrote a manifest with astrology book based on her book, if that makes sense. Like he used it as a model.
Did you
And
see this? Did he tell you that's what he did?
literally, I was with him when he did it. He's like, I want to recreate this. And since I bought it, I can recreate it now. That's exactly what he told me. And then he wanted me to help him with this period pad business that he had. And I was down with it because he told me like if I got people to buy the pads, like he would just give me the money for it, which was cool with me. And
Is this
I
why you
met,
were actively talking about like yoni steaming on your
so
page?
I actually like to yoni steam, and I actually just got my yoni steam. I made my own because that's what I want to do. And that's something that I've been doing since I was like 21. So it's something that I do, it's something that I know about, and I wanted to share that with people because he told me he was teaching me stuff about business as well. I'm not gonna lie, like he really was teaching me and trying to help me. And this didn't happen the whole time, but the red flags were there. Like whenever he would get mad, he would go through my phone. And this all happened last week. This literally happened last week. So as soon as it happened, like he was just trying to wait till I guess I healed, and he deleted everything off of my phone as well.
Wait, hold on. So let's backtrack. So when you say everything happened last week, are you saying that because you mentioned that you guys met March 1st, so right now we're in May, so for about 2 months, did you guys basically have like a relatively good time together?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. He would say that I was lying to him, and I did cut off my sugar daddy. I definitely did cut off my sugar daddy because of him. And like it just nothing was enough for him. Like he still didn't trust me or anything. Like once he found out about it and I knew that he wasn't okay with it, like I ended it.
Now let me ask
And
you this question, Nani. What signs did you see from him that made you believe that he was a good partner for you throughout the relationship?
I mean, he would always try to teach me new things. We would pray together, we would journal together, we would watch the courses that he bought together. So like he would also cook for me. He would pay for everything. when we would go out,
Oh, so
but
he did pay. He did financially support you.
not all the way. Not all the
What
way.
did you ever pay him? Did you ever give him money?
He actually, once he found out about the sugar daddy situation, he made me give him all the money that I had in my bank account.
How much was that?
It was $3,000.
And you just gave it to him?
I didn't give it to him. He made me give it to him. And then he
Wait,
would
what do you mean? How can he make you give it to him?
he literally took my phone and sent the money to himself because he had the passwords to my phone. And iPhones, like, if you have Face ID and it doesn't work, you could put in your passcode.
Oh my God. And when was this? This was in March?
This was in March.
And you still stayed with him after that. Like, what was your response to him after that happened?
I was kind of upset because I was like, why do I need to give you my money? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. He's like, oh, if you really want this relationship, you'll give me your money. And
He
I
said
was
that?
like, yes, he said that.
And you just agreed?
Yeah, because I was pregnant by him. I still am pregnant by him.
All right. So you were already pregnant. So when did you find out you were pregnant? Because I think I heard from you that you first had a miscarriage. I'm so sorry about that, by the way. So can you kind of bring us through that whole period?
So that time that I was pregnant, I had a miscarriage like a couple days after. Like that was like around the 26th.
Of March?
Yeah, I had a miscarriage. And the whole blowout happened like on the 20th, I guess. So the whole week he was stressing me out. He was calling me a bad person. And he was just basically trying to like tear me down now that I think about it. Like he was trying to make me think less of myself. And I was literally calling my friends and I was telling them like everything was my fault that was happening in the relationship. Like it was all my fault. And
But
I
what
was
was
telling
actually happening, Nani? Tell me, what was actually happening that made him call you a bad person? Like, what was actually
that I
happening?
didn't
Like,
tell him that I had a sugar dad. And that to him, if I responded to someone's story that I flirted with in the past, that's cheating. So he was telling me that I cheated on him and that I manipulated him into being in a relationship with me, when in reality, that wasn't the case. He was the one rushing things with me. Like, I didn't even want Sunny to stay with me because I have rules like when it comes to dating. Like, normally, I do not even allow men to come to my house. Like, men are not allowed in my house, especially if like we're not dating for a while. Like, I have to be dating you for at least 6 to 8 months before I even let you know where I live. That's just a rule that I have for myself because I've already been through fucked up situations or messed up situations that I didn't want to repeat again. And this was just like,
but would
just
you agree
horrible.
that you ended up like, I mean, although it was a mistake, would you agree that you kind of let yourself give him an exception that he did not deserve because you had a prior crush on him?
Yeah, that's very true. And in reality, I thought he was coming here and he was gonna rent my aunt's apartment downstairs from where I'm living right now. Because there's two apartments here. I have the penthouse and then he would have the downstairs apartment, which was fine with me. And then we ended up being together, so that never happened. And then, like in April, he started booking an Airbnb. So when he started booking an Airbnb, he would book it for like a few days, like 2, 3 days, and then he would come back. And when he started doing that, I was talking to my mom, and my mom was like, he's doing that because he's gonna leave you and he wants to like experiment with other girls, because why would he leave the house if that's not what he wants to do? And like we would just continuously argue. And then one before he went to the Airbnb, he like made a whole scene and he left to the airport in a taxi. And when he left to the airport in a taxi, like basically told me that he was leaving. And I was like, cool, you can leave. And then I followed George back on Instagram. Like I followed him back. I didn't speak to him, but I followed him back. And then he got mad that I followed George back. When he came back to the house, the only reason why he knows that is because he was literally wrestling me for my phone. He didn't hit me, but he was wrestling with me. And like we were struggling together because I wasn't trying to give him my phone so he could see that. Like I was over doing this, if that makes sense. But then I just ended up telling him,
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna tell him because like he's gonna see it anyway. So I rather just tell him. And then after that, he was like, oh, our relationship is over. And then I didn't want our relationship to be over. And I unfollowed him. But George never even saw that I followed him back, if that makes sense. And then he got the Airbnb. And when he got the Airbnb, he stood there for a couple of days. And
But how would
then
he, so does this mean that he was like watching your move on social media or something? Like, how would he know?
he went through my phone because he blocked me on all social medias. He had me blocked on social medias. He still has me blocked on social medias. And then I blocked him right back. And he's like, oh, why are you blocking me? I'm like, you have me blocked. Why would I not have you blocked? So you could just look at my stuff whenever you want to. Doesn't make sense. So then he went to his Airbnb and I would stay with him at the Airbnb that he would be at. Like, it's not like we were apart in any moment for him to say that I even cheated on him. The only time we were apart, so he met this girl on Bumble. Her name is Ashley.
Okay.
He met her on Bumble. And then she ended up picking him up and taking him to an Airbnb in Ponce because he doesn't have a car. And in Puerto Rico, you need a car to like get around, especially if you don't live in San Juan. Because in San Juan and in Ponce too, there's Uber. There's Uber in Ponce and San Juan, but not like where I'm from. Even though it's the town where they have an airport, it's like one of the second main airport, but it's more of a rural place. It's not really a city.
Right.
So he ended up going to Ponce and he stood there for 4 days. And on like we were apart.
How did you know this? Did he tell you? Like, how do you know that he
He
was
was
there?
lying to me. He was telling me, oh, I'm in Aguadilla. And then he lied to me. And then I was like, I had a dream like the same day that all of this happened too. And in my dream, he had gone with the girl to her house. So what I took out of that dream was I went to his Airbnb later that day and he wasn't there. And I was like, you're not here at your Airbnb. And he was like, yeah, I left. I went to another Airbnb in Aguadilla. That's where I'm from. And then he was like, oh, I'm only 15 minutes away from you. But in my mind, I knew he went to Ponce. I knew it because I had the dream. And like, I dream about stuff all the time. So like, you're not going to be able to lie to me because I'm going to find out in my dreams.
Right.
And then like a couple days later, I was like, just tell me where you are. I know exactly where you are. I had a dream about it.
So you were still texting via like
We
WhatsApp
were
and stuff.
still texting. Yeah, we were still texting. And then
What's the point of blocking you on social media though? If you guys can still talk like via text.
I don't know, honestly. I really
It's
don't know. It's toxic as fuck. It's really toxic.
so continue with like what happened. So this was by this time this was April.
Yeah, so now we're in April, and when he booked the Airbnb, it was like April 18th or something, or 15th. I don't know, but he was there till the 21st. So my friend Kalina, she has a farm and she has like a retreat. It's called Templus Aquaria.
Yeah.
And like it's a complete nature retreat. She has a waterfall on her property and there's no internet connection. So that way you get to disconnect from uh having like phone service and social media. It's like a cleanse when you go there. It's very beautiful too. So I ended up taking Sunny there with me because I was driving and it's like 45 minutes away from where he was staying. And I told him, listen, I'm going over there. And he also, so while I'm on the way to go pick up Sunny, he's like, oh, I have to tell you something on the phone. He's like, oh, I have to tell you something. And I was like, what do you have to tell me? And I knew it was about the Ashley girl. I knew it was about the Ashley girl.
This is the girl that he met on like
On
Bumble or whatever.
Bumble. On Bumble. And then um
Wait, how
I
did you tell me? How do you know about Ashley specifically?
because while we were laying in bed the same day that he got here, like the second day, it was the second day because he was mad that George had called me. So
Mm,
I rolled over in the bed and then I see that he's on Bumble talking to some girl.
mm.
And then I was like, why do you have a dating app on your phone? I don't even have a dating app on my phone. And then he was like, oh, I'll delete it. But he still had already made contact with somebody.
Right.
So it didn't matter if he deleted it or not. And then, like, I made a big deal about it. And he was texting the girl, like, even after he deleted the app. So, anyways, I got distracted by her comment.
It's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
It's
I'm like,
okay.
what? So
We're not reading the
then
I'm not reading the comments. I'm
I'm
talking to
not
you.
reading the comments either,
Yeah.
but then something just caught my eye talking about Saturn return. Like I'm pre-Saturn return.
If anybody wants to be a moderator, let me know in the comment section, and I will be blocking people if you call her names and stuff like that, victim blame. So just letting you know.
I'm not really paying attention, but the
Yeah.
Saturn return thing caught my eye. But
You're 25,
anyways,
right? Are you
I-
25?
I'm 25. I'm gonna be 26 next month. My birthday's on June 3rd. I'm a Gemini.
No, okay.
Yeah. I get along with Scorpios very well.
Okay.
I love
Why are you
Scorpio
saying that?
women.
Do you think I'm a Scorpio?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm a Scorpio moon, but I'm a Gemini as
Oh,
well.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, I get along with Scorpio placements very well. Like me and Scorpio women, all my best women friends are always Scorpios or
You got
Tauruses.
Taurus moons, don't you?
Yeah, I have a Taurus moon and a
That's
Pisces rising.
okay. That's why. Anyways, going back to our
Anyways,
conversation.
so I get to Sunny's Airbnb. The whole time I'm driving there, I'm pissed off because I know that I'm pregnant again by Sunny because like the
So
way
hold
that
on.
we're
So wait, you guys never use protection?
never.
Nani, why did you think this was okay?
Because I thought that we were gonna get married.
Okay, so let's backtrack. So you mentioned that so obviously he's been, upset with you because you are talking to your exes or like you didn't tell him your secrets about the past. But did he ever tell you about his past? Did you ever ask him questions about his
I
past?
asked him questions, but he was always very vague. Like, and then when I would try to go through his phone, he wouldn't let me. And when I did go through his phone, he wouldn't really, he would be like, you see, there's nothing on my phone. But I don't know because he talks like, I saw him flirting with the Ashley girl. And he was talking to her like how he was talking to me when we first started talking. And I was like, you think I'm stupid? I was like, you really think I'm stupid? Like, I know what you're doing. You're trying to get to know her. And then he asked her, like, if she had a partner that she was being intimate with. And, like, he was just asking her questions that were suspect. He didn't even ask me that, matter of fact. And I was like, why are you asking her this if you don't want to be intimate with her?
He was definitely trying to smash.
Hello. And I know that he did because when I got to his Airbnb, the first thing he was trying to do was be intimate with me. And like I missed him. So of course I let him be intimate with me. And then while we were
You
being
still let him be intimate with you after you still knew about the girl?
yeah, but I didn't have proof, but I had a feeling that he had been.
I wanna ask you something, Nani. Now, this is gonna be a little like more deep and intense, but do you feel like throughout the time that like I guess you were trying to I guess get his attention throughout this whole process, did you find yourself feeling like you had to prove yourself to him so that he would give you more attention? That or whatever good side he showed you in the very beginning of this relationship, you were trying to get that side back?
I felt like I had to change who I was in order to be with him.
So you were basically willing to sacrifice anything, like give him your body, you were willing to take him to places, driving your car.
Yeah, I basically took him everywhere he's been besides Ponce. And I've shared places with him that actually mean a lot to me, you know? So I feel kind of bad about that because
But what did he do to earn this type of love and trust from you,
he
Nani?
didn't do anything. He was just treating me, he basically did the bare minimum, and I'm not even used to that. Like, I'm
But do
used
you
to people
understand
going
that?
up
Go
above
ahead.
and beyond for me, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not I'm not used to the bare minimum. Like, I'm used to being treated like a princess, literally.
Right.
So when he wasn't like doing certain things, I was just like, what's wrong with you? In my head. And then when I would tell him this, he's like, we just met. And in my mind, I would always think like we
You
did
guys
just
like
meet.
literally get getting into a relationship. So
Ex-
he's contradicting himself, right? Because you are you sure he definitely, verbally said that you guys are together, like you guys are boyfriend girlfriend.
Yes, and that's why he would become so pissed off when someone would write me or I would respond regularly to a message. He's like, "Oh, we're in a monogamous connection. Uh, if you want to be poly, just say that." Like, and I was like, I don't want to be poly. I don't believe in sharing my partner.
He wanted your monogamy without his commitment to monogamy. That's what I can tell you for sure. He didn't even know you. You didn't even know him. You just kind of fell for the. I think what happened, is that because you had a prior crush on him, you had this certain idealization of him. Like you had a certain version of him in your head. And I think that that's what you were falling in love with. It's not the actual reality. So when you started experiencing the discrepancies between the fantasy you created in your head and the reality of him, you tried to make it your fault. So that's why you were sacrificing yourself more and more to earn that love that you saw in your head from this ideal version that you created in your head. That's what was happening.
Yeah, and also on top of that, he's spiritual too, right? So
No.
I was
No.
think, well, that's what I thought. I was
Why
like,
though?
he's just
Why? Because he was like, what made you think of him as such a grandiose, like, how is he spiritual? You tell me. Because he was calling himself spiritual?
no, because he knows so much about astrology. He preaches that he loves women and he wants to like respect
Yeah, he loves
women
women so he
and
can control women. He loves women so that we would kiss his ass. That's the love he's talking about.
yeah, and I didn't see that at first. I didn't see that at first. And then my one thing that my mom pointed out to me was like he was with a whole nother girl in a whole nother country. Like you don't even know if he was just staying with her there too. Like that's literally what my mom said. And she was like, he does this and he travels around. Like my mom's always so spot on with everything.
He's a passport bro.
Yeah, basically. He is a passport, bro. I'm screaming. How did I fall for this, yo? Like I was doing so good in my dating life before I met him. It's ridiculous. And I don't know how I fell for it. And me, like I'm very like I don't like to argue and I don't like to fight. Like I like to just solve things. We can talk, but I don't want to talk right away. And he's like the type of person that wants to talk right away, solve everything right away. And I don't do that. I don't like that. I feel pressured in the moment. And he would always pressure me to do things when he wanted to. He would never respect, like, if I didn't want to talk. But if he didn't want to talk, he literally walked away. He's like, I'm done with this conversation. And I'll be like, but if I do it, it's a problem. And I'm a narcissist and I'm gaslighting you and I'm manipulating you. But when you do it, it's okay.
He called you a narcissist.
Yeah, he called me a narcissist, that I was gaslighting him, that I wasn't being accountable for what I did to him. Um, yeah, basically everything in the book he would call me. And then like towards the end, he would call me a bitch. He would call me a whore. Whole time when I got to Ponce and he was being intimate with me, he told me that he had slept with this girl while he was being intimate with me. And I was like, get off of me, bro. Like, just get off of me. Like, I didn't even want him near me or on top of me or anything at that point. At that point, I was even mad that I had stopped to even go get him.
But do you agree that the whole time you still wanted to prove yourself to him so that he would give you the love that he promised, I guess, in the beginning? Like I feel like that's what was happening subconsciously, Nani.
Yes, and then on top of that, I already knew that I was pregnant by him. So I was like, I don't want to be a single mom. That's not cool. Like in my eyes, that's not the vision that I have for my own life.
What was his reaction to you when you told him that you were pregnant?
So the first time he wanted me to get an abortion, and the second time he also wanted me to get an abortion. But then he's saying like the complete opposite while we're being intimate. So it was just so confusing to me. Cause he would like tell me things like, "Oh, you're gonna have my babies," like this, like just that type of stuff. And then for you to tell me you want me to have an abortion, and he would be like, "We're gonna get married," like all this stuff while we're being intimate. So this is like messing with my mind. And the day that I told him I was pregnant was the day that he started choking me.
And this was April. Do you remember the
It
date?
was April 22nd. And it's crazy because on the 21st, so on the 20th, I went up to Ponce. That's what happened. Like, I went up to Ponce. I went to my friend's farm and everything was okay. And then after that, when we left her place, like her retreat, um, he literally he literally like took me back to his Airbnb. We slept there because it was late. And I had an appointment early in the morning with my grandma. I don't know if it's sorry. I'm getting something really quick. And then I had the appointment early with my grandma. So then we ended up coming back to Aguadilla together. And when we came back to Aguadilla together, he had to work and I had to leave like at 7 a.m. because the appointment was at 7:30. So as soon as we got here, he left and I left. No, he went to work and I left. So while I
He went to
left one of
work,
my
like
phones
you mean
here.
like his business call?
Yeah, like he had a business call.
Yeah.
He had a business call, so he went to go handle that. But he doesn't really start working till 9 a.m. and I left before that. But he was just like setting everything up for the day and I was like, okay, I'll see you later. And 2 weeks in, he actually told me that he loved me. So I can see the red flags in that because you can't love somebody in 2 weeks. Like, that's impossible.
Now I want to ask you something, Nani. Now I don't. Now I know that you mentioned to me that you right now are in the place of like just wanting to heal, but I want to ask you: do you feel like you right now have the capacity to, sort of take responsibility for your own part in the way that like you hold yourself accountable for the ways that you didn't pay attention to the red flags? Like, are you in the space to acknowledge that, or like not right now, or because you're like scared about
Yes,
it?
I am in the space to acknowledge that because I know that I shouldn't have let him get so close to me so quickly. He was love bombing me and I allowed it. I allowed it. I literally allowed it. And when he would tell me there was something wrong with me, I'll be like, yes, you're right. There is something wrong with me. Like, I shouldn't have been so easy to let him manipulate me. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
I know that for a fact.
No, I mean,
And
the reason why I'm asking you is because one thing to, talk about what happened, but when we're still traumatized, when we're still trying to process the information, we are kind of dissociated from it. So we don't actually acknowledge like what really happened. And it because everything happened so fast for you, Nani, like you didn't even have the chance to actually realize what was happening at the time, right? That's why we're here right now, right?
yes. And right now, I feel like I'm doing a better job at processing things because I'm away from him. So, like, me being around him and staying around him was the worst thing that I could have done. I literally should have just told my family what happened because I literally hid from my family this whole week up until Sunday. Like, this is all fresh. This just happened. It's not like this happened weeks ago. He's trying to push the narrative that this happened weeks ago when this literally happened last week, Saturday.
And people should pay attention to the fact that you're willing to actually come on live and talk about every single thing and every single detail, like so transparently. Like people should acknowledge that.
Yeah, I know where I was wrong. I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm a saint, you know?
Right.
Everyone has
I
their
was never, yeah,
flaws.
I was never in the impression. I just wanted to, understand that, because right now you still have feelings for him. Like there's still an attachment, but there are so many layers to this. You're also pregnant with this baby. There was also a miscarriage. There's a lot of trauma. I don't feel like I mean, you realize it's fucked up, obviously, but because everything happened so fast, it's still very recent. It's not really like I don't feel like you realize how actually horrible this is. Like that's a lot of trauma in a short span of time.
So the more that I talk to people
Mhm.
and the more that I tell them the details about what he did to me, it lets me know how fucked up it is. Because when I see people's reactions and I'm just saying it like it's normal, and like they're like, what the, like this is not normal. And then people, like my mom basically said, like, he's gonna kill you. If you stay with him, he's going to kill you. Because on the 22nd, when he found out that I was pregnant, so the 21st, let's go back so I can tell you the story of what happened. So the 21st, some guy texted me, and it was a guy that I had been with in the past, but he texted me that he was coming to Puerto Rico with a friend and that he wanted to go places with them. So I told, he asked me if the places that we went to were
This
still
was an
open.
ex, or it was just someone that you were talking to?
It was just a friend that I had dated for a short while, but we had been intimate with each other.
Okay.
But like it wasn't nothing serious, and I wasn't trying to flirt with him. He literally asked me a question, and I responded. I'm not gonna lie, I responded because I was mad at Sunny because we had just gone into that big blowout in the morning. Like, we got into a huge argument in the morning because he went through this phone from freaking 2021 or 2020. Like, he was constantly digging. I never had any guys on the side. Sunny was the only person I was with the whole time. And I know I was wrong for responding to a message because I was mad, but that still doesn't excuse what he did to me. He should have never
Definitely
hit
not.
me the way he did.
And
So
it's honestly completely harmless to respond to a message. Like unless you actually had motives to, I don't know, like make him jealous. I mean, it still doesn't matter. Still doesn't excuse the
I
physical
did
abuse.
it because I knew that he would see it and I knew that he would get mad, but I didn't
Okay.
think that he was gonna hit me.
Love the
And he was
accountability.
always talking about how girls want him and how um like he could be with anybody that he wants to be with. So I was like, you know what? Let me show him that other people want me too and other people want to be with me too, cuz he's not the only one that wants to be with me. And he like tried to use that against me. He's like, "Oh, you why do you want to show me that other men want you? You're a woman. Women are desired by all men." So I'm like, you think I want to hear that other women want you too? Like, he was just manipulating me and trying to make me feel like what I was doing was wrong and that what he was doing was okay.
Can you walk us through like exactly how he like beat you? Like how like what was even the process?
So I had slept over my grandma's house because on the 21st he got the Airbnb and I drove him to his Airbnb. And then after that, I went to my grandma's house because I was like, I'm not going to sleep in my house alone. I'm going to go to my grandma's house. And then when I woke up at like 7 o'clock in the morning and my grandma was like, oh, let's go to the beach and go shopping. And I was like, okay, cool. I don't mind. So I was like, Sunny, if you want, we can go to the beach in the morning, like early. I told him we can go to the beach early. And then, cause we were talking on the phone. And then I'm gonna go with my grandma because my grandma wants to go to the mall with me, but she's also gonna come to the beach. He
Mhm.
was like, okay, that's fine. So when I get there, I realized like it's 8 a.m. the day before I got a pregnancy test. And I was like, I should have the pregnancy test by now. Because they send it on an app, but they still hadn't sent it. So then I called the place up and I asked them like what happened with the results. And then they sent them to me. And we found out that I was pregnant. So then Sunny starts asking me like, oh, who were you talking to yesterday? And I was like, I was just talking to my friends and my family. He's like, oh, let me see your phone. And then he snatches my phone. Then he sees that I responded to the guy. And that guy was in this phone from like 2020,
Mhm.
like around COVID time. COVID was like 2020, right?
Right. Yeah. 2020.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2020, 2019. So he saw that. He had texted me on my phone and anyways, he went through my messages with him, so he was really jealous about the guy already. And he manifested the guy, I think, to hit me up because he was pissed off about the guy so bad that he literally called his energy to me. It was the craziest thing. Like, I swear to God, I think that's what happened. Because this man has not hit me up. Like, I was literally ignoring him for a long time. And anyways, he sees the messages and the messages were harmless. Like, I was being so dry in the conversation, but he deleted the messages out of my Instagram and he blocked him on my Instagram. So that way he couldn't contact me when he came to Puerto Rico, which is not like I was even trying to chill with him or anything. I literally just gave him recommendations to where to go. And he was trying to flirt with me in the messages. He was like, "Oh, you're so beautiful. I love to see the woman that you've grown into." And I didn't say anything to him. I was just like, "Okay, have a good day. It was nice talking to you." Like, I didn't respond like any type of way.
Right.
And I even posted those messages on my TikTok. Like, you can literally go and see them. They're there. And after that, all hell broke loose. He was like, "Oh, you're pregnant with my baby and you're talking to other men?" And I was like, I wasn't even flirting with
Hold on, but
him.
he told you to get an abortion anyway, didn't he? Did he not?
Yeah, he wanted me to get an abortion. He wanted me
But
to
was
get an
he?
abortion.
Well, what did not right now? But what did you want to do back then? Did
I
you
didn't
was he?
want to get an abortion. He was trying to manipulate me into getting an abortion.
So when you were did you communicate to him that you want to keep the baby?
Yeah, I told him I want to keep the baby and I want to be like a healthy family. Like, I don't want to be going through this toxic stuff. I want us to work through our issues.
What did he
Like, I
say to them?
expressed all of this to him. And he was like, what did he say? He said something. I have the messages here. He said something. I forgot what he said. It's so much that happened that I literally forgot what he said. But he basically was like, "Oh, you have to prove to me that this is what you want." Like, he was always telling me I had to prove it to him because he didn't believe my words because I'm such a liar. And then what happened? Then like he threw my phone and he put his arms around my neck and he literally started strangling me and I was trying to pull his hands off of my neck, but he's way stronger than me.
Right.
Like, he's way stronger than me. He's like 6 foot, 6'1". I'm 5'6", and I do not have any type of arm muscles on me at all. And I'm just trying to pull his hands off my neck. And then like I
You were
realized like
saying
I'm not
he started strangling you because of like he
the
got mad at the fact
messages.
the messages. So he went from just checking the message, getting mad to strangling you?
Yeah. And then I was trying to like get him off me and I was like, let me try to like grab his eyes or something, push his face or something. But he had me pinned down. Like, at this point, we were like in the bedroom of his Airbnb. And I was like literally trying to just take, but then I realized I'm not going to be able to get his hands off my neck. He's way stronger than me. So I started pushing his face and trying to like poke his eyes. And then he would just go like that. So I couldn't reach him. And then I passed out. I passed out. And I was like, I'm gonna die here. Like, that's literally the thought that went through my mind. I was like, I'm gonna die here and he's gonna kill me. Like, that's what's gonna happen. And then out of nowhere, like, I just start waking up again. And then I started waking up and like my whole body was dizzy. It felt like I went numb.
But did he
And
also like did he only strangle you or did he also like
he was hitting me. Then when I woke up, he started hitting me and he made this eye black.
with punch was he punching you?
He was punching me, slapping me. He had a ring on his hand. So like it did worse. That's why this eye is so bad still. This
You don't
eye
have
was
any camera inside your house, Nany?
no, this didn't happen in my house. This happened in his house, his Airbnb that he rented. And nobody was there because the people have a boat and they go boating on certain days. And it was the weekend. If
Remember,
if
there's
I'm not
cameras inside the
mistaken, I
house.
feel like the 24th. And then I literally started looking for cameras to put inside my house. I was like, if me and him are gonna be together, I have to have cameras inside my house. And I literally ordered a camera on
So you
Amazon.
still, at the time, you still like it didn't cross your mind. I have to break up with him, even after
I
he.
didn't want to break up with him because I'm pregnant by him and I
Right.
don't want to be a single mom. But
Right.
like now I know that that is not even a possibility on God's green earth. It's not even a possibility. If I stay with him, he's going to kill me. I know that. I know he's going to kill me. And then
What's with all these bruises all around your body? So he was beating every part of
he
your
was
body.
hitting me everywhere he could hit me. He was hitting me. He was throwing me. I was hitting myself. He was throwing me into things and I was getting hit with those things.
Did he kick you
And
too?
excuse me?
Was he kicking you too?
He wasn't kicking me. He was just hitting me with his hands and throwing me into objects. And then he would choke me again. It was like a game to him. Like he would choke me until I passed out, and then he would like let me come to again. And then he would ask me questions. And he's like, "Were you talking to anybody else?" And he's like, "Tell me the truth, or I'm gonna choke you more." And then at one
He
point he
said
told me,
that? I'm gonna
yeah,
choke you more.
yeah. He's like, and then when he started choking me again, at one point, he spit in my face and he told me, "You're going to hell and I'll see you there." He literally told me that. And then I passed out again. And he did this from like 8:30 in the morning to like 12:30 middle of the day. So like for 4 hours, he was constantly doing this. And like I was begging him to stop. I was begging him to stop. I was begging him to just let me go. I was telling him we can end the relationship right. I was basically telling him anything he wanted to hear at that point because I just wanted to go. I was like, I'll get an abortion if you want me to. I'm gonna leave. I'll leave you alone. We can break up. Like, I don't care. Just let me go. And then he finally let me go. And then
This is
when I got when
this
I
is
got home, yeah, the judge today in court, they have a warrant for his arrest and he has his bail set at 25,000 for when they do catch him. So whenever he steps back on US soil, because he's not in the US right now, I think he went to DR or like an island that's nearby that's not US soil.
I feel like he's in the US.
You think so? Well, if anybody knows where he's at, I, I would
Maybe
love for
maybe
them to let me
California. I
know.
don't know. Maybe he's on the west side. Do you know anyone in California? I'm just
Yeah, my friend Jocelyn lives in Cali. But he's not in California because supposedly he just posted and the full moon was out. But this was earlier, and in Cali it was daytime, and I was literally on the phone with her. My friends looked up his mom's Facebook, his whole family's Facebook. I was like, oh my God. My friends are literally like holding it down for me right now and giving me a lot of support, and so is my family. But like, I have messages like right here that I could even show you. Can I change my camera around?
I, you should be able to. I
Yes,
don't.
I can. So, oh wait, it didn't do it. Okay, let me cover that. Oh, I can't do that and be on the camera at the same time. Can you see?
No, I can't yet. Wait, so hold on. We're gonna bring. Hold on. There's this person who used to work right next to him. Her username is Lunar Lorelei. We'll get to that later. I just want to mention the name because this person apparently worked by him. I guess his like right hand. So there's definitely some proof that could be shared by that person. But anyways, we'll get to that later. But yeah, show me the screenshots.
So, these are actually my messages on iCloud, and thank God for iCloud backup because he literally deleted everything out of my phone. But this was literally his Airbnb is like 5 minutes away from my house,
I
and
can't
if
see.
you
We
can,
can't see. We can't see.
can nothing.
No,
Oh,
it
let
just
me
shows
put
you.
save
There we go.
here.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so it says, I didn't want to break up. I just wanted you to stop hitting me, but you beat me up really bad. I don't even want to look at myself in the mirror. I'll keep you updated on my pregnancy, but I think it's better if we stay from each other right now. He's like, you cheated and lied again and then broke up with me. And I was like, do you see what you did to me? And I know you can see like the marks on my face. And my right eye is like blacked a little bit here, but
I
it's
love
not
how
as
he
bad
just
as this one.
doesn't even deny that he beat you. He just deflected. Like he's just immediately going to deflecting you. Like he's not even
I'm gonna
denying.
Yeah, he never denied it. He never denied it. I have all these screenshots that I need to send to like the D. I'm gonna put my phone down
Okay.
because I don't want people to see me like that.
Yeah, cover everything. Yeah.
And then he said, you cheated and lied again after everything. And I said, that this is crazy. I honestly thought you would never do this. And he's like, I never thought you'd keep lying and talking to people you slept with, then fighting me. And then he bit me. I don't know if you could see like the bite mark,
Yes, I can see it.
but he bit me so hard that I don't have feeling in my left hand right now.
You still haven't gone to the doctor, Nani?
No, I haven't. I've been so tired with all these court process. And then today I had to go to like a therapist and a psychologist.
What
And
about the
then I
baby?
had to go to court
How,
immediately after.
how do you know the status of the baby?
I have to go tomorrow. That's what I'm planning on doing tomorrow because tomorrow I finally don't have anything to do. So I was planning on just resting up and then going to the hospital.
Right.
And this actually happened on the day of my friend's birthday, and I was supposed to hang out with him, like my best friend. And I'm telling him, you started hitting me. My knee is messed up real bad, and today is Kevin's birthday. And he's like, don't you have niggas you fuck to text right now? Why are you texting me saying things that aren't the full truth? And then I said, I'm not texting anybody. I just wish Kevin a happy birthday and I can't see him today because we were supposed to hang out. And he was like, you just were doing exactly what you said you stop. Who talks to old flings while trying to fix their relationship? And then I was like,
Who
cause we
beats a who beats a woman when you're trying to fix a relationship? Like he's literally not right in the head.
and then I literally told him, I was like, I was supposed to hang out with my friend, but I can't see anybody because I don't want you to look like a bad person for hitting me, so I'm gonna hide it. And he's like, I defended myself. Whole time, he's way stronger than me. I never hit him, not even once. And then I said, I didn't hit you. You're way stronger than me. I was just trying to leave. He's like, abuse is abuse. And I was like, I don't want things to be like this. I'm going to rest. And he's like, go talk to your old flings now, since that's how you fix a relationship. And I was like, I don't want to talk to anybody right now. And he's like, you did in the last 24 hours lying to my face. I'm going to work. And then I was like, I'm hurt physically and emotionally. I'm going to sleep. And he said, never accountable for what you do. And I was like, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have responded. That was wrong of me. But you shouldn't have beat me up the way you did. And then he goes, you know better. I defended myself. And then I was like, I can't even go outside from that. You are way bigger than me. I never hit you. And I'm gonna stop sharing. But he basically told me that I broke his necklace after that. But hold on.
And you understand,
Okay.
Nani, that like even if you broke his necklace, like that doesn't even measure up to the abuse that he's done to you. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
I just don't want you to be in the space of like, you know, blaming yourself for the way he treated you. I'm actually quite worried about what type of different thoughts might be going through your own head right now. Like, yes, we're talking about everything that happened, but is there any part of it that feels guilty that you do you think you caused him to act like this to you?
Sometimes I do, but then I realize like my grandpa that my grandma's with right now, he never hit her and he treats her like a queen. And he would never do that to her. And he's a real man. He would never do that to her.
He,
Never.
he has, he has abandonment issues, so he definitely has like deep wounds. So like any signs of a woman kind of going behind his back, like it creates like a big feeling in him, and it gets him to like black out. This is why he abuses women like this. Um, I just don't want you to blame, because it sounds like as you're telling me the story, you're always constantly trying to make it up. You're always trying to please him, and that was not
I'm
right.
always saying sorry, basically, when he's the one who should be saying sorry for what he did to me. And he never did. And then, like, when we would be in person, he would try to, like, not text me certain things. And now I know why, because he was in the whole situation with the other girl where he bit her. And I know he strangled her, too. Even
Well,
though
he
he
has a
said that she
domestic.
strangled him, I know he strangled her. Because if he did it to me, of course he did it to her.
There's a public record. There's a public record. There are charges against him allegedly. So, but can we? Are you able to talk about the NDA? What did you have to sign prior to seeing him?
I can probably show it to you right now,
Sure.
actually. I spoke to the DA and she told me that the NDA is void because he did something illegal. And an NDA is for business. It's not for like a relationship really. And the stuff that he put in it was for business. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. But I'll sign it because I didn't think that he would do something like this. And then when I was telling him that I was gonna expose him, he literally sent me the NDA again. Like, oh, you signed this. Like, I don't give a
I
fuck if
I
I
I
signed
know for
it.
a fact he made other women sign this bullshit ass NDA too.
Let's see.
Someone said he's not a celebrity. He's acting like one.
I'm screaming. He thinks he's a celebrity. He thinks he's famous. He thinks
Yeah.
like that he's a god or something. Oh, look, here we go.
Can't see.
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, there we go.
So this is the dating NDA and it's a panda dog.
What if it's like password locked?
I doubt it. Because it's a document he created that he's probably going to try to use against me. So you
Okay.
see? And NDA is it's a non-disclosure agreement. It basically like says I can't talk about certain things that happen. Oh, he deleted everything. He deleted everything.
Wait, what is that? Oh.
He deleted everything. How can you do that? You can't do that, can you? Can you?
Oh my god.
Not him deleting this.
Oh my
You
god.
see? Not him guilty as fuck.
Clearly.
Once he saw that, let me try to download it and see if I can
You don't
see
have
it.
any, you didn't take screenshots?
No, I didn't. Let me see. Oh,
Nani,
look, it loaded,
I
it
want to
loaded, it
advise
loaded,
you.
it loaded, it
What
loaded. Okay.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
So basically, it says this is a non-disclosure agreement between Sunnymfmoney and his or her capacity as John Lewis Williams.
Can you turn the phone? Wait, because it's like sideways. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
See, he's the CEO of Sunnymfmoney. And for the
Get closer.
purposes,
Can you take it
but
closer?
if I put it closer, that's why I put it like this, because
Okay,
then you can
this is
see
better. You know what?
everything.
Everybody, we gotta turn our heads.
Turn your heads, or like just turn your phones or whatever you're on.
Yeah, can you read it for us, actually?
I will. So it says, for the purposes of preventing the unauthorized disclosure of certain confidential information defined in Section 3 relating to workshop building thumbnails for content and social media platform. This is a legal binding agreement that has been entered into after an offer was made to and accepted by party 2 and in exchange for adequate consideration. Party 1 and Party 2 are coming together to collaborate on a romantic relationship. A collaborative partnership, the romantic relationship or partnership, both parties hereby acknowledge that each will have access to certain information surrounding the romantic relationship and or the other party's proprietary business information that is subject to potential financial or other exploitation. As such, both parties hereby agree to not disclose certain confidential information defined in Section 3 below. For the purpose of this agreement, confidential information shall include but not be limited to the following. Any information in tangible, intangible form, regardless of the medium, that has or could have commercial value or their utility in the industry in which Sunnymfmoney is engaged. Either party, any proprietary information or data in tangible or intangible form, regardless of the medium, belonging to either party and not generally known to the public or discoverable by the public from a third-party source of either party. Any proprietary information and or intellectual property regarding the romantic relationship, such as workshops, online deliverables, storyboards, synopsis, summaries, stories, pitches, outlines, partnership drafts, marketing plans, market research, status and detail and actual and or anticipated partnership research and development, target market data and or other information regarding target audiences, or any other information conveyed orally in discussion, in writing, or by any other means across any medium that is indicated to be confidential.
Does he think he's Mark Zuckerberg or something?
I don't fucking know. Honestly, it's stupid to me. But basically, it's for business.
I want you to take a screenshot of this. I actually want you to like.
I mean, it's downloaded on my computer at this point.
Okay. You didn't read this, did you?
I read it and I was like, this is for freaking business. And I literally told him that. And I was like, I'll sign it. I don't care because I'm not doing business with you.
Now, was this after or before you guys got physically intimate?
This was after. This was literally after. He was like, if we're going to continue this relationship, you need to sign an NDA. And I was like, cool, I don't give a fuck. Give it to me. Like, I don't care. I'm not out here trying to steal your fucking business ideas. You steal everybody else's business ideas. Why are you worried about me running off with yours?
I love how he was trying to protect his own interests, but then like he didn't give a shit about yours.
No. And he literally thought that him deleting the stuff off of my phone, I guess he forgot that computers have iCloud backup, especially when it's a MacBook. So it doesn't matter if you delete the messages off of the phone, it's still on my iCloud. Like, I guess he was so mad and he was just beating my ass. But I wish he wouldn't have broke the phone that he broke because I had recorded conversations of him admitting what he did to me. And he broke it because I took pictures again after he deleted them. And he started going through my phone like he was so paranoid. He was so paranoid. And he literally broke my phone to pieces. But that was just the first day of him hitting me. This happened for like 3 or 4 consecutive days.
And it started on the 21st.
The 21st was the big blowout where he took my computer and I thought he broke it because it wasn't turning on, but then it just needed to be charged. And I was so thankful. I was so thankful. I was like, yes, I got this. I got this. I got everything I need. Because his biggest thing was he didn't want this to reach social media platforms because that's how he makes his money. So
that's a whole other scam part, allegedly.
Yeah. So that's how he makes his money. And so he didn't want me to basically expose him. And he said I was blackmailing him, but I never asked him for money. In order to blackmail somebody, you need to be like, if you don't give me X amount of money, or if you don't do this, I'm going to do this. Which I did tell him if he didn't open the door, I would call the police. But that's a whole different situation. He's literally abusing me. So regardless, I needed to call the police and tell them what happened. And they still let him get away because it was like a whole bunch of men, and the men here are very machista. I don't know how to say that in English.
Machismo? With men.
Yeah.
But even but when he started showing his violent side, you still wanted to be with him, right? You still didn't have the
Of
intention
course
to.
I wanted to be with him. Stockholm Syndrome 101. I've been in this type of situation before. That's why I'm so mad because, and it's funny, it's always with a Pisces. It's always when I date a Pisces. Yo, I swear to God, it's always when I date a Pisces. And they either have an Aries moon or an Aries rising because the man who did this to me before, and it was like, this was the same equal as bad because he was trying to unalive me. Sunny.
Yeah.
Sunny was trying to unalive me. My mom said, and then I kept telling him, like, what if you would have killed me by accident?
That's exactly because you passed out, right?
Yeah, and I lost consciousness for a while. And then when I spoke to the lady in the courts, she literally told me, you need to go get checked because every time he did that to you, you lost neurons in your brain. And you're not gonna see that right now. You're gonna see that when you get older.
And you said you don't feel your arm, right?
I don't
You
feel my hand. Like this whole, let me put my, what the heck is this? So this whole portion of my hand, I don't feel it because he bit me like right here. I don't know if you can see, but
it's yeah, you
he
can see
bit
it.
me like right there.
And you didn't bite
And
him back, right? You didn't hit him or anything like that?
no, and the reason why he bit me was because I was trying to get him off of me. So he bit me. So he's biting me. I'm in pain and he's choking me and then I pass out. And he bit through my muscle, I think, or my nerves because I don't feel anything. Like when I touch it with this hand, I feel with this hand, but then when I touch here, it's like numb. You know when your leg falls asleep or when your foot falls asleep, that feeling? It feels like that when I touch it with anything. Like I can't put cold or hot water on my hands. I can't like really pick up heavy things with my hands or anything like that. Like it's bad, and I know I need to go to the hospital for it. But with every like I've been in court every single day since Monday this week. Tomorrow will be the first day that I'm not in court this week.
And when was the last time you talked to him?
On Sunday. Because after I told my mom, I knew once I told my mom, there was no going back.
Right.
I told my mom. And the thing is those cops came there and they saw me with my bruise eye. My black eye was worse than this. Like, it was way more
Yeah, there was
purple.
pictures, yeah. We saw the
And
pictures.
even in my videos that I posted, my black eye was darker in those videos, but I had filters on, so you couldn't really see, but it was way darker. Like, this is just now starting to get better, and the swelling is just now starting to go
Your
down.
vision is okay?
I actually have really bad eyesight, which is why I wear those thick glasses. My glasses are really thick. I'm wearing contacts right now, but my eyesight is a -7.
Maybe that's why you didn't see all the red flags in him.
I'm screaming. Maybe. But but yeah, like he knew that too. He literally knew that too. And like when I would be wearing my glasses because it's more comfortable for me to wear my glasses.
Yeah.
The contacts, they don't bother me, but it's just I don't have to take them out when I'm going to sleep. So unless if I'm going to like an event or I have something to do, I have, I mean, I don't wear them unless if I want to, basically. But anyways, like
Somebody said, girl, he knew your whole birth chart. He doesn't know how to read charts.
he did know my whole birth chart actually,
But
and
he's
he
probably
compared our birth charts.
goes through your AstroSeek, right? Was
Yeah,
that the website he used?
he used Luna or something. I don't know, some chart thing that it saves like a whole bunch of birth charts that he pays for it. I'm not sure, but it shows like asteroids and things like that. And Yeah, I mean, he probably read it. I'm not gonna lie. He probably read everything about me. So he knew the things that I liked. But it's okay. I will not be going back to him. I know that I can't. I know if I go back to him, he will unalive me.
Well, that's actually Nani. That's the part that I'm worried about because yes, we're talking about what has transpired so far, but I'm worried about like what's to come because there's so many steps that you now gotta be responsible for. I mean, including now like the pregnancy. Which what like are you? What's your plan with that?
I mean, I don't want to get an abortion because I literally just had a miscarriage. But like, I've had quite a few miscarriages. That's why I don't want to have an abortion, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Even though it's a messed up situation, very messed up situation. But
I'm
this,
afraid of you guys like because I mean I hope that this can be altered, but I feel like this is not the end from what I'm seeing. That's the part that I'm really worried about.
like, between me and him,
Yeah, like as in
I
like
know
I
I
don't.
can't go back to him. The thing is I already let too many people know. You see me, I'm embarrassed. I'm very embarrassed. I'm smiling right now, but I'm very embarrassed because my whole family knows what he did to me. It's not like I can get back with him and it will be okay. Everyone on social media has seen what he does has done to me. And when I see girls and they go back to their like either a cheat even just a cheater, I'm like, damn girl, you dumb. And I've already been in a situation where I dated someone who was basically trying to unalive me already, just in a different way, not by strangling me. I'm not dumb enough to go back to him. And I'm not dumb enough. Like, I can see now that I'm outside of the situation and I've had some time. I know it hasn't been a long time, it's just been a couple of days.
Yeah.
But I know that if I go back to him, I can only imagine what he's gonna do to me because he's losing followers on TikTok. People are calling him out on Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram. Like, he's pissed off right now. You think I want to be around that man? I can only imagine what he's going to do to me if I ever get around him again, or if he ever gets around me again.
I just am worried that like I mean, yes, you experienced like the unspeak like the things that we can't even repeat in with our words. We you experience that physically, but I'm worried that you may get I don't know caught up by your feelings and open up the door again. Like that's the part that I'm.
So you see with me, once I'm done with somebody, it's done. Like it's done, it's dead, it's there. Like I don't really care like if I'll be a single mom. I don't really care. Like that's not my issue right now. My issue is he's going to kill me if I go back to him. That's what's really going to happen. And I like my life. I want to do something with my life. I know I'm destined to do something with my life. So, why would I go back to somebody who's literally trying to end my life? Knowing that I've already been in a situation like this before and it just got worse progressively. And literally every time he would beat me, it would get worse and worse and worse. So, like, I know that I can't do that. That's something that's very clear to me right now.
Is he blocked right now?
I have him blocked everywhere. He can't contact me if he wanted to.
What if he finds a way? What is your plan? Because I think that it's important for you to have
I'm
like some sort
calling
of
the
plan.
police and I'm telling them that he tried to contact me because I have a restraining order and he can't contact me right now. Like, I literally have a restraining order and I carry it with me at all times just in case. Even though I know he's not in Puerto Rico, but this is literally like my restraining order right now. And we have court on the 26th and he knows that. He knows that they served him with my restraining order. That's why he was so quick to get out of Puerto Rico.
There's a court on 26th of May
Of June.
of June, and he has a bail of 25,000.
25,000. But I got this restraining order on May 1st because the police didn't do anything for me.
Hmm.
They basically tried to make it seem like I was the crazy one because of the messages that I sent him. But of course, I'm gonna be going crazy when you're literally gaslighting me and manipulating me every second you get to try to make me feel like everything that I'm doing is wrong and you're perfect.
Well, even in his videos, you made it sound like you are the one who's always manipulating men, and he's
I
always
didn't
talking
manipulate.
about how he's the innocent one. I don't know what type of innocence he's talking about, like, because he's not denying the violence aspect. So, what is he claiming the innocence of? What do
I
you think?
honestly
What is he
have
talking
no
about? What do you think he's talking
idea.
about?
I think he just knows what he's doing because he's been through this in a court case before. And like the more I read our messages, the more I realize what he was doing. He's saying I was defending myself just in case so he can have a little bit of leeway in court. But this is not the stuff that he did to me is not defending yourself. Like you're stronger than me. You literally could have pushed me and walked away if I was attacking you. That's literally what you could have done.
Can I ask
But you
you
didn't.
what was it about him that you found like I guess attractive? I mean, was it the whole spiritual aspect that like the way he painted himself? Like, was that what it was?
Yes. And the fact that he's like very intelligent because I would speak to him here and there and he is intelligent. And I have a Gemini Venus, so like when someone's smart and they can teach me stuff, like I'm just like, oh my God.
I mean, I mean, at the beginning of this live, you listed all the things that he was teaching you, but from what I'm hearing, and I'm sure people can agree with, but those are just things that anybody else could have taught you. Like literally, the like
That's true. I also was very attracted to him too. He is my type.
you said you don't have good vision, so
You want to know something? My friends, they were all telling me, they were like, girl, you could do so much better, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, girl, I like him. Leave me alone. I think he's sexy. Like, it's crazy because he cut his hair and he was walking past me. I think it's just that like, I'm intertwined with him at this point, like spiritually and in so many other ways, because we did a lot of stuff together. But I literally saw him before I went in to do the fiscal office citation with him. And like I saw him,
somebody
but I
called him
didn't.
a snapping turtle. Oh my God.
Oh my God. But I didn't even know that it was him. And I was like, damn, that man is so sexy. And I don't know why, but I was just
So
like, damn.
physically, like this was before you
Yeah,
had physical
no, this
intimacy
is
with him?
after. This was after. And even before, I was like, damn, he's cute.
But that's why, though, Nani, you created that soul bond, like that energetic tie. You fell for the idea of him that you created. I'm pretty sure you made him extra sexy in your vision that is not your eyesight. Like I think you genuinely created a version that's not actually the reality of him.
Oh my God, that's very true. I believe it. That's very true because the people that I've dated do not.
No, because you know what,
He
here's
has.
Nani, this is it, right? Like so in your history of dating men, like yeah, you've had provider men, but I don't think that you were ever intellectually stimulated. I think that something about him that really intrigued you and spoke to you in a different way than what you're used to is the fact that he was very knowledgeable in astrology, spirituality, and you're very attracted to intellect. So the way he was portraying himself using all these savvy words, that's what you became attracted to. It's not the reality of him, it's what he was talking about. He was running his mouth and you fell for that.
That's true, but I can't date someone that's not smarter than me because if not, it just doesn't work out.
Well, he's obviously smarter than you enough to manipulate you, and you got gaslit the whole time.
Yeah,
This is you gave your power away to this man, Nani.
that's very true. And I feel so stupid, like me looking at these messages and the fact that I have to post them too. Or like I didn't have to post them, but I decided to post them because I don't have anything to hide. And yeah, I was like being I was basically just reacting to his abuse and the manipulation that he programmed me into thinking because he made me think that I was a bad person. He literally made me think that I was a bad person.
That's the
And then
point.
when I would
And
talk to
that's
my
what I'm
friends,
saying. That's why you put him on a pedestal.
that's very true. That is
Did
very
you
true.
think did you think that he was going to like he was this person who was going to save you? Like he did like was that like the situation or was that psychological what was going on? You thought he was the dream man that was going to save you from like your life?
I mean, my life is actually very good. I'm good. But I just thought like that me and him would get married because he said that he wanted a lot of the same things that I wanted. So it
So you
made me
just
feel
believe the
like,
words.
excuse me?
Just believe the words.
I believed what he told me. Yeah. I literally believed what he told me. But I can't believe anything else because he wasn't showing me anything else at the time. But now that I think back, I'm like, wow, there was so many signs that it would reach this point and I just ignored it. I literally ignored it. And then each day that he would do stuff to me, it would just get worse and worse and worse. And then he would sit me down and he would be like, oh, we're gonna start over and our relationship is starting from scratch. Um, and like you should delete the pictures in your phone and I'll delete everything out of mine. But he never deleted anything out of his phone. So I'm happy that my computer backed everything up.
Well, I mean, even in the text message that's going around on social media on TikTok, he like there is a part where he's telling you how he wants you to thrive, how he wants you he doesn't want your old version. Like he was making it look like you have to like be a better person to be good enough for him. Like that was literally the way he was programming you.
Yeah, he was basically telling me like the person that I am right now is a shitty person and that I have horrible character. But then when I would talk to my friends and I would tell them the stuff that he would tell me, they'd be like, Nani, are you okay? You're like one of the nicest people that I know. You're very selfless. You're always helping people when they need it. Even if like you shouldn't be, you still do. And they tell my friend Jocelyn, like, thank God for Jocelyn and thank God for Chelsea. And Chelsea at the beginning, she even told me, she was like, oh, he's love bombing you. Chelsea told me at the beginning and he got so pissed off about that. And then I kind of like just stopped talking to my friends for a little bit because he would get pissed off between our conversations. And yeah, like I know that this whole situation was a mess. This whole situation is a mess. It's
You
a
said
fucking
that you said you've been through a situation like this before. So do you usually like does the pattern look consistent to you? Like the love bombing phase and then them turning into abusive person? Is this something that you
yes, and them rushing like it's always the rushing to move together part because the first time this happened to me, I literally knew this guy for like a month or two, and we had been working together because he was a music producer, and I lived across the hallway from his artist, and that his artist like they had seen me, and so they basically offered me a job, and then I started working with them. And then me and him would talk. It's always a Pisces. And we literally started finishing each other's sentences. It was so beautiful to me in my eyes, my little 19-year-old brain. And then I ended up moving with him to Vegas, like literally a month after I left my apartment. I shouldn't have done that. That was so stupid of me. And then, like, after a month or two, he got upset because of literally like the same things. It was like the same things, but I wasn't responding. It was the same things. And then one day he got mad because, when you're young, you always hot and ready. So you always want to, be spicy. So I was like that when I was younger. And so like I was like, oh, I got a boyfriend, we're living together, whatever. And he was mad because I didn't want to like he said I wasn't letting him work and then he started hitting me. But that wasn't the case with Sunny. Like I left Sunny alone and I gave him space because I know work is important and I know that that's what he needs to do to be able to provide for me.
But are you able to, I mean, this is why in the beginning I asked you, like, are you in the space to like recognize your own pattern here? Like, the whole moving too fast, too soon situation, like that's a pattern we got to pay attention to. Like, what is your plan for going forward? Like, because you mentioned you want to heal now, right? So what are things that you're like acknowledging as far as your own
So
pattern?
I know that I can't move quickly with men, and I wasn't moving quickly with anyone until I met Sunny. Like, there were people that I was dating and seeing for a long time. Never, not once had I even kissed them. Never, not once had they even been to my house. Like, they were taking me places, going on vacation together. Like, and with George, I was intimate with him, but that was like after a couple of months, and we had gone places together. He had paid for trips for me. He had like given me his credit card to like go shopping and all this stuff, and I didn't live with him and he didn't live with me, and he had his house and I had my house, and he was still doing all these nice things for me. He was treating me well. But like, and then I also, after George, like I dated somebody else. Like after I stopped seeing George, I started dating somebody else. And then like he ended up taking me on vacation too. And like it was like, I was dating how you're supposed to date, not rushing anything, not being intimate right away. Like I'm pretty much, I just have to do what I was doing before I met Sunny. And the only reason why I probably let my guard down with Sunny was because he made me feel very safe in a way in the
No, but
beginning. Or I
your
created a
brain
fantasy in
decided
my
to
head.
your brain decided to wrap that up as a conclusion so that you don't traumatize yourself. That's how our brain works, because he basically R-worded you allegedly the first time you guys met, right? And yeah, I mean, like you liked it. It was yeah, you love to
I
be.
hadn't been with someone in a while, so I was like, yeah, let's
Yeah,
do
you were like
this.
in your hot and HORNY mood, so like it just happened, but still he didn't get your consent. So allegedly, he basically worded you, and because that's such a traumatic thing to acknowledge, you just decided, okay, this must be the one for me.
Yeah, that's true. And I literally said like I wasn't gonna be intimate with anybody unless if it was my husband. Like I was being celibate this year because of the whole situation with George. It just didn't go how I wanted it to. So like,
No, the reason why we're talking about this, Nani, is that, this cycle of abuse and, this is literally actually more common. Like, I don't want you to feel embarrassed. I don't want you to feel alone. Like, we're talking about this because I want women who are watching this to even pay attention to their own life and own pattern because it's really hard to admit to ourselves when we experience trauma. So we end up justifying that and we end up romanticizing the situation. We end up romanticizing the person. And that's how we get stuck with the person that's like really toxic for us.
it's like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
That's basically what happened here.
And you
And
recognize that, right? Like you understand that, right?
yes, I will never allow another man to even step foot in my house. Like if you want to like be around me or truly be in a relationship with me, you need to get a house for the both of us. You're not coming to where I live.
And this is something you're gonna have to, have boundaries with yourself as well. Like you shouldn't communicate these things with men because they just do what they want to do regardless.
That's true.
So you don't even have to let the men know that this is what you're about. Just show with action.
It worked better for me when I was doing that, and with Sunny, I was just so open because he kept asking me so much questions, so many questions. He was literally asking me questions and questions
Get
and
to know
questions.
you to get to learn everything about you so he knows exactly how you work. But realistically speaking, to get in a relationship with somebody like on day one, that like you realize that's not even like realistic, right? I know you're a Pisces rising, but
Being realistic isn't my. forte. I'm not gonna lie, I do over romanticize things in my head a lot. And I also tend to see the good in people. My friend Jocelyn told me this. She's like, you have this thing where you only want to see the good in people and you don't want to see the bad in them. And that's a blessing and a curse, but you need to be able to like spot things. And honestly, I feel like the reason why I didn't see these things is because when you're being intimate with somebody, it kind of clouds your vision. But when I'm dating people and like I'm not being intimate with them, I literally see them for who they are. And
But
I'm like,
this is exactly what we're talking about. Like there was R word that happened. So like that's where your brain shut down. That's where when you chose to put on the rose-colored glasses to protect yourself from trauma. This is literally how R word survivors are. This is psychology.
that's true. That is very, very true. And like, that was my fault in a way. That was my fault in a way. Because the second that happened, I should have been like, listen, you didn't respect my boundaries. And like, I feel like you gotta go. Because you didn't respect my boundaries.
It's okay though. What happened happened, and it's important to learn from this. And that's why we're having this conversation so that we can process this, and you can process this and actually logically pinpoint like the facts that you experienced, not the fantasies that you created in your head, but the factual information. That's what I wanted you to acknowledge so that you can help yourself for future.
Yeah, and so like I'm a very logical thinker. So like when I set things out and I'm like, okay, this happened, this happened, this happened, and this also happened in this occasion as well. So clearly it's all lining up and it happened the same way because the same things and red flags were there. I just chose to ignore them because everything happened so quickly. But then I realized also when these things don't happen and I'm dating someone, I can actually see them for who they really are. And then I'm like, I don't really like you so much because you're a nasty person. You're mean. You have tendencies that I don't like. But then when you are intimate with somebody and you rush into things with them, it's like you blind yourself to it because you want to see only the good in them because you've already given yourself to that person. Like, let's
Exactly.
be honest, no woman wants to be giving herself to just any man and then not be with him.
But I feel like this is a tactic that he uses though. And a lot of people who actually are, so-called spiritual men who they use this type of tactic. They learn just enough about spirituality and like I guess psychology and about the nature of women. They learn just enough to use it against us. This is why it's important to have this kind of conversation because I just feel like I don't think he's gonna stop being like this. Like I feel like there's definitely more people who have been in your shoes, and there will be in the future, unless he changes. I don't know if he will.
I believe that. And you want to know what else? I spoke to his old, the person who used to work with him. I don't know if she was his assistant or something,
There was someone
but
in here. Are they still in here? I don't remember her name, but
Luna,
there was someone who used to be his right hand.
She worked like right, yeah, Luna. She used to work with him. And um, she literally told me, like, whenever he would go to these countries, she would literally he would tell her like these girls would end up being crazy and then he would get an Airbnb.
Do you think we should bring Luna up here?
Yeah, that would be a good, I think that's a good idea.
Luna,
I think she has to request to be in the live.
Luna, do you want to request to be on live?
Oh my God, Jocelyn and Chelsea are here. I love you too, Chelsea. Oh my God.
You see, it's good that we're talking about this. You feel supported. All of us are supporting you.
Hi.
It's a good feeling.
Hi, Luna.
Hi. Yeah, so I worked with him from like July of 2022 to December of 2022. December's when I was just sort of like putting all the pieces together and noticing the pattern, and I just went MIA. I just cut him off. I just went MIA. I was like, I'm not dealing with that. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I'm so glad that right now that you're safe and that you do have like the courts and the restraining order and everything like that. Yeah, it's just crazy what's happened, but it didn't surprise me, is a good way to pop it. Yeah.
I remember, thank you for your support, by the way.
Of course.
And I remember, like, you were telling me, like, in every country that he would visit, he would, like, either be staying with the girl and then they would have problems and he would call them
Yeah.
crazy.
So when I started working with him, it was like kind of just before he went to Egypt. I'm not sure about like what he was doing in Egypt, accommodation wise, but then after Egypt, he went to Dubai. And I know that he was staying with a girl there pretty much the whole time, to the point where like she had left the country to either do something for work and he was still in her apartment. So I don't know what was happening like there,
What?
but then he had to like get out really quickly because she was starting to get crazy and like I don't know if aggressive's the right word, but he was saying like she's starting to like shout and oh, I just don't shout. Like I like yeah. And I was like,
These were the claims that he
okay.
was making.
Sorry?
These are claims that he was making.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. So
Were
that
you
yeah.
were you his assistant, Luna?
Yeah, so I was pretty much his right hand. In all actuality, I was probably like doing 80 to 85% of the work. I was pretty much like doing all the background stuff. He was the face of the business. He was selling. He's a good salesman. That I'll give him. He's a good salesman. But yeah, for the most part, like all the classes, like all the presentations I was doing, all those ebooks I was doing, like everything, all like yeah, pretty much.
And he hired you exactly like specifically for that purpose.
Yeah, yeah, to be like his assistant and to like help him with the business and pitched it as sort of like, oh, it's like a bit of a startup, so I'm going to need a lot of help. And I was like, that's fine as long as the
He paid
money's
you,
coming in.
so
Yes,
you
yeah, he
were.
did pay me. But of course, there were like a few times where he either didn't have the funds or he had forgotten. But luckily, I feel like I'm quite assertive with that. Like, I feel like if I was in any way like a pushover or wanted to be too nice or whatever, he would have taken advantage of that and just, yeah, wouldn't have done that. But pretty much if like that money had not gone through, I completely pulled back. I stopped like all the emails and doing all the work, and I was like, I haven't received the money. Yeah,
Right.
so
Did you send an NDA too?
sorry.
Did you send an NDA as well?
Yeah, but it is void now, and I double checked when like Nany pulled up hers and it was deleted. Mine's deleted too. So I double checked that when like I saw that. Mine's deleted too. But I read through but I did save a copy. So I do have a copy that I was able to read through when all of this came out, and I was like, all right, what exactly can I say? A lot of it is more so like him owning my intellectual property. So like I did a lot of like, I'm a graphic designer, like that's my job. So like I did like a lot of his graphics and like all the presentations and things like that. Pretty much it like says that anything that I've created for the business belongs to him, which is fine. That's like a normal thing that someone would sign when entering a business relationship. Yeah.
And do you know like do you have any insights about, because there are a lot of women that are coming forward now with the claims about, his business courses are all scam. Like did you play any part of like creating those courses? Like what's up with that?
In all honesty, I would honestly say I don't think he's intentionally scamming people. I think he's a narcissist. I think he believes he knows that everything that he wants to deliver. He just has absolutely no drive, no determination, no discipline to actually provide what he has promised. Do not give him your money. He is not going to come through with what he has promised you at all, because he's not a businessman. He's a salesman. He's a great salesman, but he can't provide what he's promising.
Not even an
He,
astrologer.
yeah.
Really?
Well, like,
Well, speaking of like, he says that he's like this great astrologer. Then, sir, like it was your Saturn return last year. You went to your Saturn line. Why were you not doing any work? this has all come back because he doesn't really, sure, maybe he can read the chart, but he doesn't know how to implement any of like what's happening.
I feel like he just pays people to do the work for him, and he feels like that's him doing the work.
Yeah, because he's like the face of it.
The part that I'm disturbed by is that I know last year in the summertime he was called out for creating this apparently like a fake, I guess, business astrology program, and he was called out for that. And were you already working for him at that time, Luna?
I was working for him when he got called out, not when that had gone down. So I entered just after that, before he got called out.
Okay.
So I didn't have anything to do with that particular course or anything. But it's the same sort of thing. Like, he had the intention of delivering like this great thing, but he could not provide. And then he just went to Egypt, and like, yeah, it was just, he's just not organized. My double Virgo heart was stressed all the time.
I'm not so sure. Well, so you're making a claim that you don't genuinely believe he's a scammer, but there are different definitions in which we can utilize that word to describe somebody. But because I've gotten some DMs and some disturbing messages from women, like with screenshots with proof that he was asking for more money, like he wasn't delivering what was promising, but then he was asking like thousands of dollars, $10,000. He has an obsession with $10,000, as we can all see on his page. So there's women that have been scammed of thousands of dollars of money. Some people...
I definitely agree that people have been scammed because he's not able to deliver what he promises. He just doesn't think that he is not able to deliver it. There's no like self-analysis. There's no he's just not reflecting on like his past actions, so he's not able to make any changes. So people have absolutely been scammed. I'm just saying, like, I don't think he's intentionally out here like, oh, I'm going to scam everybody. I just think that he has no idea what he's fucking doing.
But would you say, because you said he's a great salesman, but would you agree that this is a very irresponsible of him to like not acknowledge his behaviors even after being called out by hundreds of people in the summer, and yet he still continues to do the same thing?
Yes, but it's just simply because there's no self-analysis. He cannot fathom. He's just like such a narcissist that like he's always in the right. He did say like, oh, so I had entered the business like around that time, and he was making plans to do better and to be better because his only goal is to make money. Spiritual stuff, helping people, probably not the goal here. His goal is to make money. That's his only mindset. But because that's his mindset, his social like online presence is very important to him, and he did want to like make amends and do better and things like that. He just cannot follow through for the life of him. And that's where I stepped in, because I was able to, make sure people were getting like all of the stuff that he had promised, like the classes and stuff. But when it came to relying on him to do that himself, he could not do it, because he was selling like this class for like $1,000 to people, and he would always change the price of this class. So like it was $1,500 for one person, it was $50 a month for the other person. It was like, so I was like, if these people start talking, this is going to be like, you can't have like everybody in the same class and like one person's paid $1,000 for it and the other person's paying like $50 a month. Like, that's crazy. So he just doesn't have any idea what he's doing. Huh?
He literally did the same thing with his recent manifestation thing that he was selling.
Yes.
Some people would pay $10,000. Some people would pay $5,000. Some people would pay $1,000. Yes, I was listening to him do all of his calls. And then on top of that, he was like, do you think I should do a monthly subscription for all of this? And I was like,
he changes his mind all the time.
Yeah, he does. He definitely does. And he was like, do you think I should do a monthly subscription? I was like, a monthly subscription actually makes more sense, because you would actually be getting more long-term money, and most people don't even finish his courses.
Well, that's because he's not delivering what he promised. He gets so like, I was well into this business at this point. I was well known at the time by the people that were taking that course during that time. I was well known as his right hand. And then, so he'd have people pay $1,000 for this course, or just sign up to the subscription. I'd start the Zoom call. Everybody would be coming in. He's not here. I'm calling him.
I heard that a lot, that he doesn't show up.
Him. Yeah. I'm trying to keep everybody calm because like my name is kind of on this too, but he's just not showing up. 40 minutes after, oh, and I was getting really worried because like my messages were starting to turn to green, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? About 40 minutes in, my messages turned to blue, and I'm like, okay, great, I'll give him a call. I call him, he's like, oh, yeah, okay, I'll hop on now. Just nonchalantly, like it's not even an issue. And I was like, okay, like I guess at least people like you'll be able to come in and talk to people. He gets on the Zoom call, no video. He's in a cab. He's like in the car. I can hear the car, and I was like, "Oh, are you in a car?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm on the way to the airport." So you had this class that like people have paid $1,000 for. Like you have to schedule it better. Like I don't understand why you didn't just ask me to cancel or reschedule the class. Like that's just what would happen if you had conflictions. But anyway, so he's like, oh yeah, I got to go to the airport. So we spoke for about like maybe 10 to 20 minutes roughly. The whole time he was in the cab, checking in at the airport.
Hold on. Can I just interfere? Is Priod, is that him?
That is him.
He's on live right now. I just sent the invitation. Sunny, do you want to come up here?
That is
I
his
saw him
account.
watching.
Actually, that's literally the account that he had me promoting on my page, but then I deleted everything off of my page because why am I gonna promote your company and you're over here beating my ass like if I'm a whole man?
You know my Scorpio moon ass is gonna be digging this shit. So I was going through my viewer list and he's on here. I didn't mean to interrupt, sorry ladies. I just had to mention that quickly. That's why.
No, is he gonna come on?
I don't know, I sent the invitation. He's still on here, but he's not accepting the invitation.
He's not going to address it.
He's not gonna come on because I have a whole black eye. And he's not, he's gonna be like, I defended myself. Defended yourself
But
from
you guys
what?
verify this is his account?
That is his
Yes.
account. That's his
So
business account for the pad. I literally have the videos.
so right before I left, he was making like a drop shipping account using that period pad thing. He wanted me to like make the website and everything like that. I started to, but that was around the time that I just like dropped off.
Sunny, are you gonna come up? I mean, if you are innocent, why would you not want to defend yourself, right? Or are you recording this for court cases?
I mean, we're not saying anything that's not true, so it doesn't matter.
He's
But
probably
anyway,
just recording.
it's okay. You can watch if you want. Maybe you need to hear about, hear some feedback from the women who've been directly involved with you. But Meg says she wanted to come up. Send the invitation. I'll have you up here. You just have to send the invitation.
Meg?
Who's Meg?
Oh,
Sure.
I can't talk to him. I can't talk to him. He can't come on the live.
Oh, can
Me
I?
and him
Hold on.
can't interact.
Oh, it's okay. He's not gonna come up anyway. I'll block him. He's gonna. Hold on.
Did the period page leave? I bet you it left.
No, it's still here.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna block it though.
He has other accounts too. That's not his only one.
I know, but we're gonna block it anyway because I already sent the invitation, so just to prevent it from going anywhere. We're on a public live anyway, so you guys already know like anybody could be watching this, and we were prepared for that. But did Meg, did you still want to come up here?
But like just to verify like the passport like hopping thing, like so during that time like I had full access to his DMs on Instagram. Like I'm not the type of person that's going to be like, all right, you've given me access to your DMs. I'm not there snooping. That wasn't part of my job. I was just meant to like sort of filter out any sort of like stuff about the business, and that's what I did. But of course I got notifications coming down that like I would catch, but I wasn't like snooping through his messages or anything, so I don't know like everything that was in the messages, but like notifications coming down. He's talking to women all over the world. Like there was one in Australia, one in Tel Aviv, one he stayed with like no he tried to stay with someone in Tel Aviv. That fell through, so we had to get the Airbnb. He was like talking to a girl in Australia who he directly asked like, oh, but can I stay with you? Like, so that's what he's doing.
Not surprised. Who Who is 7-Eleven? You're in heaven. Who are you? Meg, I didn't get your request. I didn't get the request, Meg, so I don't have your request. I just have this person guest request 7-Eleven. You're in heaven. I'm not gonna let everybody on because I don't know who you are. I have to first.
Yeah, and I can't talk to him, and he can't, like, I can't interact with him because then I'm violating my own restraining order.
Yeah, don't worry. I blocked him. So the invite request that I sent. So thank you for letting me know that. I apologize if that
I
caused.
forgot about that. I literally forgot about that. Thank God I remember. It's just so much going on. And I don't know if him choking me for days straight, like, did something to my brain, but I forget things so easily right now. And normally my memory is so good.
You've just
Trauma.
been through like a really traumatic last couple weeks. That's gonna be happening for a little bit. That's gonna all maybe come back with like the healing that you do. But like right now, your brain is fried. You've been through a lot.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I haven't been live in a long time. I'm
Did you turn
trying
your
to
camera on?
Yeah, I'm trying. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
You have
Give
to
up.
press
I see it, I
accept
see
or
it.
something on the bottom. It's like a little green thing.
I see it. Hello.
Hi, Meg.
Hello.
Hi. I have cats in the background, so don't
It's okay. So could you give us a little introduction, like how are you related to, I guess, the person being addressed?
Yes, but before Nany, I'm really sorry that that happened to you. Like my heart is like just beating really fast.
Thank you so much. It's
You're welcome.
okay though. I'll
I
heal.
mean, you will. And there's a lot of women here that are, here advocating for you, and we have your back. That's all I want to say. So I met Sunny on this app, this lovely app, about in 2021, like late November or whatever. And so like at first I was his student, and I was just like, I took his courses, but I never paid no fucking $1,000, $100, none of that. I paid it only $11. That's it. And then he had free classes, and we became like really close. Like we were talking on the phone, texting each other. And I'm a Pisces. I'm my birthday's March 6th. His is March 15th.
Well, he
And
goes after Pisces people.
I'm a Pisces rising too.
I am too.
I'm a Pisces, Sun, Cancer, Moon, Gemini rising.
Guess what? He's about to get yeeted by Scorpio placements.
The only Scorpio placement I have is my Chiron, but I love that. But anywho, so as a Pisces, I'm fucking delusional, okay? I really am. And I never met a man who was spiritual. And I was very, I'm like new to my spirituality, and I took his courses and I felt like I trusted him, and I was like, oh shit, he's a Pisces like me. I took his classes, you know what I'm saying? Delusional as fuck. And so we talked like not all the time. It was like periodically, because he was like a once in a blue moon. He never like really texts me every day, all day. I have a Pisces stellium too in the 10th house. I saw that comment. Yeah, it's horrible. Everything is in my 10th house and it's all Pisces. I have a fight with myself every day. Anywho, so basically, I'm capping. I'm not capping. Anywho, so I was like, maybe we should meet up, because I live in Houston, I live in Texas, and he is from Minnesota, and he was living in Minnesota at the time. So I was like, we've been talking for so long, like, let's meet up. We're both Pisces, let's spend our birthdays together. So delusional as Pisces here. Don't judge me what I'm about to say, okay? No, don't judge me. So I believe in 50-50, and if I invite you somewhere, I will pay. So I paid for him to fly out to California to meet me. I paid for the flight. I paid for the Airbnb, which was $1,000. And he didn't show up. He missed the fucking flight and didn't show up. And he fucking lied to me every fucking day. I know. I know, y'all. I know.
It's okay. We're not judging you. Just
No,
talk. It's
come
all right.
on.
We're not judging you.
I'm
Don't,
just
man,
surprised.
don't read
Yeah,
the comments. Just tell us your
so
story.
basically, I'm a Pisces. I'm very intuitive. Yes, you can be my girlfriend. I love spoiling people that I love and I care about. Like, money is nothing to me. Money's just a piece of paper. But I was sitting at the airport waiting for my flight to California. Mind you, I don't know nobody in California. I'm from Houston. This is my first time going to Cali, and I'm sitting at the, waiting for my flight to be ready. And I get a FaceTime call, and he says, "I'm so sorry I missed my flight." And I was like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I'm a woman going to a whole different state that I don't know nobody and shit like that. He put my life at risk. I was there for 6 days, spent my birthday alone, and then he kept lying to me and saying, "Oh, I'm gonna come tomorrow, I'm gonna come this, I got a new flight, this and that." Never fucking came. And then I looked on his fucking Instagram and I fucking saw him sitting at a bar with a bitch. And I was like, oh. So I paid for this flight. I paid for this Airbnb. It was a nice little Airbnb. And you sitting up at a bar with a whole nother girl? Like, that was beyond me. And I was celibate at the time, like very celibate. And I felt like I should, no judgment, like I was okay with, being with him. But no, my guides protected me. So I stopped talking to him. I stopped communicating with him, and he felt my energy leave him. And he called me, he called me right back when I got to Houston. He was like, "What's going on? Da, 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 da." And I was like, what the fuck is going on? He sent me the money back that I paid for the flight. Nothing about the Airbnb, but yeah. And then like, our friendship just like, whatever the fuck we had, it just pleaded, like it went down.
Friendship.
It wasn't.
Using you. He was trying to use you.
Yeah, it
You
wasn't.
want to know what's crazy? He literally told me to buy his flight because he was having trouble buying it, and that he would send me the money back. And he did give me the money back, but I bought the flight for him to come here. So that's not surprising me either.
Right.
That would happen like when I was working with him too. So like, I have this memory because all of like our conversations were either on phone or on Zoom, but I do have a memory of him saying like, "Oh, my money's held up. Someone else bought my flight. I'm going to pay them back." But obviously I don't know the other end of that. I don't know if she got her money. I don't know. But then he'd be like, "Oh, I got to get out of here. Like, this bitch is crazy. Like, I got to get out of her house." And then he'd just like miss the flight. And then he'd have to go back. And then like, it was, yeah, he's just...
He missed all his fucking flights.
That happened 2 times where he missed the flight just in those like couple months where I was working with him.
My question is, if it's charging women like thousands of dollars per person, where is his money going? I mean, obviously that's his personal life, but how is he still?
So I have something to say about that because I have a personal reader, and my mom is watching this right now, guys. Oh my God. My mom is watching it. So I have a personal reader, and she literally told me that the person that I was gonna be dating, like that he did candle work, that he was very spiritual, and that he acts like he's in a messed up like financial situation, but he's not. He's very well off financially. So he puts on like this facade that he's not okay financially, or like that his money is held up, but it's really not. He just is stingy with his money, and he likes to keep it to himself.
I just want everyone to understand this is like the facets of a narcissist, the way they abuse women. It's the financial abuse, emotional abuse. Now we've seen the physical abuse. I just want everyone to understand this is, and you see how we wouldn't have known this until we are all talking about this. So
someone said he's giving Mr. Krabs.
My friends told me, they said, "Megan, No, he's not the one. And Pisces me was like, no, you're wrong, you're wrong. I have to see this out. And I'm impulsive. I got on that fucking plane. I had no choice. I was at the fucking airport. And he wanted me to advertise for that period thing. And I was like, I don't have my period right now. I'm on birth control. And he was still pushing it. Like, how am I supposed to advocate it if I don't have no period?
What is his obsession with our cycle, guys? You guys.
So what he likes to do is he literally told me he's like he likes to manifest with women's menstrual cycles.
He talks about it openly.
And on top of that, like I never had my period when I was with him. Like I had a miscarriage, but I didn't have my period.
So because I saw a lot of his business mindset, I have like a good idea about like what his obsession with our periods is, because 90% of his of like who he's selling to is women. What is something that we all have, like, well, most of us probably all have in common that is unique to us? Our period. And he knows that if he's talking about that, then he's going to be drawing more women in and getting more money from people, because that's something that's unique to us, and he knows that that's his market.
Well, that's very apparent. I see through that.
And then I want to say something too. Whenever me and him would be intimate, whenever I would reach my peak, to not say something else, he would be like, oh, manifest for me, baby. He's like, manifest 4K for 4 million for me, baby. Manifest this for me, baby. And like, I would do it like a dummy.
You're not dumb. You're not dumb.
Well, here. Okay, you know what, Nany? Now start using well, you're pregnant now, so you're not gonna get your period. But next time you do some sort of a spell or whatever, manifest his ass to be out of your life completely.
I've literally been writing stuff down in my notebook, because I also know that when you write things down, especially me, because in my birth chart, like I'm a writer. That's what my birth chart says that I'm really good at. I'm a writer. So like I'll write stuff down, and everything that I have written down has come true. So like I just write stuff down, and I keep writing the stuff down that I want to happen, and as the days pass, it's literally coming into fruition. So I know like that good stuff is gonna happen for me. Yeah. And I also know that I'm returning anything bad that he has spoken against my life, because the spoken word is, I'm not the most religious person, but I was raised in the church, and like something that it says in the Bible is like the tongue is the strongest muscle on your body, and anything that is spoken with the tongue is spoken into life in God's kingdom. So he literally started saying like, oh, your life is not, like when he got mad like after he had already beat me up and we were at my house, he was saying, oh, you're not gonna do well in your life, and you're gonna suffer, and your life is gonna be miserable, and you're gonna have lack, and you're never gonna find the person you love until you change and become a good person. So I literally wrote down anything negative that he has spoken into my life, it will be returned back to him.
And that's projection. That's what that is. That's literally what he's feeling inside. He's projecting. He's bleeding out into all his relationships. Because like I said, I've known him since 2021. I know a lot about him because people are very open to me, and they just, all their like life story just pulls out. I know a lot about him and how he was raised and how he grew up. It's bleeding into everything around him horribly. Like he has some intense, negative, heavy energy that he needs to heal, because it's hurting you and it's hurting himself. He's hurting everybody around him. He's not innocent.
Mayan Healing, did you want to talk about your experience?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, just because I haven't experienced, I'm so sorry, Nishka.
I saw you in the group chat that he added me to and then removed me from, because he thought that I was gonna say something.
I'm glad this is all coming out, because I think it was like starting last week, there were some people that were reaching out to me because I have a decent following, and I did for a while support him, and they were asking if things were working out in terms of the coaching, and I was finding out that like we were all on the same page that it's not working out, and there's at least 7 of us. 2 of us have paid, not me, but there's 2 of us that have paid like 10,000, either in partial payments or upfront. There's one person up front. But
what were you purchased, Maya? What was it that you purchased?
so I purchased one-on-one coaching. He gave us like, a 6-week phased course that guaranteed nothing that he delivered. He basically gave us, things that could have been just free resources. Like you said, Nany, like you had mentioned, he would just recycle, like give courses that he would have other people.
So
he would
like
also send TikTok. He would send, those viral TikToks that with the sounds, like you see the same sound over and over again, and you know that it's trending because everyone's using it. He would literally send all those trending sounds in a trending list to your email.
Just copy them. That's the whole course. Copy all the TikToks that have these big views. That's the course wrapped up. Thanks for the $1,000.
Even the classes I took, I was about to say something. I forgot I was on TikTok. Excuse me, because I cussed and whatever. He literally said, I Google everything. It's on Google. He literally said that. That's what he said when I was first.
But this is what I'm surprised by, is that all this was exposed last summer when, and I think her name is Juliana or something, but she exposed him for all of this. She exposed the list, but he was. You guys were saying that he was still doing it afterwards.
Yeah, and he believes he's helping people. Mind Healing wants to say something.
And like the reason why like it still keeps happening is because like he has no consistency or discipline. So he wants to be able to provide what he's promised, but he cannot because he always falls back to becoming like, I don't know if it's being lazy or like he just like there's too much going on and he gets overwhelmed and he just deflects. And then it all just comes crashing down and he's back to that same thing. Whatever's easiest, that's the easiest. And yeah, so he wants to be able to provide these things, but he just cannot keep up.
Ryan, what were you going to say?
So he would... I lost track. I think I was trying to say something. If you guys can remember, you can let me know. But
okay, were you trying to talk about like how he would promise you certain things?
So he promised a lot of us like, hey, let's get you to 10K. Let's, it's like that 10K followers, 10K. I mean, I have a whole list I think I sent to you. A lot of us are people who are transitioning from careers. There are some girls who quit their jobs to make this career transition. There was nothing that he did that catered to our actual business. It was all about, hey, you can do coaching for someone who sold ice cream. Like, it made no sense. And the people that I've talked to who are like, what the hell, who have not even requested refunds because they're afraid, we've all been abuse victims. Every single one of us that we've talked in terms of experience have been abused by a narcissist. And it's very traumatizing to have escaped a narcissist in an intimate relationship and then get into business with one without even realizing it until like later. But I did request for a refund today, and like I was almost tricked into, negotiating for a partial refund. And I was like, no, I don't want a partial refund.
Did you ever receive the one-on-one coaching from him?
I did. I did one-on-one coaching with him. Always late. Internet, low battery. There were people who paid $2,500 for only 2 calls. People who didn't have experience. And there are some people who are like, well, I don't, I started with TikTok from the ground up. Like, I didn't know how. So I feel like I learned something. But I really want people who are buying from to really understand and look at what did he actually deliver on? He's very good at one-on-one coaching and talking, but he'll list out the things that he'll say he'll do, like probably in your relationship, Nany. And then the delivery, there was nothing to deliver.
He's a Pisces man. They literally are dreamers. They will give you a dream on a fucking
Like,
But the thing is, like, let's try not to make this about the zodiac sign, because at the end of the day, it's someone's character we have to focus on, not their zodiac sign.
Yeah, that's true.
And it got to the point where I had to request. I was like, I'm not hopping on anymore.
no, I didn't get to meet him. He missed his flight, so I never got to meet him in person.
I had to make sure that everything was on like emails and text messages. And when he realized I was gonna hop on a call, because I felt like he was gonna manipulate the conversation, his tone of voice changed, because his tone in text changed.
Is there anybody else that wants to talk about their experience? Like, there's who wants to come as a guest?
My friend Allie is in here. I'll leave, but she worked with him. Allie, she was in here. I'm not sure if she's still in here.
Yeah, if you guys want to come up here, you guys are welcome to request as a guest.
Thank you for having me. I wish you nothing but the best. Everybody in this chat, everybody on this live, and I hope you can heal, Nany. I really do. And thoughts and prayers.
Thank you for sharing your experience with us, Meg. And keep speaking your truth.
Thank you. You too, love. Thank you.
So, anybody else? So you're still in contact with him, Mayan, right? So you're getting in the process of getting your refund?
So I'm so nervous. So I asked him for a refund. He said it was going to be like 7 to 10 days. And then I asked him, hey, can you send me a screenshot? And I haven't heard from him. So I don't know if he's even on here and now he sees me and he's not going to refund. I don't know.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared, Mayan. He's not going to do it. He can't do anything. Like, I got you. Like, I'm talking spiritually. Everybody, this is why I'm having this space for the ladies, because honestly, like, anybody who wants to speak up against him, like spiritually, I got you. Like, I'm actually serious.
Yeah, I do believe he will get your refund. He's just like, his whole goal right now is just to make sure that he looks good on social media. So if he's not refunding you guys, then that's another thing that can be added on with that you will have proof of. So he'll refund you because that's going to be his goal.
I can't hear. We can't hear you. Could you speak up again? Like, maybe, like,
or move your hand from the bottom of your phone. I don't know if it's on the bottom.
Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah. Perfect.
Oh,
perfect.
I'm like I feel like I'm spearheading these people in our group, because there's a number of people. I've left the WhatsApp group, but there's a number of people who still support him. But there are a good 7 of us who some of us are afraid, and some of us are like,
afraid of what?
Feel like
afraid of what?
I think some of us are still coming out of abusive relationships and triggered. Some people think that they still did get some value, so maybe the refund wouldn't make sense. But I'm trying to empower them to really understand that, like, he didn't deliver what he was selling on. He gave you some trends. He gave you things that you could have learned if you went and looked it on Google, to be honest, right? But for all of us, this is the first time we've ever had a coach, for the most part, for most of us. And so we didn't know better. And it's scary to know that he's taking advantage of women.
I think the reason why, this was easy to fall into for a lot of people is that because most people were in the transitioning period where they were trying to get out of this society, the matrix or whatever, and like diving into your own sovereign ways of like making abundance, right? And so you guys were vulnerable and looking for probably a quick way. Like, you guys were probably looking for instant gratification, like, right, the short take. This is why you guys were vulnerable. So we have to speak about it so that we recognize that this is a pattern that we have to watch out for.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So was there anyone else that want to go ahead?
And on top of that, like, he basically was trying to say that if you coach people, you can make money off of just teaching them how to do what you already know how to do. So he does believe that he is helping people because he's teaching them to go viral on TikTok, how he went viral on TikTok.
It's easy to go viral on TikTok. You just give people what they want. A quick, easy way. You just feed their brain with hopes and dreams. That's how you go viral, literally. quick gratification. That's what people are always looking for. Pleasure, quick, shortcut, no pain. He's always talking about manifesting. Of course people are gonna fall for that. It's so easy to see through, right? Like that is, I've been on his ass for 2 years. And I'm just really really sad that it had to happen this way, where like it had to come to like domestic violence case, allegedly. But this is, I'm not surprised by any of this.
Yeah, and then on top of that, like, it's so clear to me how he was trying to manipulate this and like trying to make the fact that he beat me up disappear, because he literally deleted everything off of my phone, like off of my actual phone. And he broke the phone that I did have a lot of evidence on, which I am pissed about. But what hurts more is the fact that he doesn't even acknowledge the fact that he did this to me in the text. And he's trying to paint me to be crazy when in reality, he literally drove me insane. Because I'm not like that, if that makes sense. Like, yes, anybody can go crazy in the right situation, or like in a planted situation, because I feel like that's what he did. And I feel like he was trying to get me wrapped up in a bubble by constantly leaving and coming back. It was really like a back and forth thing. And I know that that's a tactic that narcissists use in order to like keep you hooked. It's like they starve you from the love that they were giving you, and then they give it all to you at once, and then they take it away from you, and then they give it right back to you.
Yeah.
It's trauma bonding.
And he was very good at doing that.
And he's not gonna stop. He's just gonna continue to
No,
run.
he isn't.
Wait, Nadine? Hold on. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Nadine was part of our group too.
Yes, we
Yeah,
can't see you
hi.
though. We can't see you. Oh, there we go. Hi.
No.
I actually was in the 4 week and paid almost 2,000. Someone else also was in the 4 week and paid 2,500.
Yeah, he has no idea what he's doing. Oh, sorry, Nadine. It's just all the sorry. It's just all the comments are saying that they can't hear you. We can hear you fine.
We can hear you.
Mute and unmute to see.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. I'm
Yeah,
just
we
waiting
can
for
hear
a
you.
comment.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to repeat it really quickly. So essentially, there's a lot of price discrepancies. Like I paid, close to $1,000. It's a 4 week program, and he kept saying like, "Oh, I'm going to make sure that you make it back. Like you make that investment back and more. Like that's my goal, and like that you get to like X amount of followers really quickly." And by the way, he made a TikTok about like how, "Oh, these are what my clients have done in the past," and he showed my freaking TikTok. And I got to 11,000 followers on my own without him. It was way past the 4 week program. So he's trying to sell like, "Oh, this is what my client did." And I'm like, I fucking got oops, sorry. I can't really curse. I was like,
Diamond is here, and Diamond is also the other girl that he physically assaulted. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Where? Come up here.
Diamond.
Where?
Diamond is on here.
What's her
She said
username?
I can talk about my experience as well. Diamond, send a request to join the live.
Diamond, could you please send me a request? I saw you. I see your name. You just have to send me a request on here. She's the one that
She's the one that Sunny got the court case for, and she's the one who gave me Sunny's mugshot.
Okay, let's see. I'm waiting for her to request me.
I mean, this storyline is literally wild. And Nany, like, I really hope you stay safe, because I also got out of an abusive relationship 6 months ago, and he did put me in a chokehold. He took my phone, and I was like, I'm out. I moved out in 30 minutes. My friend helped me move out, and I had the cops there just to make sure he wouldn't do anything, because he also has guns too.
Huh?
So I wasn't taking any chances. I left thousands of dollars worth of stuff at his place because I moved in there, and I just took what we could, me and my friend, in 30 minutes. So, and I read something too, like once a man chokes you, like they are more likely to unalive you too. Like that's
Look at my mom.
it.
She said, "Oh my God." That's
Yeah.
crazy. I'm happy
Yeah.
you got out of that situation though, because it's hard when you love somebody and you have feelings for them and you're used to being with them and you live together. It's a whole different.
I was engaged. Also. So yeah, I was like, I can't do this. Like, this is not the life I want to create for myself. That's something I kept telling myself. And it's like he got more controlling. That's something to look out for too, as women, like, especially after you get engaged, they tend to become more controlling. It's like they want to own you. They're like, oh, you're my wife, right? And they'll be more controlling, and they'll be like, no, you should do this, you should do this. It's like, what? This is like, it's all changing.
Oh, you ladies, you recognize how you guys have the previous pattern of like dealing with abuse and like serious like case of DV.
Yeah.
And this is why, subconsciously, this is why we have to like be aware that we're subconsciously always looking for a savior. Like, we want to find someone who we can trust. So we have the desire that's created because of our experience, and that's the trap. This is where we also fall for another case of the same pattern. This is why I always endorse on the need to, like, find your own power. Stop relying on people to give you the power, answers, solutions, because ultimately, like, whatever you're meant to awaken is within you. You don't have to rely on people. You don't have to take these courses. I mean, I'm sure there are certain guys that are necessary. Like, there are sometimes tools that are necessary, but if anyone ever makes you feel like, you need them to help you succeed, that's bullshit. You have to be able to recognize that.
It is, yeah. And I mean, I was even telling Mayan this too. Like, I know a girl, I've known her since I was 19. Like, I've known her for decades. And she made it on social media on her own. Because I asked her, I was like, because after everything happened with Sunny, I was like, I totally wasted my time and money. And I asked my friend, I was like, hey, like, did you ever hire a business coach? She's like, no, I didn't. And she's made it. Like, her accounts have blown up on all social media platforms, actually. She's a multimillionaire, and she provides, like, she has like other services that she offers too. And I was like, damn, I like totally messed up. Like, you're right. And that's going back to your point, Vicky, like, we shouldn't rely on someone. Like, they're not going to have all the answers. Like, we should,
Especially men. You guys have to be careful with spiritual men, because those are ones that are like, they know just enough to know exactly how to get to us.
Yeah.
I mean, like, a man can be spiritual, but they don't have to, like, make it their personality trait. You know what I mean? Like, we know exactly how to recognize real energy. People don't have to talk about their spirituality to, like, be spiritual. So, and, like, this is a very classic case of, like, literally, like, narcissist. I don't really want to diagnose people like that, but it's a narcissistic way of, misrepresenting themselves.
Yeah.
Where did Diamond go?
So I'm just seeing in the comments a lot of people are asking about his previous daughter. He did tell me he has a previous daughter. That is, like, not a rumor. It seems like that's what people are asking about. He does have a previous daughter. She's maybe around, like, 10 years old. This is all from, like, word of mouth from him.
She was born when he was like 20. She's 10 years old right now.
This is a fact?
And he told my family about it, and he said the reason that he couldn't see her and that he's not with his daughter's mom is because the situation was that she had a boyfriend and he didn't know, and then she ended up getting pregnant by him. He's 30 years old.
That's a different situation to why he can't see her that I was told. I was told that, like, he couldn't see her because, like, he has this, like, sub-story of that he was homeless and blah, blah, blah. He didn't have enough money, so he's, like, always saying, like, oh, I'm making enough money so my, like, baby mama will let me see my daughter. And I'm like, is that why you're using it all to travel around the world and sleep with different women? Like, wouldn't that be going into a savings account then, if that's what you're trying to prove?
So I've actually seen him send child support to his daughter and make payments. So I don't know. like I said, I've seen him do this, and I've seen the messages of like the child support thing pop up. So I do know that he does, for a fact, provide for his daughter. He does
Yeah,
give
good.
child support for her.
Diamond, you gotta
So
send the
that's what he's
request.
supposed to do. But realistically, I've never seen him speak to his daughter or anything like that.
No. And like what he had told me was the reason why he like the situation that happened and why he wasn't with his like baby mama and things like he was young. He mentioned something about like being really young, and he started off like that, not being spiritual yet, not reflecting, and that like he was kind of hinting that there was maybe a DV situation there as well, and that's why he couldn't see his daughter.
Oh, Diamond, you need to have 10,000, 1,000 followers to go live, I think.
Yeah, Diamond doesn't have
I will say
1,000
that's
followers.
allegedly because that's just what like the pieces I was putting together by what he was saying. I don't know that a straight fact, but that's what it did seem like to me. And that was like around the time where I pretty much just like cut him off.
Well, okay, so I want to have Diamond on, but you need to have 1,000 followers to go live with someone. So does anybody want to lend their account to Diamond?
Oh.
How would I do that?
Or, because, oh, hold on. Diamond.
I could totally speak more about his coaching programs while you guys are waiting because Katarina wants to know.
We both, Maya and we both can. So,
Oh, yeah. Yes, Nadine too.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, FaceTime that. Diamond, do you have
FaceTime her on my phone, on my laptop?
Yeah, let's do that. Diamond, could you please call Nany?
Or do you wanna hold on. I'm gonna send Diamond my
I guess they're gonna take care of it.
So Vicky, like, I mean, obviously, I'm very upset with myself that I, I not fell for a narcissist, but like, I didn't have the sense, right? I have common sense, but I didn't have the sense. So anything that you recommend, because I mean, yeah, like Maya and I were talking about it today, and it's like I thought I learned, right? So I mean, do you have anything that you would recommend to us and to everyone here in the live?
New recommendations as far as what? What are your goals exactly?
To avoid this situation again and to have better discernment.
Well, I think first and foremost, it's really important to not have shame. It's really actually it kind of works against you if you approach everything in life from a place of shame. And I think that right now you still have that shame that you're carrying. I feel like you don't trust yourself, and that's what you see. Once again, you're looking for an outside source once again to rely on. Like, what can I do? What can I trust? Like, there's still resistance that I'm sensing from you, Nadine. So I think that we want to first mend that relationship you have with yourself, because I feel like there's a sense of like because when I connect with your energy, it's like there's like a little disgust and shame towards myself, and we don't want to have this energy. So we first want to show compassion to ourselves and tell yourself that, be nicer to yourself. Like, this is what we want to start with, having a real authentic relationship with yourself, the same way that you would talk to, like, let's say if you have a daughter, like the same way you would talk to her about it, right? Like, and people make mistakes. So instead of being shameful, embarrassed, be compassionate. Okay, like like I made a mistake, and it's okay. I got this. I'm gonna learn from this. So I want you to like look at the pattern, right? So we already talked about the fact that the reason why you fell for this is because you were looking for someone to change your life, because you are sick of this pattern. You were dealing with a narcissist. You're done with that, and you want to have a new pattern. So you were looking for a savior. You were looking for something to come save you. That's the mindset that we want to get away from. So and now usually this type of mindset is harder because it requires you to actually face yourself. And right now what you have to face is that shame and the guilt, right? But we want to work with that. You want to have the relationship with those big emotions and go slow. So that's my recommendation. Start with being compassionate towards yourself and building that real relationship. Like, be nice to yourself, actually. Maybe every day start practicing, like, it's all right, I got this. So instead of trying to jump ahead to like skip this process, first heal from this, because this is traumatic. Instead of trying to jump ahead to like skip this process, first heal from this, because this is traumatic. Instead of trying to jump ahead to like skip this process, first heal from this, because this is traumatic. Instead of trying to jump ahead to like skip this process, first heal from crazy? Why can't I hear myself? No, I can hear that.
I think Nany's trying to make it work. She's trying to bring Diamond on.
Oh, okay.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
That scared me a little bit. I was like, am I glitching right? Am I like, is the time frozen?
There's a glitch in the matrix.
Does that help? So right now I want you
Yeah.
to first like process this. Okay?
Yeah.
That's the first thing that I want you guys to do, like process it. It takes time to process. Okay? It's trying to skip the process usually backfires because you end up finding like the same pattern in just different body. So
Thank you.
yeah,
I appreciate that.
maybe that was a sign from the universe. You guys have to listen to this.
Yeah. Again and again and again. Yeah. Get it in the
I'm gonna do it again, guys. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you then.
I'm calling Diamond right now.
Okay. Okay. It's great that we're talking about this. This is how we overcome situations, ladies. Women power, right? This is our period power.
Yes, I appreciate you doing this. I sent you an email. It's like, I really appreciate you doing this. It's like, and it's like divine timing, right? People are getting exposed during this eclipse. Like, who are the manipulators?
Well, he talked about, he's the one who talked about full moon revelations. So, you know.
Diamond, that's me calling you.
I had a look at his chart yesterday, and his Chiron is like right over his ascendant and his Venus at the moment as well. And I was like,
okay, so Diamond is here, guys.
Hi.
Hi. I don't know if you can hear her.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes.
This is Diamond. Let me turn my camera. Save.
Hi, Diamond.
Hi. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Everyone's saying hi.
So, what's going on, Diamond? What do you have to share with us?
What would you like to Sunny do to you?
All right, so I guess I'll just kind of start from the beginning. We met back in maybe let's see, 2013, I would say, probably around that time. And he was actually a mutual friend of mine. We went to college together. And I mean, our relationship started off pretty quick. I was always a little bit hesitant to jump into relationships because I was, 19, 20 at the time. And that just wasn't really something that I was looking for. But I don't know, he was really charming at the time and made it seem like, hey, you know, if you don't know what you want, then you shouldn't be doing this. So we started dating. I mean, everything seemed pretty good until he started, you know, going through my phones, accusing me of cheating, you know, telling me that I wasn't good enough for him, that he needed a woman. And again, you know, I'm 20 years old, coming into myself, and I was being told, you know, that I was, you know, a slut, excuse my language, you know, but, and, you know, I've documented all of this. I've gone to the police, so this isn't defamation. This is all things that actually happened. So, you know, it started off with just like the insecurity, the name calling, the accusations, the, you know, the consistent tear down of who I am and what I stood for in my life. I slowly started to isolate myself from my family. Me and my mother, we became, you know, strangers. And after that, I had no one. So, you know, eventually it turns into you can't go out, or you're going out leaving in that. And I would say he's assaulted me twice, actually. So the first time it happened, one night, he had gotten mad because I had messaged my ex, and it wasn't any kind of, you know, cheating. It wasn't anything. He said hi to me. I said hi to him. How are you doing? Good. Just check in. Cool. We went to church together. I dated this guy in high school, and he freaked out at me and demanded to start going through my laptops. It got into this huge thing where this happened so many years ago, but I just remember him going on a rampage and calling me a slut and throwing things. And he was, there was a lot of alcohol in that time in our lives. And, took the laptop got thrown off the balcony, phones were getting thrown. And I'm just trying to, protect my belongings underneath me when like he's on top of me and on the back of my shoulder. I just feel this like searing pain and I'm screaming like at the top of my lungs. We were living in an apartment together. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. And all of a sudden, there's like a knock on the door. And I had run to the bathroom and I pretended that I was going to put pills in my mouth. Like I was going to commit suicide to get him to stop hitting me. And he slapped me and, the cops were at the door. They came in, what's going on? Neighbors are calling the cops, and it's not the first time I've heard yelling going on in that house. Like our landlord was like, we get complaints. The cops have been called multiple times at this point, but this was the first time it really got like physical. And they saw the bruises on me. They put him in handcuffs. They said, you have to go to the hospital. And I refused. I said, no, I'm not going anywhere. You guys can't make me. They're like, well, we can arrest you too. And this is, documented. And I said, are you literally threatening to arrest me? And they're like, yep. Unless you go to the hospital, you got to get checked out. Made me go there. Had to get checked out. Got all my documents or all my bruises documented. They made me do like a whole statement. They put out a no contact order on him. I never did. They did because of what the police reported, what they heard, what they saw. And that's when this whole case, kind of started. And back then, I swore I was going to marry this man. I didn't care. And I'm going to admit it. I still wanted to be with him. And that was the really crappy part. That I was looking into his eyes as he was slapping me across the face. And I didn't retaliate. And I knew that I could, but I didn't because something in me said, like, this man is like something else right now. And to me, like, I don't know, I wanted to fix him. I was 20 years old and I wanted to fix him. And it sucks because I look back on it and I see all these people coming for you, honestly. And it sucks because my voice didn't get heard. And I see all these people attacking you. And I was like, I have to say something. I don't use my platform for anything. And you guys can see that I'm not on social media. I like to keep my life private. I like my peace. I don't like any of this. But to see this is happening and I tried to stop it, that I saw this happening and I tried to protect any other woman, and the fucking, excuse my language, justice system failed me. They failed you. They failed women. They have failed everyone who's gotten scammed by this man. And the fact that people are still believing him, it sickens me. It sickens me.
It ends today. It ends right now. It ends right now. We will not fail each other. We will not fail each other.
It's negating every experience that's ever been had by each individual who's come in contact with this man. And to kind of get back to it, that was the first assault. Our whole apartment got shut down. He was forced to never come back for like a whole year. He had the no contact order out. I will admit I tried to fight it. I have emails saying, first of all, you guys made me testify. I didn't want to do this. You guys made me go. I didn't want to do this. I was brainwashed. I was in love and I wanted to make things work. So they separated us. We couldn't talk to each other. And then we moved into a separate building. I got my own studio there. He moved into that same building. So we had come in contact again, like others. And we weren't dating. And, we were kind of like seeing things out because I was still in love with this man. Like I went back repeatedly and I blame myself every day, but I went through 5 years of therapy for this. So I'm not going to regress. But, so we started like kind of talking. I told him I would never get back with him because that just wasn't going to happen. And, there was like these jealousy things coming back up. I'm like, we're not dating. You should be getting jealous. My brother was there one night in my studio apartment. I'm sorry if this is not making a lot of sense. This happened
It's
like
making sense,
over
Simon. Keep
7
going.
years
We
ago.
got you.
So
We're
I'm just
hearing
trying
you.
to
We understand you.
bring it together as quick as I can without being long-winded. But we were at our studio. My brother had come over that night. My brother had drank a little bit, so he passed out. And John texted me like, "Hey, can I come over? Can we talk?" I was like, "Sure, whatever." I let him in, and I had started talking to a friend of mine that I was talking to in high school, and I wrote about him in my journal. And we're talking. My journal's kind of sitting like under my pillow because I'm like, I know how he is with going through my stuff, going through my privacy, going through all of these things. So I tried to hide it. He's like, "What's that?" And I was like, "It's just my journal. I write. That's what I do. I'm a writer." He's like, "Let me see." I said, "No." He starts to fight me for my journal. I'm like holding on to my journal because I knew that if he saw that I was talking to someone, it was going to turn in this huge thing. He, again, bites me for the second time. And I scream out. My brother wakes up at this point. Unfortunately, my brother's like fucking drunk. He looks around. He's like, "What the fuck's going on?" Excuse my language. And I was like, "Derek, it's not a big deal." My brother is super protective. And I knew that if he had found out what happened, there was going to be a fight. So I was like, "Go back to bed." My brother went back to bed. I let John read my journal. He looked at it, read it. He saw that I was talking to my friend from high school that I loved in high school. Whatever. I don't care. And he looked at me. He said, "I'm going to kill you," straight to my face.
Wow.
And yeah. And I was shaken to my core. I started to shake. I was scared. I was like, "You know what? This is the last time I can do this." So I had to file a police report after that again. And this was the trial that was documented. We went to court for getting him out of my house. I had to have my brother help me get him out of my studio apartment. We had to trick him and make him think that I was going to talk to him in the hallway because he was refusing to leave. And I have multiple stories to corroborate this. My grandmother, she had to testify when he tricked my grandmother into seeing my phone so he could see if I was talking to anyone. So we get into court. We're going through this trial. He says that I wrestled him and strangled him and put him into these holds, and that's why he bit me, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, first of all, I am no athlete. I ran track. You're a triathlete. There is no freaking way I even know what a half Nelson is. Yet again, he's so manipulative and cunning that, the jurors actually had to think. And I was like, oh my gosh. And they told me my grandmother's testimony, seeing how manipulative he was with me, was what got them to actually sentence him as guilty. This is not defamation. This is all true facts. He was found guilty. I have court records, proof, emails, all of it. He was found guilty, and he was going to, I think, do some more jail time if I'm not, because he already done a few days. He actually saw my brother in jail, and my brother's like, I can. I was like, "Derek, no. Sorry." Anyways, so all of that happened. And he, a few months later, the court, they call me and they say, "You know what, Diamond, you were so brave." Because they forced me to testify. I told them I didn't want to. I didn't want to do any of this. But they told me that I could help protect women in the future. So if he got, trialed and he did it again, he would be facing more than a misdemeanor. He'd be facing more jail time. He'd be facing harsher sentences, yada, yada, yada. So I said, okay, fine, because if not for me, for someone else. Lo and behold, a few months later, they called me and they said, "Hey, we're so sorry. He went through the case. He found some wording errors. And as rare as this is, it can happen. So the whole case has to be dropped." And I said, "What?" They're like, "Yeah." And I was like, "So nothing can go through?" They're like, "No." And I was like, "So everything that we did was for no reason?" They're like, "Yep." So just because it's not on public record and people can't see it, all of this has happened. I have been in contact with, domestic violence shelters. I have emails, proofs, phone calls. I'm literally talking to people today because I'm like, you know what? We could have stopped this. Something could have happened and the court system could have done something to prevent this. And now it's spreading and it's coming back into my life. 7 years later, it's bringing up these emotions. I'm happy. I'm happily in love. I have, a stepson, a son. We're doing great. And to have this like circle up and see that someone else is, you know, a victim, and to see that has all these followers and he's preaching all of this mindfulness. And I, you know, years ago, I wanted to believe like, hey, maybe he has changed. I'm going to let it go for the sake of me. And I'm going to pray that like in the future, he finds that healing and that guidance and whatever it is. And then this happens. And so it's unnerving. And to see this community come together, to see all these women standing up for each other, and to see you persistent and not caring that people are bashing you and, you know, just like diminishing your experience, it is so inspiring. And honestly, you're the reason why I'm here and talking, because I mean, even my sister, she's like, you know, you got to be careful. Like, and, you know, and it made me afraid, because you're afraid of what people are going to think. You're almost embarrassed that you could let yourself go through something like that. You're afraid, what if someone retaliates? Like, you don't want someone coming into your life and making it even harder. And so there's all this fear, but I'm like, you know what? No, we got to be done with fear. There's a whole network of people here to speak out and to protect each other. And so that's my story. And I don't care. People can believe it. They cannot. But I just want to let you know that I'm here in your corner, because it's absolute bullshit what happens to women who love dearly from their heart. It's bullshit. And I'm sorry you had to go through that. And I'm here for you.
Thank you. I'm sorry you had to go through it first, but I'm happy that we both actually got to connect, because if we wouldn't have been able to connect and you wouldn't have found out that he did this, then people would like doubt me even more, you know, because he did do this to you on multiple occasions. And that means that this is who he is. And that's what the lady in the courts told me. She was like, you weren't the first and you won't be the last, especially if he doesn't get the help that he needs. And I don't think he even thinks he did anything wrong, because in my messages, he's literally saying I was defending myself. And in some other messages, he's like, oh, you cheated on me. And basically saying that that's why he did this. And I never cheated on him. And he made it seem like I was such a bad person. And it was all literally for the same reasons, Diamond. Like, he literally tried to twist the narrative, when in fact, he was the one who did all these things that he was accusing me of. And then he tried to make me seem like the bad guy. And the most messed up thing is that here in Puerto Rico, there's a lot of machismo, and like men stick together, because that's just the culture out here. And they like basically made me feel, they basically made it look like I was the aggressor in the situation. Them seeing me with a black eye, and he's all calm and normal, like if nothing happened. And he's like, I was just trying to help her with her business and blah, 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 blah. And then they ate it all up. And even the man from his Airbnb, I feel like he's the one who took him to the airport, because when I was leaving court, not court, the fiscal office out here, he was literally standing outside of his Airbnb and I saw John. So I know that he took him to the airport so that he could leave. And then, like, all of this is just crazy to me. And then the judge today, because today I went to actually go see a judge, and he literally he was upset. I could tell that he was fuming about the fact that the cops didn't arrest him. He's like, so you're telling me she had visible marks on her body? My black eye was way worse than this. Like, my whole eye was like purple. I don't know if, I know you probably saw that. And he was like shaking, like the judge was shaking, because like while I was telling him what happened, I broke down. Like, I can't even believe that this happened. Like, I talk about it and I don't even think that it's real. And then he basically, he put out a warrant for John's arrest, and he also gave him like a $25,000 bail. And then my whole thing is this: if he's not in the US, they can't do anything. And he travels and he has the funds to travel. So are they ever really gonna catch him? Is he ever really gonna get repercussions for what he did to me? And to you, because he's basically just getting away with everything. That's what it sounds like, and that's what it feels like.
Yeah, and this, honestly, like, you know, after seeing this, after so many years, you know, it's just like, holy crap, how does someone just continue over and over again to use people and just skate on by with life? But I guess, I feel like we're seeing this movement. I think we're heading in the right direction. So I don't know, maybe there's something we can do. I don't know, what can we do? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to speak out at this point, and I hope and pray that something happens that can really help close this circle and cycle of abuse that's happening. Yeah.
I mean, that is exactly why we're having this conversation. I just want you to know, thank you so much for sharing your story, and we believe you. Everything you said made sense. We believe you. We stand with you. And I'm so sorry it took 7 years for everything to come full circle, but we are now hearing you, and we will overcome this together. And that's why we're speaking out about it, because everybody, like, people have to be informed of this. He has almost 1 million followers on his social media, and the more we speak up, the more, he'll be closer to the consequences. But we just have to keep persisting and keep speaking up.
Yeah. So I do want to again thank you for telling your story, and it's been a whirlwind. I feel on the part that this has been a lot of healing for me as well, even though it's not finished. Just knowing that people know, because I know, and that's another thing. I want to, just confront some of the comments that I've seen, and a lot of people care, and some people don't. But for the people who do care and maybe are misinformed, when you see a situation of domestic violence and there's a person who is going above and beyond to speak their voice, hear them out before making, these judgments because I see a lot of people saying, oh, she's lying or she's crazy. But the thing is, take my case, for example. I did go to the cops. Everyone said, go to the cops, keep this private. I did everything that most of you have, commented and said to do. And look what happened. It still happened. So the only way to actually stop something like this is to spread more awareness. So when people see his face, they know that man you need to watch out for. When women come across him, like, oh no, I know about you. Because we can only hope to help the future at this point. So.
And the fact that he's literally on his TikTok talking about, thank you for doing this to me, because now I'm going to find my true love.
Yeah.
That's his main focus, finding his true love.
It's new supply. He's finding new supply like a narcissist. He always has to have a new supply, right? He's a passport bro trying to find new supply in different countries, obviously. And I will say too, Diamond, thank you for sharing this. And it is good that we are talking about this, because unfortunately DV is more common than it is uncommon. It is way more common, and not enough women talk about this. Like my friend who helped me move out in 30 minutes, she said, you know what? I'm so glad you called me, and I was going to she literally dropped everything and she immediately came. She said, I have a friend that I grew up with. Her husband killed her. I told a former colleague what happened, and she goes, that my husband's aunt got killed by her husband too. The abuse is way more common than it is uncommon. And we really need to, these men are sick in the head. Something needs to change with them. Something needs to change as a collective.
But that is why, as women, we have to start associating with being a healer because that's what these men take advantage of. They love the soft side of us. They love the nurturing side. They love to take advantage of that. And this is not to say, I'm not saying to hate men because that's not what I'm saying, but be able to recognize the love bombing narcissistic traits in men because they're always like this perfect charmers in the beginning and they start to turn into the monster that they actually are. So you just have to stop being the giver to just people that don't deserve that who haven't earned that.
Yeah, I agree. And
I mean, also, it plays in part a lot of the time. I know that, if you're predisposed to trauma, you're, also, kind of bound to repeat it or see it or, just growing up in a society as a woman, there's a lot of things that can affect your self-esteem, and I know someone had mentioned, he can prey on those who have not fully, come into themselves. And that's another thing that can make you feel a little like less comfortable sharing a story like this because a lot of people are like, well, he's not all this, or, how could you let this happen to you? Or why did you stay? And those types of, questions and conversations can make someone who's already trying to fight to stay alive and survive feel even more like a failure when in actuality, why aren't you, talking about the person who's preying on someone else's vulnerability, on someone else's, we are growing. We all are growing from the time we are children, and people grow at different rates. We learn who we are at different rates. You can't blame someone for, I don't know. It's just a whole situation. And reading the comments is honestly what got me here. Like you too, but also like people just kind of, do your research. Really talk to someone before you go and make assumptions. That's all I have to say. And people are smart and manipulative. When you put those together, if you're not careful, if you don't tune in, it can happen. I mean, it happened. It's happening all the time. So, yeah. So everyone be careful out there. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you so much, Diamond, for sharing your story.
Thank you so much. I know that that was hard for you to do because before you said you maybe wanted to keep your privacy, but I'm really appreciative that you did come on and share your story because it was so important for people to see that this is a pattern, and a pattern is going to happen again. So people need to be wary.
Yes.
Just know that Diamond.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diamond.
Yeah.
And thank you for reaching out to me because if not, I really felt like I was alone and that nobody was going to believe me. But the fact that you actually spoke out and you let people know that he also did this to you, it gave me even more courage to keep on doing what I was doing and keep on proving people wrong that were saying that I was lying. Because why would I lie about him doing this to me? It doesn't make sense.
You deserve to be heard. So if there's anything I can do to support you, I'm here.
I appreciate you so much, Diamond. You have no idea.
All right, I'm just sending you love already.
I'm sending you love too. I hope you have a good evening and that you get some rest tonight.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Bye, Diamond.
Bye, Diamond.
Good night.
Nany, by the way, too, I didn't appreciate him saying that you would do this to yourself. Like, who would do this to themselves? Like, how do you give yourself black eye?
Look what he did to him.
How do you give yourself marks on your neck? Like, how does that happen? That doesn't, how are you going to do that? And that just goes back to even what I made a comment on Mayan's post because all of her content is about narcissism and stuff. And I made a comment, I said, look, the way to know who the victim is and who the abuser is if whoever talks about the victim, that is the abuser. Whoever talks about the trauma, that is the victim. Like, it's very clear. And it's something that we need to keep in mind too, as we hear these stories, if we come across them too. Like, that's something to make sure that you keep in mind. And like Nany was talking about her trauma. She wasn't talking about being a victim. He was talking about her, how she's a victim. He's like, oh, right, you guys need to know what an abuser is.
That was someone who bit me. That's like the second day.
Yeah, and there's a pattern. He bit Diamond too. Like, it's very clear.
This is scary. You guys, this is why you should never glorify anyone on social media, no matter how charming they are, no matter how many followers they have. we don't know the truth behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Have
I
you
know,
guys
and I was
listened to that podcast called Something Was Wrong? I think that if maybe under you, Vicky, if you wanted to reach out, it's a huge podcast, pretty much revealing all of these like narcissistic abusive men. And I don't know if, Nany or Diamond, eventually would want to be on it, but that is like they have people right now, that are exposed that cannot escape the reality of what they've done because of that podcast.
Oh, I should go on that podcast.
Yeah, it's called Something Wrong.
Okay.
That seems like a great resource.
Yeah.
But you ladies, like, it's the fact that you see, like, I mean, it seems to be a pattern that when you go to the authorities, they don't really do anything, especially right away. And this is
They
why
don't.
the power is always in the people, and that is why it is so important to speak up, because you might not be the only person that's experiencing this, and we can all come together and support each other and spread the word. And this is how we protect each other and future victims.
Yeah. So I also want to add too, like, the police and the whole system, it's so disjointed. It's terrible. And like, I did have the cops there, but I waited almost 2 hours for them to come. So I had to like tell him things like where I was making up excuses. I had my friends there ready to go too, and like they brought their own like firearms just in case he would try to do anything, because he has 3 guns, and it took 2 hours for them to come. So there's like other things they had to do, but it's like women die from this all the time. Like, it is more common, domestic violence, than it is uncommon.
And the statistics say that it takes 7 times for the victim to actually leave the relationship. So, and this is why, like, when women actually come together and keep talking about it, we remind ourselves why we shouldn't go back to our abuser. Yeah. No matter how much, like, we love them, or how much of feelings that we have to be realistic and protect ourselves.
And it's crazy because Diamond literally said everything that I said. Like, I feel like he makes you think that he's gonna marry you and he's gonna be with you for the rest of your life just to do this to you.
Somebody, why, hold on, who is this person?
I got a pew pew, I'm screaming.
Alyssa Moon, who's this? Alyssa Moon, who are you? She worked with Sunny?
Ali, yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Ali.
Hi. I'm sorry. I don't really normally go live often, so give me a second.
It's okay.
But first of all, I just kind of want to say I'm really sorry that happened to you. I'm also a victim of domestic violence, so I totally understand what you're going through. Let me see if I can put my camera on.
You have to press the green button, like the accept button. When you try to put the camera on, it's like you tap it, and then you gotta press like save or something.
Oh, okay. Hi. I think you can see me now.
No, we can't.
You gotta tap like your screen where you're
turn on the camera.
Yeah. And that's
Okay,
there you go.
Hi. I was like in the middle of like my nighttime routine. Hi.
Oh, don't worry.
So I'm really sorry that this happened to you. Like, this literally sickens me. Like, I have like such anxiety over this, especially because I've been through this myself before. But a little introduction of who I am. Me and Lorelai were basically Sunny's right and left hand. We worked with him a lot.
Wait, hold on. What's with this echo? Could everybody mute themselves except for Alyssa? Because I don't know why it's echoing. Alyssa?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. So me and Lorelai worked very closely with him. So I got to know Sunny on a very personal level. I even met up with him in person. So I do know a lot about him. So this kind of just really sickens me because I feel like he kind of targets a specific audience of not only females, but it's young girls in their 20s, specifically more girls who have gone through things like this already. Now, me personally, I had a very different interaction with him, I would say, compared to like a lot of you did. And I was very close with him. Like, we would talk every day on the phone and things like that. And as I mentioned, like, I did work closely with him, so I did sign an NDA as well. We did pursue like something more romantic later on, but I think the only reason why it kind of got shut down and something similar didn't happen to me is because I've already kind of been through this multiple occasions with past partners. So I was a little bit more aware, like what to kind of look for. And that dark energy, I cut it off. The moment that I saw something weird was kind of going on.
What year was this, Alyssa?
This was pretty recently, like I would say this last year, like 2022.
Okay.
So within this last year, like pretty much right before Nany, like I could probably say, and I did spend a lot of time with him, and some of my family did meet him, and they did say like, there's something weird, like there's a dark energy, you know, I would be careful kind of thing. But I was in on the business aspect of it a lot too. So the inside of the course, like I did see how he ran his course. I did help him make a lot of money. Now the difference between me, and I don't know if he ended up paying out Lorelai, like there's bits and pieces I don't know about, but me, he never paid me out. So there was at some point, I literally actually helped him. He put his course on sale for $5. Okay. He was going to put his course for free. And I told him, Sunny, I was like, well, if you're putting out this course for free, you're losing out on money. And if a lot of your clients are saying, hey, you know, like I'm broke, I can't spend X amount of money like on this. I was like, why don't you put it for $5? Because think about how many people go to Starbucks and spend $5 on a cup of coffee, like no matter how broke they are. He made $6,000 off of that. Did I see a penny of that? No. But also me, I wasn't in it for the money. Like I was more like, friend-wise, you know, like this is what's up. Like I didn't have any expectations out of it, but still, like a lot of people are like, that's wrong. You know, he should have paid you out, if that kind of makes sense. I feel like he did try to use a lot of manipulative tactics on me, but it didn't work on me. Anytime he would try to do it towards me, like little things of like trying to gaslight me and things like that, I'd kind of shut it down right away. I'd be like, look, that's not going to play here because I've already been through this. I know what you're kind of up to. And I'd cut it real quick. You know, if that kind of makes sense. I was just like, this is not going to work on me. And the reason why me and him even ended up cutting ties, like towards the end, we still remained friends, but I kept it at a distance. Because I feel like personally he did help me a lot. You know, I just felt like there was something weird and that he had a lot of healing he needed to do personally. Like I know some people had come on here and said, oh, you know, I know about his childhood and all that. I didn't pity him, but I'm like, look, you kind of just need to go on your own way and do your own inner work and healing. Like we are at very different paths of our life, you know, and be on your way. And the reason I cut this off is, so one of the last times I had seen him, I was actually hanging out with him pretty consistently. Like he would make me dinner, never hostile or like violent towards me, luckily. But he was kind of manipulative in the sense. And I think, as I mentioned, that's why I cut it off. He had told me, and I had a weird gut feeling about this. Hey, I'm going to drive out to San Diego for a couple days to do a work collaboration. And I was like, oh, okay. Something kind of rubbed me the wrong way about it, and I just kind of kept to myself. Now me, I didn't attach myself emotionally because I kind of had a feeling like how this was going to play out. So I just kept quiet. I was like, you know what? Okay, do you? Couple days kind of go by, he's kind of quiet but kind of messaging me here and there, and I'm just like being very dry with it because I'm very intuitive. And so he calls me on his way back from San Diego, and I'm like, oh hey, what's up? We're just talking like regularly, and I'm just very blunt, and I just end up saying, I was like, oh, how was it sleeping in a different girl's bed? And he was just kind of like, I mean, you're not wrong, because at the time he was house sitting for his friend and staying in her house. And I had a feeling. I was like, come on, dude, I'm not stupid. So when I said that, he's like, you know what? You're not wrong. X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, look, dude, I was like, if that's what you want to do, so be it. I'm not judging you for it, but it's not me. Like, this is not going to work between us. You know, I was like, I'm going to need to separate myself and kind of just, think about this, and like if I want to continue doing business with you and things like that. And he's like, okay, totally understandable. Took a couple of days to go by. He messaged me, and I feel like that's where he did a little manipulative with me. And he was kind of like, oh, well, I've tried to talk to you and you don't want to talk to me and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, look, buddy, I was like, you're not going to talk to me that way. Just because all of a sudden you want to talk and you're ready to talk does not mean that I'm ready to talk. I'm not going to talk on your own terms and conditions. I'm already going through my own personal stuff, and you know that. So I'm not going to talk now. I will talk when I'm ready. I'm not talking on your own terms and conditions. I'm like, let's get that straight. And he kind of respected that because I was very strong about it. And a couple of days go by and he calls me again and he's like, hey, like, what's up? What are you doing? And I was like, oh, like, I'm about to go to the gym. And he's like, do you mind if I come with you? And I was like, no, I don't mind at all. So we end up going to the gym by my house. Picks me up, we go to the gym. He's like, oh, let's do this and that. I'm like, no, you're going to go over there and do whatever you want to do. I'm going to go over here and do whatever I want to do. After we end up leaving, we end up conversating about the whole situation. And he's like, oh, I literally just came over here to sleep with you, right? And I was like, oh, I know, but you're not going to. I'm not going to allow that to happen. I was like, I already know. I was like, this is closure for me. And so I ended up just basically telling him, like, look, like, I wish you the best. This is not for me. This is how I feel about how everything kind of played out. But it's not for me. I respect your wishes and like what you kind of want, but I'm not going to pursue that. Like, that's not what I want. I'm very private with my life as well. Like, I don't easily share my energy with people. And another thing I will kind of touch on, because people are talking about like the apartment thing, him like going and staying with a bunch of girls and things like that. This is one thing I found very weird about it, and I'm very glad that I was very private in that way. My best friend was staying with me at the time, and I noticed he was very persistent about coming and staying with me. I said no. I was like, you can't stay with me. My best friend's staying with me at the time. And then he got kind of weird about it. He's like, oh, well, like, why? Like, it's your place and all this stuff. And I was like, because I said no. I was like, and I'm not going to put my best friend out just to make you come in and like make her feel uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't even know you. Like, that's kind of weird. And so he kept being very persistent about it. And I was just kind of like, okay, that's kind of weird. I was like, whatever. I was like, maybe he's just like looking for a place to stay. He never really talked finances with me, how he was doing finances. He never told me he had a daughter. He was just very, like, with me at least, he was never violent. It was just more so like a little bit of manipulative. But I just cut it off right away. I was like, this is not going to work on me. Like, I think he thought that he was going to be able to get away with it and do what he kind of wanted with me, because people perceive that of me, but I've already been through it and I'm not going to allow it to happen. And I think what also helped me is that I had a good kind of support system that's like, no, that's not right. There's something weird there. There's something weird there. And then because I caught it on so early and I cut it off, it just worked out better. And then we kind of kept in touch here and there where I'd be like, hey, hope you're doing good, or like vice versa. But once again, he was never hostile or violent towards me, but I do want to just really give my like condolences, that this happened to you, because I can't imagine how you're feeling and what you're going through. Like, this gives me anxiety because I'm almost kind of reliving my own experiences I've had with previous partners over again, where people try to make you feel bad about yourself, or like, are like totally like tormenting you, and like the harassment you kind of have to deal with. It's not fair as women that we kind of have to deal with this, and it really truly saddens me because, like, as you guys mentioned, the system is really messed up. I've done the whole thing of like restraining orders and like trying to like get somebody to stop harassing me, and it's very anxiety ridden, and just like trying to find your peace again and just deal with that process, I feel like is the hardest, and I think to me what's so sickening about this is because he had created a quote unquote safe space, for so many women to talk about these things and feel comfortable. And he's like, you can talk to me about these things, I won't ever judge you for this. And like,
it's a cult.
Yeah, exactly. And then finding all this out, like, it's just like baffling to me. I'm like, in shock. Like, I have no words for it. I have absolutely like no words for it, and I'm just like in shock. Like it's, to me, I'm like, I can believe it happens because it happens every day, like you guys said, and I've been through it. Like, you can think the nicest person walking down the street would never lay a hand on a fly, but seeing this, and then not only seeing him do this to a woman, but a woman that's pregnant with his child, like, really disgusts me. You know, so I just want to say, like, I'm here for you. If you need anything, if anybody needs anything, I've been through a similar process, so I know like how traumatic this can be, and I just want to say I'm sorry. And if there's anything else you like, I'm here. Like, message me. I don't care, day or night. Like, I will answer.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And it's actually really sick because he did this after I told him I was pregnant. And I feel like he did it because he wanted me to have a miscarriage, like right then and there. Because he just kept talking about getting an abortion, and that's what he wanted to do.
I think it's sickening too, because like, he never mentioned to me that he even had a daughter.
Really?
Yeah, at all. He never mentioned to me once that he had a daughter, at all. So to me, like, when I found out about all this and it was kind of unraveling, I was very quiet at first because I was trying to see like how everything played out in a sense, because I'm like, I'm not the type of person I'm gonna just like make an opinion. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna say, oh, this person's wrong, this person's right. Like, I don't know what happens behind closed doors, you know? And like, from the little bits and pieces I kind of just picked up, I was like, there was always something weird, but I knew that there was something weird, but not to this extent with him. So it just really goes to show like how sneaky narcissists can be.
It's true. And how he's trying to like shift the narrative to make it seem like he didn't do anything wrong and he's the victim here.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I think kind of baffled me about a lot of his content. Like, when he was trying to back himself up, it was just kind of like, okay, well, you're pulling up all these quote unquote receipts, but you're not actually addressing the issue. So I'm confused. You're not saying I didn't do it. So to me, it's like, if you're not like, you know what, you guys, I didn't do this, you know, this is out of pocket. You did it. You know what I mean? You're kind of guilty. Like, why are you bringing up all this irrelevant kind of stuff? And like, even if you did do all that stuff, that still doesn't give him a right to put hands on you. You know, and I understand how these situations play out.
And I will say too, Alyssa, right, or Allie, I will say too that. Oh, okay, awesome. I will say as well that the group that people invested in, I was looking at the WhatsApp today, and people are like, "Oh, we believe you, Sunny. We believe you." Like this and that. I'm just like, are you serious right now? Like, how are you, Nany, gonna give yourself a black eye? How do you even do that? How?
They're
like,
young. How old are these people? They're like kids, right?
They're older. Like, I'm just like, how are you gonna believe him? Like, just look at what he's saying and look at what she's saying. She has so much more evidence. How the hell are you gonna give yourself a black eye? How do you even do that?
How am I gonna give myself strangle marks?
Yeah, that too. Or just like other bruises on your body. Like, who does that?
And then on top of that, he's saying, he's basically saying that I hung out with my ex who just got out of jail. And that's not true. That man is in Massachusetts, and I was literally with Sunny this whole past week. He's trying to say he wasn't with me, but he was literally with me from the 20th up until the 30th. And he literally like left Puerto Rico maybe yesterday or the day before.
That's narcissistic behavior. It's just like, they always want to put the blame on you. They always have some excuse, like some like way out to get out of like to reason themselves out. And I'm glad you're on too, because I look at your account. I'm like, why isn't she not past 1,000 followers? He's not promising what he said he would deliver, you know? And like, I know you've made sacrifices, and I look at your account, I'm like, why the hell isn't he delivering? Like, why isn't he helping you more? That was part of what he said. Oh, I'm gonna get you to 10,000 followers. Make sure you make 10,000 a month. Whatever you invest in me, you're gonna make it back. Like, I got to 11,000 on my own. he was not part of that. And he's trying to advertise in one of his TikTok videos, like, this is my client who got there in 5 to 6 weeks. It's like, you didn't teach me anything. I did that myself, bro. Like, he's trying to take credit.
He stayed at my house when I first met him. It was really crazy. So insane. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys. But he stayed. So what ended up happening is he DM'd me on Twitter and he texted me, we started talking, and he was talking about astrology and all these things. He found my TikTok. I have a lot of Gemini placements, so he was asking me a lot of questions. And then he called me and he was like, oh, I'm gonna be in LA just for the day though, only for the day. I fly out tomorrow. And I was like, okay, yeah, we can hang out, no worries. Do you want to meet up? Where do you want to hang out? And he was like, oh, I have one of his live things where he goes live and he tells people one of his classes, one of his classes. He was like, oh, I have a class to teach actually, can I come to your apartment and do my class at your apartment? I was like, no worries, that's fine. But we had only been talking for the day, so I don't really know why I let him come over in the first place, but he ended up coming over and he did his little live thing at my house, and then he just ended up we were talking after his live. Then we ended up talking for hours. He was trying to teach me tarot, and he was doing a bunch of stuff. He was showing me a bunch of crystals and all these things. And all of a sudden it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, oh, where are you gonna stay tonight? What's your plan? Where were you staying in LA? And he was like, oh, I was just wondering, since I fly out tomorrow, can I stay with you? And I was like, yeah, do you mind sleeping on the couch? And then all of a sudden he showered, I'm up in my bed, he showered, and he comes upstairs to my room, and he's like, can I not sleep up here with you? And I was like, I literally just met you today. I was like, I mean, I'm letting you stay at my place. Would you mind sleeping on the couch? Is that, something that you're comfortable with? And he was like, well, I actually really enjoyed getting to know you, and I really want to sleep in your bed tonight, if that's okay with you. And I just didn't know what to do, so I was like, sure. He ended up sleeping in my bed with me, and the whole time he kept trying to touch me. He kept trying to I don't know, he just kept trying to get me to have sex with him, even though I told him multiple times that that's just not something I was interested in doing with him. It's I mostly date women, so it takes me a long time to get to know a guy before I am comfortable doing stuff like that. So it was I just met you today, dude. I don't know who you are. You just slept in my bed when I asked you to sleep in the couch. I don't know what's going on here. So then the next morning I see on his Twitter, and all over his Twitter is all of these tweets of I wanted to eat this girl's pussy last night so bad. All I wanted to do is have sex with this woman that I'm in bed with right now. He's literally, oh, and he tells me, he's oh, by the way, I tweeted about you. Tells me, oh my god, he's like, no, you don't understand. I had to leave your bed because you made me so horny. I couldn't even be around you. And I was like,
what a
excuse me?
predator.
I was
wow.
Excuse me?
You want to know something, Valeria?
Yeah.
He told me that he stood at your house. Yes, he did. He literally did. And he told me, oh, she was just my friend. And we slept in the same
He was
bed.
trying to convince me to be in a relationship with him. And I would not budge. I would not budge because I didn't want to fuck him. I didn't want to my friend Audrey was worried about me. She thought I got kidnapped. For days, I wouldn't respond to anybody for days because his energy is so draining. I could not focus on anybody else. I could not do anything else because what ended up happening was he canceled his flight the next day. He told me his flight got canceled, so he ended up staying with me for 3 weeks. For 3 weeks.
You want to know what's crazy? He literally told me, he was like, oh yeah, we slept in the same bed. We never did anything. I just touched her. I touched her waist, and then I was like, no,
that wasn't him. That was me. I was literally no, I'm not having sex with you. And then he tweeted about me because he was so sexually frustrated that I wouldn't fuck him.
And then he told me that he also met the girl Ro, while he was staying at your place.
Yeah, he met Ro while he was with me, and Ro came to pick up some of her stuff at my house, and he left a bunch of shit at my house, and oh my god, yeah, he kept bragging to me about all the girls that pay for his flights, all the girls that like pay for his Airbnbs, all the girls that he stays with. But like the whole time he was like trying to convince me that like he's here to help me with TikTok, because at the time I had just gotten like a bunch of my TikToks deleted, and like he was like, I'm here to help you, like that's why like the universe put me in your life. And like he's literally like not leaving my apartment, so it's like I didn't know what to do. I literally didn't know what to do. It's because he's literally like telling me like I'm here to help you, but like with a small fee of $700 a month. Like you know what I mean? He's I'm gonna help you, but if you pay me $700 a month. And then like he didn't pay a single dollar like while he was like there. And then I ended up like letting him stay at my place one more time because I left for Peru for a couple of weeks, but I asked him to pay me for it because I was like, if you want a place like to stay in LA, like you can stay at my place for like $500 or like $1,000, like whatever you can afford. Like I just need somebody to watch my snake, and like I would like love for you to like water my plants and like stay there. And he was like, no problem, like of course I can pay you. He never paid me. He stayed at my place again for another 3 weeks, and he never paid me. Like I asked him for $500. I asked him for $500 to stay at my place for 3 weeks. And like I was like, if you can afford like 1,000, like you can give me 1,000, but like anywhere from 500 to 1,000, like whatever you're comfortable with paying, because he was watching my plants, taking care of my snake. Like I didn't know how else to like price it, you know what I mean? And like I didn't know what else but like he was like totally cool with paying it, and then all of a sudden he didn't pay it. And then my friend helped him with his brand. She had to like beg him to pay her, like, and then he only paid her like a third of what he promised her. He promised her like $500, and then he ended up only paying her like $150, like for pictures of like his period brand. He used like all of my friends like for his like period brand thing or whatever. Again, convinced them all that like he was like this like spiritual guy, that he was like supposed to be there for all these things. But yeah, like he kept trying to convince me to be in a relationship with him because like he was like, I just like love how open you are and like how free you are, and like I've always wanted to date a woman who like loved women so much that like she didn't care like if like he went off with other women. Like I just like feel like you're the woman for me. Like I just feel like I really am looking for like this kind of relationship dynamic that you would want, and like I'm really here to help you, and like I really want to like do this with you and blah blah blah. And I was just like not feeling him whatsoever. You know what I mean? I was just like I don't think so. But then he ended up like he was like I'm so cool with like my girlfriend like being with girls, like I'm so cool with it, blah blah blah. Like yeah, I just love women so much. And then he starts dating Ro, right? So then he starts telling me, he's like Val, like what's like listen to this. And he starts telling me about like Ro, and he's like, so Ro is making OnlyFans videos with this girl and blah blah blah, and like I feel like she's cheating on me because like she's making OnlyFans videos with girls, and she's still hooking up with girls, and like she's still talking to blah blah blah. And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought that you said you wanted your girlfriend to hook up with girls. What happened to that? What happened to that? What happened to you love open relationships? What happened to that? Like, you know what I mean? It was just like all of a sudden, like now that like for weeks he tried to be in a relationship with me, and he noticed that like it was not working, and I was not budging on any fucking capacity, any way, shape, or form. He was making it very clear to me that like if I was down to be in a relationship with him, that he was so down. Girl, I met you. Do you remember me? Do you remember me? The San Diego, what's her name?
Allie.
The San Diego girl?
Yes.
Allie, I met you.
I'm from LA. I remember you. I met you.
Oh my God, I remember you. Yeah, like he's so like.
So
he's probably watching this right now, cringing and punching the fucking
No,
air.
I literally, because a few weeks ago, I like finally like realized like how I had been like assaulted by him. You know what I mean? I was like, wait, like I didn't want him to stay with me for 3 weeks. Wait, I didn't want him to touch me. Like, wait, I didn't want him to try to convince me to be in a relationship with me. I didn't want any of this. Oh my God, Ro! Hey,
Ro is here. This is crazy.
Oh God, I've been like also trying I didn't know, like all of my friends were like there's something off about him, and I finally like decided to end the friendship a couple of weeks ago because I just like something wasn't right in my spirit, and like he kept like trying to talk to me, and I was just like, hey, I'm actually really uncomfortable with a lot of the things that you did to me, and I'm really uncomfortable with our friendship, like all of these things. And he was like, I'm so sorry that like you feel that way, like is there anything that I can do? And I just like didn't like respond to him because I was just like, okay, like I don't need any energetic anything from you whatsoever. Like I just want to let you know that I don't want to be friends with you, and like I'm cool, you know. Oh my God, Ro, I'm also excited to hear what you have to say because I know you have to say some shit because he pissed me off when he
I'm
was talking about
screaming.
it.
All
Oh my
these women
God.
are way too beautiful for his dusty
Oh
ass.
my God, he was literally like
Oh God.
he wanted to date a sex worker, like 2 sex workers in a row.
Oh my God.
And then like was confused when they were sex working. Like, come on. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, you literally say that you're cool with these things and then all of a sudden it's like you're cheating. You're doing like, bro, like he's so
Bro,
serious.
and he was accusing me of cheating on him when I wasn't even cheating on him. We were together literally every single day, and he was just super insecure about people from my past reaching out to me.
Literally, he would tell me about Ro all the time. He'd be like, is it cool if like your girl is talking to her ex, blah blah? And I was just like, are you a man for real? Because what the fuck is this? Like this, it was so crazy. Oh my God, no, it was so crazy. Like literally so insecure. Like he would always like be like, yo, I'm talking to this girl, blah blah blah. I'm actually really tired of this girl, so I'm gonna go be this other girl, blah blah blah. But it's just like he was telling me he was being like honest with everyone, and he was like telling everyone, but like I don't believe him for a second. Like
No,
that
and while
so
he was
crazy.
here in Puerto Rico, he literally left for like a few days and he went to Ponce with another girl and he took her out to eat. And Puerto Rico is very small. Like, if you go somewhere and you go there frequently with someone and then you go with someone else and then you go with them again, it's gonna be very obvious and everybody's gonna be like, what the fuck? You know? So like he literally went to go be with another girl, and while we were in the middle of being intimate, he literally was telling me that he slept with this other girl, and I just wanted him off of me at that point. I was like, you're gross. Like, you're really gross.
Well, also, Ro, I figured out that you guys were dating, and then I think shortly after, Nany dated him too, right? Like,
He literally left her to come and be with
yeah,
me.
there's like,
Yeah,
it's like,
that's literally.
it's like from
I
new
didn't
supply.
even know that he was. I didn't even know he was leaving till maybe like I like woke up in the middle of the night and he was on the phone with you, I think, and then he like got into bed and I just like asked him like, oh, like who are you talking to? I already knew almost like just intuitively like something was going on. And he's like, oh, I'm going to Florida. And I'm like, what are you going to Florida for? He's like, oh, I'm gonna go check my bags. Like when he like lost his luggage, he's gonna see if it's there. And I told him, oh, are you gonna meet up with anyone in Florida? And he's like, no, I'm gonna go. It's a connecting flight. I literally had to like drag the information out of him that he was gonna go meet someone else. And I was just like, okay, that's good. There was already so much going on, and like we were like kind of doing like work together also, and like I never got paid. I also like guilt tripped myself into thinking that it was okay not to get paid because he would like pay for groceries, and like oh my gosh, I just like I think he was just so aggressive, not aggressive, but like his voice and the way he would speak was just so like sturdy-ish, or just like
so sure of himself,
so
like
sure of himself that it just made me question so many things. And like for me, like even if I pushed back a little bit, I could see him rise a little bit. And I'm the kind of person like I don't do like loud confrontation. Like I would rather just like, okay, you're activated or something, let's like take a deep breath, or let's like go separate ways, or like I tend to easily like fold or be really open to like different perspectives. Like, you know, I like make content with my girls. I'm a sex worker. I've been in open relationships. So like I'm really open to other people's perspectives. And I think when it came to him, he was just so confident in like what he was saying. It made me question like, oh my gosh, like is that considered cheating? Am I just like so broken? Like he would bring my past relationships because I shared my relationships with him, and he'd be like, oh, like he like made me feel like I was broken from like my past exes. Like I didn't know what a good relationship looked like because my exes treated me like shit when he was really treating me like
I
shit.
still have the tarot cards. I don't know what to do with them because I like don't want any of his energy in my house. Like I want it all gone. Like he's still
burn them.
Okay. But like he's definitely like a gift.
Take from the Goodwill or
He
something.
gives a lot of shit. Like he gave me a lot of crystals, a lot of tarot cards, a lot of like he gave me like a calendar. He's like a gift giver.
Well,
but
let me ask you this question, Valeria. Do you want to have any association with him in the future?
Absolutely not.
Then burn them.
I don't
Period.
care. I will burn
Full
all
moon
of it. I
tomorrow.
will burn
Ladies,
it.
tomorrow is full moon. Burn every shit that you don't want in your vicinity. Burn. Period.
I still have some of his clothes here. That's gonna be fun. But this is crazy.
Also, Nany, I just want to say, like, you're so brave for like coming up and like actually saying stuff. Cause like I always felt something in my heart, but I just didn't have the heart to like come forth and say anything.
I
like
didn't think my story was even worth hearing either. I was
he made me sign an NDA in the middle of the night at like 3 a.m. after we had a fight. Like it wasn't even a fight. Like it was like a disagreement, or like we couldn't get on the same page. I think it was about like
hitting you, because he literally beat my ass like a couple days later after he made me sign a fucking NDA.
He made me sign an NDA. He started recording our conversations too. He would say like that I was like cheating on him when we had just met and we hadn't even really like talked about like being anything serious. He was like, I don't know, he would bring up like really random things, and I don't know, it was such a mind fuck, because my reality was just getting like swirled into something I didn't even know. He like would talk bad about my friends, saying that like I shouldn't hang out with any of my friends, like I need new friends, or I need to start fresh, and like he'll take me there. I don't know, it was weird. And
he was literally doing the same thing to me.
Yeah, and he even said like, oh, I'm gonna ruin your reputation if you try to say anything, like, because I'm also like a women's coach, and he's like, oh, you preach all these like feminine empowerment stuff, and then you go off and like you're like talking to other guys or whatever. And I literally wasn't talking to like anybody. He found like super old texts on my phone from like when we had just met, and like I'm like, we were never committed, we were never exclusive. He said he wanted to do like a 3-month trial before ever committing, because he tends to rush into things, but he expected me to act almost like we were committed before then. And so it was really confusing, on top of trying to like build a business and like do work also. It was really stressful, and really like I wanted to show up for the girls. Like I poured my heart into all the girls that I like worked with.
He said 3-month subscription to the next couch. But I'm sorry, I'm listening.
He lived with me in Mexico for like 2 months before like he flew out to you. And when we were supposed to meet back in November when I was in Tulum, but I think he got flown out to like Dubai, or he got flown out somewhere else. So instead of meeting me, he got flown out to
Israel again, or was it Israel?
Yeah, it was Israel, lady. Yeah. And I should have known from then on, like, if he was gonna leave, like, not meet me to go fly somewhere else, he was probably gonna leave me to go fly somewhere else. That's like my bad, but yeah.
This is crazy. And you want to know what's funny? He literally broke my phones, like all 3 of my phones. And he was looking and digging for information about my past. And then he would get mad about it and start these crazy big fights. And then after that, like, he made me sign an NDA. And then that's when, like, he started being more aggressive, I guess you could say. But he was literally trying to act like I was the bad guy, and that this is my fault, and that I am the problem, and that he's fucking perfect. And then on top of that, he made it seem like you guys were in a like bad situation, and that you were cheating on him, and that you were like being with other people while being with him. And he was comparing me to you. He was like, I literally just left the Scorpio to go be with a Gemini, and you guys are the worst zodiac signs ever. You guys keep people around from your past. Like, it's not my fault that people are messaging me.
He told me he was like, oh, I'm talking to a Gemini woman, like blah blah blah, because I like wasn't like responding to his text messages like after he left my house, and he was telling me that he was talking to a Gemini woman now. And yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and he was literally like trying to say that I don't know how to let go of my past, when in reality that wasn't the case. He was just jealous and insecure that people kept reaching out to me. Like, it's not my fault that people want to come back, but it is my decision if I decide to let them come back. And he, I don't know, he would just try to leave and then come back and constantly leave and come back. And then when he realized, like, the girl from Ponce didn't have a place for him to stay at because she lived with her parents. She lived with her parents, and he basically told me to come and get him, and then he came back with me.
Who is this man? Like, who
No,
is
he's
he?
really crazy. He's really
I'm kind of
Literally.
just connecting all the dots now. So, like, I think he was in Israel and probably Tel Aviv first. Then he came to me, or no, he went to Val. Then he came to me, and then he went to Ro, and then he went to you.
He was bragging to me about how last year he slept with like 22 women.
Oh, I know. Yeah. He was with me for
Like,
New
if that's
Year's.
a fucking flex, like, that's disgusting, bro.
He was with me for New Year's, and I remember like we were all doing drugs together, and this was my first time like doing drugs with Sunny, and I threw up everywhere. I threw up everywhere. Like, I was like sick the whole night. Like, I was so not like, my New Year's was like awful, and I was like, what? Like, why is it like that? Like, Sunny, like, I remember when I came back from Peru into my apartment, and like I felt the energy of my apartment, and I hated it. I was like, what did I just come back to?
So sorry, but can we we have apparently Sunny's advisor on here, so we want to have her side heard as well. Is Amberine?
Hi everyone. So I'm in Sunny's group, and I've been working with him since February. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm charging my phone, so I apologize if it's a little bit blurry or anything like that. But I've been talking to Sunny since February. I was in his group. I have worked as a coach. I'm a teacher. I've been in high ticket programs, so I'm very familiar with coaching programs and business professionals and entrepreneurs and women in business. So being part of this community was really cool for me because I want to support people in business as well. So I noticed there were like discrepancies in the things he was saying, and I'm very much a problem solver. So I told him in our monthly check-in, which was like beginning of March, that he wanted feedback on his program, and I started giving him some feedback. And that's when he started to tell me, I want you to be my business partner. I want you to be a manager. I want you to be a success coach. Like, every conversation I had with him, he would throw out a new title that would give me some sort of like authority in his community and management in his community and in his company. And we're both we're both into astrology, and I'm into human design. So I follow human design much more than I follow astrology, but I dabble in both. And so both me and Sunny are manifestors, so I can speak on manifestors in general, but also we're different profiles. So he's a 3-5 and I'm a 5-1. And I had this past week, because he was asking me to sign an NDA, and we've been in negotiations, and I did not sign an NDA, just so you know. I did not sign anything. But I have mentors, I have lawyers, I have people in my life that advise me, and I'm very I'm fucking smart. I'm not gonna like just let any dude like tell me to sign here or sign there and not pay me and not give me clear directions or instruction about what direction we're going into. He didn't pay me for any of my consultations. I sent him a menu of services. We've been talking about what I would do as a business for him. And we literally spoke the day that I saw Nany's, somebody came and commented on one of my posts to come look at Nany's TikTok. And I mean, my heart, my whole body like just dropped. I just felt this heaviness. I couldn't sleep. I just was like, this is not happening. It just didn't match up with who I've seen him to be in the last few months. And talking to him, I speak to him on a weekly basis. We text, we We have phone calls, and it's all professional. I have no attraction for him. I would never get involved with him romantically. I just have a different type of man that I'm interested in or attracted to. But it was all business for me. So it was about me making money and him making money. So I have been advising him with his business and the $10,000 luxury client. My goal was to professionalize him and to brand him in a way that he would be way more organized and way more professional. We talked about being on LinkedIn. So that's where I'm feeling quite duped and deceived, like hearing everybody's stories. I feel like, I'm grieving. I'm really upset to hear about all of this. I feel completely manipulated and tricked, and it's really disappointing, but it's also hard because I care about people, and when you work with people so closely and like you start to care for them. So there is this line that I'm trying to unblur, for caring for him and wishing him healing and wishing him peace. So this is difficult for all, like the people in his community, especially the ones that are watching all of this unfold and the ones that are not taking his side. I am not, as of this live, I'm not taking his side, but at the same time, I recognize that we are not, he's not here to speak for himself. And I have Ronan here too. Ronan's here, and me and her have been talking. She did an astrology reading for him. She knows where he is. We're not going to disclose that, but she's hit on what's happening with him astrologically, and I'm hitting on what's happening with him in his human design. And a lot of what we've seen here is indicative of his charts, but also indicative of the fact that he hasn't addressed the shadows and the demons that he needs to address. And unfortunately, it's unfolding like this, and it's quite disappointing to see anybody's character bashed in this way, whether they're good or bad. It's just like, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. This is humiliating, all of it. It's humiliating for us in the community that we trusted this man. We gave him our money. We allowed him to teach us. We allowed him to mentor us for all this time. So it doesn't feel good at all. And I mean, I'm so sorry for everyone who's experienced any kind of harm, abuse at the hands of him. And if anything, I think we all just have to be way more careful and get people's charts before you get in bed with them. Get to know their friends, get to know their family. Like, ask more questions. As women, we need to be asking more questions before we invite these men into our homes. I'm not in my 20s, I'm in my 30s. So I've been through like relationships, and I've learned over time like how to protect my peace. I do not allow anyone in my home. I do not allow.
Question? Can I please ask a question?
Please.
Is there a part of you that's trying to protect him? Like, it
Yeah.
sounds to me that
there is a, like, so when I found out, there was a, for sure, like, of course, like there is a part of me that's like, I have been close. I understand aspects of him, and there is a part of me that was like, man, this is really challenging for me because I don't know Nany. I know he's in Puerto Rico. I know he's in a relationship with a girl in Puerto Rico, but I don't know Nany. I know a little bit of Ro, but I don't know, all these experiences that people have had. I don't know his history. I've only met him this year, and I looked at it from a professional standpoint, treating him as a business owner. So yeah, like
it's one thing to treat him as a business owner because that's how you guys develop the relationship. But after hearing these allegations, like, are you able to see him from a personal standpoint?
Oh yeah,
as a woman.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I feel really deceived and duped, and I feel like this is really terrible. How will he ever get back from this? There's like, how do you come back from this? There's too many accounts.
Doreen, can I say something? And to Ronan too. So the police here in Puerto Rico are actually looking for him because he has a warrant out for his arrest for what he did to me. And like when the judge heard my case and what he did to me, he was literally fuming that the police did not arrest him because that's the reason why he's not here right now. And
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where he is. And while talking to him and advising him, and I'll speak more on this after Amberine is done. He asked me about.
I can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
He
there?
said
If you could be louder.
We're
Yeah.
aware that he left Puerto Rico. I don't know where he is, and I think Ronan
Yeah,
also
no, I
doesn't
don't
know
know where he
exactly where he
is. I
is.
don't know where he
Can you
is.
just say
Yeah.
that you know where he is, Amberine?
No,
No,
I
I
said
think there was
there
confusion
was, yeah,
because
we
I
knew
talked to
that he
her about
left.
him asking me, but I don't know where he is.
Are you
That's
guys in contact with him? Are you guys still in the group chat?
Yeah.
I'll let her speak and then I'll say
Yeah, I'm still in the group. I have my WhatsApp notification turned off, so I don't really check it that
So I
often. I
have a
have not
question.
commented.
I have a question for you, Amberine. So if he was to reach out to you personally, basically, asking you to cover his back, like, what would be your reaction?
I know he wouldn't reach out to me to cover his back. I I've been sending him telepathic messages of what I think I would advise someone in a crisis like this.
Is he the one in the crisis, or are the are the ones in the crisis?
I think all of this is a crisis. I mean, everybody's in a crisis. This, like, everyone affected by him. This is like, if you have interacted with him and experienced him, it just sounds like
But is
the
he in the crisis
energy
because
from
he's
him
trying
has
to
been
receive the
crisis.
consequences for his behaviors? Is he in a crisis because he caused this on himself, or is he in a crisis because he's a victim here?
Oh, I'm not defending that he's a victim. Um, but I do stand by that this is a crisis for him and his business and for the
But he
people that have interacted
consequences.
with him.
He did this to himself. It's a crisis
Yeah,
because he did this to himself. Do you understand that?
of course. Yeah. This is due to his actions that he has not taken account for, that he has not taken responsibility for, and that this is causing more reactions from people
Psychic
because he's
Nye is
avoiding.
my tarot reader. Psychic Nye is my tarot reader.
I just want to say something though, Amberine. You're paying for to be in the test group, right?
I did pay back in February. Actually, initially, I contacted him for an astrology reading, and he said he wasn't doing astrology readings anymore, but he took my money for that. And then he instead suggested I join his test group. I was kind of not, I didn't really want to join his test group, but he put me in the test group. I paid close to $700, and I've been in the test group, and I've been learning and observing, and I did grow on my TikTok from being in his community because I was motivated and encouraged. I wasn't like, I didn't have a lot of followers before, and I wasn't really active on TikTok before either. But I mean, yeah, the
But
coaching
he didn't. I look at your account. He's not delivering whatever he promised me, or I'm sure he promised you the same thing. He's not delivering at all.
yeah,
So
he
his
said it was
business,
a four.
it's like you're defending his business when he didn't even deliver with you. He didn't even deliver with me. He's claiming that, oh, I helped Natural Nadine, get to 11,000 followers in a TikTok. I was like, bro, you did not. That was after the 4-week program ended that I paid for on a one-on-one. And I stopped joining all those Zoom calls,
Nadine,
and
I
he
don't want
invited
to
me to
say that
them.
I'm not going to say that I'm defending his business because I'm new to all of this
But you just said
information.
you were defending his business earlier. That's what I heard.
I was advising him on his business and his program once he did a monthly check-in with me, and he knew I was a business consultant, an educational business consultant. I advise coaches and instructors that have curriculums. So I was advising him up until this week, until I saw the post that Nany posted on her TikTok. I did I He was literally texting me like, sign an NDA, we're going to move forward. I had no idea of any of this.
Are you afraid
if
of him,
I
Amberine? Are you afraid of Sunny?
No, I'm not afraid of him. No. He can reach out to me, I can reach out to him. I'm not like under anybody's control in that way.
Okay.
And I would advise him to step up and account for his actions, and I would do that. But I'm just saying I'm taking in everything that's here, and that like it's kind of unfair that he's not here to say anything, because maybe he would take account for his actions. We don't know, right?
Can I
We're
say
all
something,
against
Amberine?
him.
So in his videos that he posted, he's not taking any accountability. He's just blaming me and saying that I'm not a victim and that a real victim wouldn't do this and that. When literally I have so much proof of everything he's done to me. I literally still have a black eye from what he did to me last week, because this was very recent, and he was literally hiding me in my apartment away from my family. Like, my mom even came here on Sunday to leave me a fan so that I could put it out in the living room for my cat whenever he wants to go out there. And he was like, what are you going to tell your mom about the black eye? Because my black eye was way worse than what it is right now on Sunday. And then, like, I don't even know if you know the extent of the things that he did to me. He was literally choking me until I passed out multiple times. He told me that he was going to see me in hell and that I was going to go to hell. And then on another date, he told me that on the next day, he told me that I was going to meet God today. And he also bit me to the point where I have no sensation in my left hand. And he also did this to another girl. And she said he did the same exact things to her. And she got on this live earlier too. I don't know if you saw that. And then on top of that, he was literally trying to say that he was defending himself from me. But how is he defending himself from me when he's literally like 6 foot, 6'1", and I'm 5'6", and I'm way smaller than him?
All right, so we're gonna let Ronan speak now. We're actually gonna drop people who are no longer speaking, but we're gonna have Ronan speak.
And then my tarot reader, she wants to join. I don't know if she's still here, but she wants to join because
why? I mean, we're not gonna have people who don't have direct experiences with Sunny, because that's not really fair to the situation. So hold on, Ronan, please be my guest.
Hi, my loves. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to say a few things first. First of all, Nany and everybody, who's been a victim, I'm sorry that this happened to you. And like, it's never fun. It's never pleasant. It's never, these things are unfortunately a normal part of life. And it's very painful. And so I've also experienced narcissistic abuse in relationships multiple times. The last time involved my daughter, who is only 2. So I do understand the pain that comes with dealing with a narcissist. I also want to address all the people that have been like myself in his group and invested in his business, because like myself and like Amberine, we were talking about this, it's easy to start feeling kind of invalidated with our business and with our gift, because we were pursuing real growth in our business and in our talents. So I think the other part of this is that, and not to diminish anyone's experience either, but the other part of this, like, I want those of us who are in his program or were in his program not to feel invalidated and to continue to pursue our business. I've been in a weird space ever since the other day, just about my business, because I've worked with him for several months, and I don't claim to know him or anything like that on a personal level, but, I was serious. I'm serious about my business. And I have grown a lot. I have gotten a lot of resources, but it doesn't necessarily speak to his character. And I have to remind myself that the integrity of his business or his integrity is not my integrity, or his lack of integrity is not my integrity. So I just wanted to put that out there real quick. Next, I don't know where he is, but the whole point of me joining was that I found out about this before it really blew up, and it was really random. We had a meet. Well, I actually don't know when it blew up, but the first time I saw a video was after our meeting Tuesday. We had a meeting Tuesday. It was about the business. He didn't talk about anything but the business. Once the business concluded, he said, okay, well, I want to talk to you about something off the record. And I thought that was odd, because him and I don't have any kind of personal relationship whatsoever. I used to do tarot readings years ago, and when I first joined, he was under the impression that I only wanted to do tarot. So he always addressed me as a tarot reading. I'm an astrologer. So he said, I want a tarot reading about the situation. I just want to know, like, if I'm out of the thick of it or whatever. And I'm just like, I mean, okay, a part of me was like, no, I'm not really feeling that, but something told me to. So I pulled out the cards and I said, okay, well, what's going on? What are you feeling? Like, what, and he started giving me his version of events with you, Nany. And I'm not going to speak on that. I don't really care to push like his side of the story or anything like that. I don't really care. Not only is it not my business, I wasn't there, so I can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously we have here with you, Nany, you have physical proof and like you have the physical pain and you have the trauma. So like, I'm not here to say that you are wrong or anything like that. I don't want that to be misconstrued. Anyway, so he asked me for a reading and I'm just like, I just told him what I was feeling. But again, I didn't know anything about what was going on. So I went down the rabbit hole after we got off the call. And just the next few days, I was just thinking just so heavily about my own business. I think part of the reason of me even mentioning this, because I feel, again, I don't want to diminish the experience that you have had, Nany, or anybody who's been physically abused by him or had a close relationship with him. But like, when you come in contact with a narcissist, like it doesn't really matter what kind of abuse it was abuse no matter what. Narcissists warp your reality. They can warp your reality. They make you feel as if, whatever it is that they're saying is the truth, is reality. And they make you question yourself. They make you question your reality. They make you question your common sense. They make you question your own intuition.
I think, sorry to interrupt, but I think people are like confused about like, so where, like, what was the reading about? I think people just want to.
He just told me his version of events, and he just wanted to know if he was like he was out of the thick of it. That's what he asked. Like the reading itself, I don't feel like it was important because I just told him what I was feeling like. I just told him like, I mean, this is some heavy energy. I didn't know enough detail to be able to tell him specifically like, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. That's not what I do with tarot readings anyway. I was just like, listen, you're going to have to confront this. But what's most important is the natal chart reading that I gave him afterwards. I asked him for his chart information or his birth information. And what I saw really revealed to me that this was something that he could do. Like I couldn't make a judgment, especially before I saw his full natal chart. And I know a lot of you are like, you can't judge a person by the sign, but as an astrologer, when you look at the full extent of someone's natal chart, you actually can see indicators that things like this can happen. For example, he has, this isn't overly important, so I won't harp on it, but he has like a Sag moon in the 9th house. So he literally, like, his philosophy is the only philosophy to him. And so he is one of those people who will not feel like he's wrong. He has Mars in his 4th house. So all of his domestic situations can get violent.
So we're not really talking about like, his potential as a chart, but rather like we're talking about the direct.
This isn't, I'm sorry, I interrupted. We're not talking about his potential, but what?
No, I was just clarifying the fact. I mean, we're specifically focusing on people who have had direct experiences with him and where they've been victimized and in a compromising situation, and that's also the reason why I'm not bringing on Nany's tarot reader, because it's one thing to see through him. I mean, I myself have, I've been calling this for 2 years and now it's happening. So there's a lot of things I could also say with my gift that I've been seeing, but I'm not talking about that because I don't have a personal experience. It's not my place to say that. So that's why, this is a platform for victims to speak out. This is.
I understand. I mean, I have been a victim of his abuse because I've been a part of his program for several months, but really the beginning of me coming on here was, I think, the bulk of what I wanted to say then. If the rest of that isn't really valid, then I'll go. I wasn't trying to, diminish any part of the situation, but I guess I was just saying that I have had this experience, and I really, really wanted to reach out also to not only the people who have had these personal, physical relationships with him, but also the people who have been in business with him, like myself. I do feel very abused because, again, the integrity of my entire business is something that I'm questioning, and so. I'm sorry, I started reading comments. But anyway, that's good. I said my piece. I wasn't trying to, take anybody's, I really am sorry, Nany, for the situation. Like, and I really am so immensely, like, and I'm sure all of us are, like, so immensely proud of you for speaking up despite the fact that when we're dealing with a narcissist, we can appear to be crazy because we get to care so much for them, and we get to love them so much. And so, in the moment, like, it's just like, why you said that you love me, so why would you treat me like this? And you constantly want to go back to them, and you want to fix them, and you want to heal them. So, like, I really, truly, deeply understand, how, or rather, to some capacity, I can understand how much pain you must be in. And it's very, very brave of you to have come on and started this movement of truth about him, in a much larger way. And to the host, obviously, we appreciate you for using your platform, to expose this as well. But that's it for me. Thank you for letting me speak.
I have a question, Ronan. I have a question. So, because obviously I was scammed by him, and I don't know if you feel the same way, but you're doing one-on-one meetings with him. Is that right? And is that what you paid for? Or did you pay for the test group and then he threw in the one-on-one meetings?
I did the group, and
okay.
I joined in a while ago. I joined in before he started the test group, and he continued the monthly check-ins. That's what it was. So I wasn't doing the one-on-one. I paid like close to $700 for the test group thing. Yeah.
Okay.
And in terms of like the business and did I feel scammed? I do feel like it was very unorganized. I do feel like I got a lot of good resources and I was able to organize and clarify my business, but it's not necessarily information I couldn't have gotten, elsewhere for free, just like someone else said earlier. So it is kind of, and he boasts like being an astrologer when
you're doing his reading. So why?
And it wasn't that he asked me to do his astrology reading. It's just that like I am, very well learned, and I am constantly studying astrology, and it kind of made itself clear to me that he was using his moderate knowledge about astrology to bring in people, because that's something that is, trending these days. And that's something that people are interested in because they really want to know deeply about themselves and about, their potential and their toolkit. So,
it's just interesting because I follow like really top astrologers, and it's ones that he's talked about, like Marin Altman. I've had a reading with her, and like, I really love her content. It's funny because she posts something and she goes, oh, I could get canceled again or whatever. Like, she's admitting to it because they tried to cancel her a couple years ago. But it's like, why wouldn't he know that in his own chart, right? Wouldn't he be able to see that in his own chart, right? So that's just another scam, I think. And then he has you do his astrology chart reading as well. So it's like...
again, I want to clarify. He did not ask me to do his astrology chart reading. I asked because I wanted to see if... I wanted to see his chart myself, because I wanted to know, like, is it true? You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know before I went down the rabbit hole, before I saw anything online about anything, I heard his version. And I've heard things like that before. It was just like, one, why are you telling me? We don't have a personal relationship. Why are you consulting me? You don't even believe that. Like, he would constantly call me a tarot reader when I constantly told him I was an astrologer. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't see certain things on my content, so he'd just be like, oh, well, I'm just telling you what I see. And I'm just like, he's always rubbed me the wrong way. I always thought he was weird, but there was a part of that for me in my personal journey that lit a fire under my ass. And that doesn't mean it's true for everybody. That doesn't speak to his character. It's just to say that, all of us who are serious about our business as much as we could, we took that thinking that it was a real legit like resource and, you know, applied it. But, you know, I spoke to someone the other day about the same thing. Like he used to hold like the progress chart things over our head. And I felt like when he said that, I'm like, it just sounds like you're trying to make yourself seem more knowledgeable, when the more I've learned, the more I've studied, the more, I mean, under some of the same people that he referenced, I'm just like, you know, you're really not given much of anything in terms of astrology. I don't, you know, I consult with people about their business and about their creative passions and about their lives, and none of the techniques that I've used or that I've learned about have been even close to what he, you know, used or, you know, attempted to use when telling me more about my business. Like it just again made itself clear to me that he's using something that is trending, like something that the collective is increasingly using as a tool, spirituality and astrology, to draw people in and to, you know, get them to invest in his business. So, but anyway, I don't want to take up any more time. I really do appreciate you letting me come on. I really am so sorry, Nany, and so sorry to everybody who's experienced anything, any kind of abuse with him.
I mean, he's trying to.
Sunny's a predator at this point.
Yeah, no,
he's trying to convince the entire test group. Like he's like, you guys, I'm innocent. And like I look at the WhatsApp and everyone's like, we believe you, and all this stuff. And it's like, dude. Like
yeah,
it's
you know, but you know what? And just like with Amberine, I feel like it's the same, like how we witnessed in Nany's text messages, how she wanted to, you know, she's still in the midst of this, wanted to love him and wanted to, I feel that it is the same. A narcissist is a narcissist all the way around. When they charm you and when they make you feel a certain way, you want to constantly defend that. We have this thing called, you know, cognitive dissonance where until we see something that completely rips our mindset away from something we've believed for so long, we continue with that. So like I am only saying to have compassion on those people who are like that, because they are also victims. I wouldn't say it's that they're trying to take his side or that they want to, you know what I'm saying? But like I feel like I understand those women who want to take his side because they want to believe that he's not that. You know what that's all that is. I don't know them, but I also feel like they're also victims of abuse. They're also victims of abuse from a narcissist. So it's the same thing all around, whether you were with him in a personal relationship or not. So I just feel like all the scrutiny shouldn't go to them. It's about him. It's about the fact that he has been manipulative. He has been abusive. It's about the fact that he has tricked people, not about them. Not about them.
Oh, I'm just saying he's trying to convince them though. Like he's
he is.
I look at the WhatsApp, they're like, oh, we believe in you, Sunny. No. And it's like emails. I'm like, dude, seriously, look at Nany's eye. Literally. She's not gonna do that to herself.
Yeah. So, you know, I mean it all with love. You know, I know that not everybody will agree with everything that everyone says. So I don't even really mind if you all like don't feel where I'm coming from, but I mean it with love, and nobody's taking a side or anything. Like the whole situation is just nasty and ugly. So I'm gonna go ahead and peace out.
I agree. And I also I just want to say it's pretty sick that he could do this to me for days straight. It's not like he just did it one time. He basically kept me in the house for days straight.
I mean, one time is one time too many. So.
And he was doing this every day for almost 4 to 5 days. Choking me until I passed out for hours on end, and he thought it was funny. And then in the end, he was like, "But you didn't die, though." That was literally his response.
And you know what that does? That's that attests to someone's character too. Like you don't want to do business with someone like that either. You know, like how you don't want to do business with someone who cheats on their wife. That's their integrity. That's their character. They will do you dirty with business too. And that's what I wish I should have known about him beforehand. I should have known his real name and Googled him, to be honest, to find his mugshot. I should have done that before working with him.
That's the reason why he goes by Sunnymfmoney, and he doesn't let people know much information about him.
Yeah.
And I do just want to say, if he tells me where he is, I would bring that forward. That's not like I want to make it clear that I don't know where he is, and if I did know where he is, I would bring that forward. I would tell whoever it is I need to tell. I would call the police. I would have said it on here. You all don't know me, so I don't charge you to believe me, but like I don't. It was just it was a miscommunication with Amberine, but like I have receipts and everything. I don't. So if he tells me, I'm gonna come forward.
Got you. We hear you.
Yeah, I wouldn't do y'all like that. I wouldn't do us like that. But I'm gonna go ahead. I really do have to dip out, go to sleep. I'm moving. So thank you again for the opportunity
Have a
to
good
speak.
night, Ronan.
I love you all, and have a wonderful night.
You too.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Nany, stay safe, okay? Please stay safe. I mean, I still have to continue to stay safe too. So, but thank you, ladies. Bye.
Bye. Have a good night.
You too. I don't know how to get out of here though.
It's okay, I'll drop you.
Okay.
There we go. Nany, how are you feeling? And anybody else? There was somebody that was wanting to come up here, but she's not in the chat right now.
My tarot reader wanted to come on, but she just want. So it's crazy because while all this was going on, like I was reaching out to my reader, and she was like trying to advise me on the situation, and she was telling me that after like I met Sunny, like things after Sunny was no longer in my life, things would start to get better. But I'm just like in shock because basically he was getting on me for lying, right? And I didn't even really lie to him. I just didn't tell him certain things. And then it just turns out that he's the real liar in the situation. And he's just been lying to everybody. And the fact that he's trying to save face. Oh, Naya just said somebody muted her.
Who?
My reader. That's her other TikTok account. Naija is her name, but Psychic Naya is her tarot page. But she's the one who wanted to get on. But
yeah, like I said, I'm only like bringing on people who have a direct experience with Sunny. Unless you want to bring her in. Like, I mean, what could she talk about?
I mean, I don't know. I would like to hear what she wants to say because she does have like personal insight. And she did give me a reading the other day, and she literally told me that this month someone was going to try to be sneaky and use certain things against me. Before this even happened. Like, she didn't even know what was going on. I hadn't even spoken out about it. But
I don't see her in the queue. And I also don't see Alyssa.
But realistically, this is all just crazy because now I don't really know how to feel. I just feel very manipulated and lied to because he wanted to see me in a certain light. He wanted me to see him in a certain light. And Nyaja's there. She is there. But I don't know if she has 1,000 followers on that account.
Well, Amanda's back. I don't see any other person in the queue. Hold on. But I don't know who Amanda is, but she was on here before.
Oh, you have 40K, Nyaja? I didn't know. But realistically speaking, all this stuff that has happened is just, I don't know how to feel. I feel like very manipulated and lied to. And people are saying that I was manipulating him. He was literally gaslighting me our whole entire relationship and making me feel like I was the bad guy and that I was in the wrong and that everything was just my fault.
But do you feel more, validated and like actually sane now after we talked with all these ladies, like knowing that now you're not the only person, this is a pattern of him?
I do feel more validated, but it still shocks me that even after this live,
a lot of people are still not gonna believe what he did.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You should only
Like,
focus on what you need to focus on, which is the people that do believe you.
that's true. And honestly, I really just don't want this to happen to someone else. Like, I really just don't want this to happen to someone else because nobody else deserves this at all. Like, I don't think anybody deserves it. And like, when I read my messages, I'm like, damn, I really look like a crazy ass bitch. But he drove me to the point that I looked like a crazy ass bitch because he made me a crazy ass bitch.
Right. Well, I mean, after this conversation with all these different ladies, now you know, like, this is a pattern that he does this is to everybody. So you're definitely not, we all believe you. You're not the crazy one here.
I'm just like in shock right now. I'm just really in shock right now. Huh?
Are you feeling worse?
I feel like worried now. That's how I feel. I feel worried. Because I know the more that this gets out and the more people, like, I know I can't stay at my house anymore. Like when all of them got on live, it made me so uneasy to be in my house. Like, I just felt very uneasy, if that makes sense. And like, I had to come out to the living room because I didn't feel safe in my room not knowing what was out here, if that makes sense. Because I don't know where he is. He could still be here, but I know that he's not because he got on a plane.
I don't think that he's not in Puerto Rico. I don't feel like he's in Puerto Rico.
But the fact that he could just come back and I wouldn't know, like, now I can't even stay in my house. That's like the part that I don't like. Hi, Nany.
Hey, baby, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Hi, Nany. Hold on. Wait, somebody says so he's in here. Who do I block?
Well, he can't come on the live because I have like a restraining order against him. And like, if I talk to him, it literally cancels out my restraining order.
So, Nany, yes, you wanted to come on live. What did you want to talk about?
Hey, everybody. Well, first of all, I just want to thank you so much. I'm sorry I was being extra annoying, but this was really, really important to me. I really didn't even see her doing a live till I logged in. It's important to me because I've been reading for her for 4 years, you know what I'm saying? So she has grown, honestly, like a spiritual sister to me. And I mean, like, as far as I know, she literally comes to me with like 95% of her personal, things. And for me to have been following this from even before they met in person and to see where it has ended up, I'm not happy to know that, the readings were correct or anything like that. And I'm not here to speak on him because it's like you said, I don't know him personally. I'm not here to trash his name. What I'm here for is because I feel like you have done a great job in respecting, the pain that she has gone through. And I really appreciate you for that. But it can also be a little traumatic for a victim when certain people are using, and I don't want to, I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, but using astrology and mixing it with why somebody is abusive. I think sometimes in the spiritual community, especially me, I'm a spiritual person, but you can't let it, cloud your common sense. Like, astrology, rising sign, none of that has to do with what this man did, because anybody of any sign of any birth chart is capable of anything in this world. We all have a shadow sign. Right.
That is
we
why
all
I interfered.
Huh?
That is why I interfered when that was being discussed.
No, yeah, of course. I'm not saying anything about you. I just want a lot of the people out there who are watching this to understand that, we all have a shadow side and just about anybody is capable of anything. And that's why we practice spirituality. But what I wanted to say is that, a lot of people should also know who Nany is as a person, because now we've gotten to hear all these stories about people's experiences with him. And of course, there is two sides to every story and nobody is ever perfect. Okay, so he went ahead and he posted some screenshots about her and her past relationship. And it's just to remind people, because a lot of people, they went ahead and they want to turn on her and they want to say, yeah, but she's out here with a sugar daddy. Oh my God, I can't believe it. And while we cannot speak on him because we don't personally know him, we're just analyzing just basic public behavior that he has. And it's like, why would you filter out certain comments on your page so that nobody is talking on your this is public past criminal history record that you have of domestic violence? You know, people have to use their common sense. Don't let, oh, but she did this, she did that. Is she perfect? Was she perfect in the situation? Absolutely not. Nobody is perfect in any situation. But ladies, women, just remember that you will never do anything. You will never do anything unless you're trying to kill somebody. You will never do anything that should provoke a man to beat your ass like that. No, nothing you will ever do. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't care what he does in business. Nobody cares about his business inside, and nobody cares how much money he can make you. At the end of the day, somebody is that person, and either you're going to continue to work with them and support them, or you're going to see it for what it is. Personally, me, I don't care who you are or how successful you are. The minute that you do something like this, there is no explanation for it, because there is no type of defense for what a man does, especially to a pregnant woman. You understand? He wasn't even thinking about the suffering. We're not even thinking about the suffering that child is. We want to talk about spirituality and absorbing energy. Let's talk about the energy that baby is absorbing. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody is mentioning that. Let's talk about the baby and all of that trauma that is now rooted in the womb. If you want to talk about spirituality, let's go ahead and talk about that womb chakra. Let's talk about that sacral chakra and all of that trauma she now has. Nobody knows this girl's story as well. And that's why it's so hurtful for me to know of all of the other past trauma she's gone through, and to see it on top of this. She's going to need a serious healing. You know what I'm saying? So, ladies, just remember, I just wanted to come up here to let you know that, you know, this girl, she's not perfect. Nobody's perfect. But don't let somebody being unperfect in a situation cloud your judgment to know that point blank period, any man that puts his hand on a woman for whatever reason, unless she's trying to murder him, is wrong. You understand what I'm saying? And if let's just say, which is not true, because we've seen it in the messages. This is public information now. We saw in the messages that she clearly said she didn't put her hands on him. This was a clear public thing. She didn't put her hands on him, and he said that he beat her ass because he saw that she was talking to another dude. So now that we know she didn't put her hands on him, we could come to the conclusion that what this guy is doing, he is the narcissist, he is the abuser. You understand what I'm saying? So nothing justifies it. There's literally nothing she did in this situation to justify why he did what he did, and that's really it, point blank period. He doesn't even need to tell his side of the story. The side of the story is already told. You understand what I'm saying? And now whoever chooses to move forward and work with him, that does say a lot about you. It says a lot about you, because who people are personally is who they are in business as well. And yeah, I just wanted people to know that this girl is not perfect, but I have seen her growth for 4 years. And even though a lot of people could say that that's biased, because, you know, obviously I know her personally, I also tell her when she messes up, I'd be like, yo, no, you did this wrong, X, Y, and Z. This is what you got to do. But honestly, she has been working on herself so much, and to see her come to this point, and just to see, you know, a lot of people, or him using his big platform to try and blur people's views just because of her past relationship, that has nothing to do with him. You understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, thank you for letting me talk. I just wanted people to know that this girl, honestly, she is trying to grow. Even though she may not seem perfect in the situation, nothing here, you know, excuses what he did. And that's pretty much it. You're going to understand it or you don't. And don't also let astrology take over your common sense, okay? If somebody slaps the shit out of you, if somebody puts your life in danger, it don't matter if they're a fucking Taurus, Gemini, or they're a fucking quail. At the end of the day, they're a piece of shit human being. They shouldn't be doing that, and stay away from them. That's it.
Word. Thank you, Nany, for coming and speaking.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you so much. I hope everybody has a good night. And I wish you the best on your healing journey. And I know that if God allowed you to survive this and tell your story, it's because, I mean, unfortunately, it is just part of one of your biggest rebirths. And now you know what you got to do to moving forward.
Yeah, and like what I think that's most important now is just me staying away from him and like not being in my house. Like my mom and my grandma were telling me not to be in my house, but I'm like, he's not in Puerto Rico. But the fact that he could just come back at any given moment.
And I also just want to say one last thing, excuse me. A lot of people are going to say, how come she was still inviting him to have sex? How come she was still, oh, I need food and this? You have to understand that when you're a victim of such a traumatic, abusive experience, you go into this shock, right? You go into this state of mind that's like, this can't be. This person, it's not possible that they did this to me. And then you start to just want everything to go back to normal until it dawns on you that it's like, no, this person really did that, and there's no way I can stay in this situation. That's why a lot of people come out about abuse months, weeks, or whatever later, okay? So don't try to be like, oh, why would she come out now? Why was she still asking to have sex with him? Everybody who's ever been in this situation knows that the minute somebody puts you in that state of shock, your common sense goes out of the window, okay? Until you have loving people, or until God himself comes and moves your spirit to get out of the situation. So don't judge her on that. Just, try to put yourself in her shoes and imagine if it was your mom, if it was your sister, or if it was one of your loved ones, you know what I'm saying? God forbid, God free them of that. But, there's really just no justification here, no matter what he is. But yeah, thank you so much for letting me come up in here and say that, she means so much to me, honestly, on a spiritual level. And I just want all the women to know in the world that there's never a justification for this. And just beware, because the processes of healing, when you go through something so traumatic like that, you may come to a point where you start to think about, maybe I overdid it. Maybe I didn't need to go this far, because this situation is now extremely big. You know what I'm saying? It's on the internet. It's everywhere. You may come to a point where you start to think about, oh my God, like maybe I was the one that was wrong. Don't fall into it. Narcissistic abuse doesn't even stop when you cut the person off. It continues until you yourself free yourself from the thoughts or the way that they programmed you to think following the problem. So, I really wish you the best. I hope Spirit guides you in getting all of the help, whether it's professional or spiritual, that you need. And I know that you're going to move forward. And again, thank you so much. I hope y'all have a good night.
You too, Nany.
I appreciate you. And now I just know that I need to stay away from him, because I feel like it was my fault in a way.
Right now?
I know that it wasn't my fault, but sometimes I do feel like it was my fault because of all the stuff he was telling me and all the stuff he was doing. He would literally tell me I'm a bad person and I'm not treating him good. And nobody that knows me, close to me, even associates my name and those things together.
You can't start, but you gotta make sure you don't believe these things. He programmed you, Nany. He programmed you. And these things are not true about you. But I understand what you're saying. I know that you feel guilty and shame over this, and that's why you gotta take your time processing this, because it's gonna be different things that come up in your own brain. And just because we're having this conversation right now, it doesn't mean that you're gonna 100% feel better by tomorrow. You already know this is gonna be a journey, but that's why I hope that the conversations we had with different women, I hope it brought you some extra insights that you needed to understand what kind of man this really, who he is. This was never about you.
Yeah, that's really true. It was always about him and his unhealed self, and the stuff that he thought he was doing that was okay.
I mean, you heard all these women speak out today. He did the same thing to these different women,
just in different ways.
But I think it's hard. I just have to remind myself that you are pregnant with this baby, so that's probably what it is. It's the attachment. So
And
there's
the fact that when I saw him when we were at the citation, he was looking at me, and he was looking at me like if I was doing something so horrible to him. And that's literally how he made me feel, when he would look at me. And I just felt so bad. I was like, damn, should I even go through with this? That's exactly how I was feeling.
The difficult part of all of this, Nany, is that I think that you were probably feeling better. I think once you start acknowledging it more and start coming back to your body, it's gonna start feeling harder. These flashbacks you're having right now, this is gonna start hitting you. And the reason why I'm telling you this is so that you can start preparing, and you have to keep disciplining yourself to remind yourself of the reality of the monster that you dealt with. Because these feelings are gonna come back up, and you're pregnant, so this is there are some tough decisions to be made ahead.
I have a headache just thinking about all of this and hearing all of this and realizing everything that was done.
What are people fighting about in the comment section?
I don't know, the fact that they said that they know where he is. And they're also saying that I need to be around my family. But yeah, I just thought that I could just be in my house because, like, at the end of the day, I do view my house as my safe space and I value my alone time. Like, I literally hate being around people. Like, I hate being around people. And my friends can vouch that for me. Like, for the most part, I'm always by myself. I'm always in my house. I'm very antisocial. Yes, I might go out here and there, but I'm human. Who doesn't do that? But 99 point, look, even Chelsea said it, like 99.9% of the time, I am alone in my house, not trying to like deal with people or even go outside. Like in San Juan, it was so bad to the point where I would not leave my house if I did not have to. I had Uber Eats, I had DoorDash, I could order whatever I wanted on those apps and I could stay in my house. So I do seclude myself and I'm realizing that. And like the fact that I let someone get so close to me when I don't even be around people like that and this is what they do to me is insane to me. And the people who know me know this about me.
Right. Well, I think that every time you think these things, Nany, remind yourself this was not your fault. The responsibility is not on you. You know? Do you still have some of the items from him still at your house?
Yeah, I do.
What do you plan on doing with them?
I'll probably like burn them.
Good. You know tomorrow is full moon, so like this is the perfect timing to burn everything.
I'm definitely gonna do that.
Do you feel yourself checking out right now? Do you feel like you need rest? I think you need to get some rest.
Yeah, I'm like really tired and I have a headache and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on right now? Like, I can't even believe half the shit that has happened today, half the shit that has happened this whole week. The fact that the police let him get away, the fact that he's hiding, the fact that he did this to me and he's trying to act like he didn't do anything and paint me like the bad guy, the fact that I'm pregnant by this man. Like, it's just so much. And then also the fact that my family, like, I'm having family issues too right now because of all of this. Like, it's just a lot. And, like, this is embarrassing. I'm gonna be real honest with you. I didn't even post about this on my Instagram. And I have my friends from, like, high school and, like, middle school reaching out to me, telling me, oh, my God, are you okay? Oh my God, I can't believe this happened to you. And I'm not even posting anything on Instagram. My name on Instagram is completely different from what my TikTok name is. And I did that on purpose. So that's just like letting me know like the magnitude of people that have seen this. Because people that I know personally, even I saw earlier, one of my old neighbors even saw this, like from when I lived in New York. And this is just embarrassing because everybody who knows me as like a very strong-willed person. Like I'm a very strong woman. Like I don't take no shit from nobody. And the fact that he did this to
But
me,
none of this speaks about your character, Nany. That's something you have to remember. None of this is about you. Like he did this to you. This speaks nothing about your character. You're still a strong woman. You're still a beautiful, independent woman. You can still enjoy your own time. Like this has nothing to do with your character. And I think you know what it is, and I know you're embarrassed, and I understand how you're feeling, but the fact that now we know, you know what this means is that we're not going to be silent about it. Like people know now. People are going to hold him accountable. You know, had you not come forward, you would have had to suffer alone, right? And God knows what would have happened, right? But now people know, and people need, like people are going to hold him accountable. This is exactly why it was so brave of you to come forward and talk about this. Your vulnerability has been a gift to the people. Don't be embarrassed. He should be the way. I I know he's cringing right now about, like, he's probably plotting about how to deal with all of this.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope his family finds all of this stuff out because they deserve to know, like, that he is this person. And he was trying to paint me like the bad guy to his mom. Like, whenever his mom would call, he would just tell her bad things about me, and she would act like I was the one abusing her son. Like, it's just crazy. It's just insane. Like, I don't even know at this point, but I know that none of this is my fault. I shouldn't be embarrassed. I'm still who I am. I just need to heal now.
Yeah.
And like, I honestly don't even want to know anything about men at this point, because this is crazy. Like, I did not go into this relationship with him thinking that any of this was going to happen. I didn't even think that he was capable of doing something like this. And then, like, this still happened. And I literally thought I was done with abusive relationships. Because, like, I've been trying to end that cycle. And, like, I don't like temporary people in my life. I'm a Taurus moon, so it's like, whoever's in my life, like, they've been in my life for a long time, and I hold them very near and dear to me. And, like, I find comfort in that, if that makes sense. Like, the people that I care about mean the world to me. And then when someone does something bad to me, it's just like, ew. It's like I would have never done that to you. And I do like stability. That's why I like consistent people in my life. Like, all my friends, I've had them for years.
But he never
Everyone,
proved himself to be consistent with you. Like, and this is what we're talking about. This is the danger of trauma bond. Like, there was nothing that he proved to you, that he didn't show you that he was worthy of your heart. He just basically did something horrible to you, and then you got trauma bonded to him. That's why this is so horrible, because there's nothing about him that's worthy of this time that you're, like, spending, even talking about him, thinking about him. It's all this energy. He pushed an agenda, yes, just like somebody said. He pushed an agenda on you, and unfortunately
yeah.
now.
Chelsea said that, like, we were texting, and she was like, girl, like, he's love bombing you. She literally said that. And girl, like, I don't even, I'm just like, what is going on? Like, how did I even let myself get into this situation? I was better off sticking with my previous situation, because he would have never done something like this to me. Like, never. And the fact that he's trying to cover it up just gets to me even more. Because he's trying to act like nothing happened. And, like, nobody's reporting his accounts. Nobody's reporting his videos that he's making
Trust me, people. I'm
about
pretty
me.
sure people are. I'm sure people are reporting.
But then
I don't think you
bring stuff
understand
up.
the degree of support that you have from women right now. You, like, women are like, we support you. You're not alone in this. Like, that's the part that I don't want you to forget. You're not alone in this. You have people supporting you and believing you. Do not give any attention and time to these people who don't believe you. Like, don't pay attention to that.
Yeah, that's true. I just want him to come forward and be a real man about what he's done and, like, face it. Because he's not saving himself. He's just delaying something from happening. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
That's his own life. Like, you can't worry about what he's doing, because, if he's running, if he wants to run, if he doesn't want to face the consequences, then that's his life that he's gonna live. You can't make this healing journey about him. That's how you delay your own process as well. Do not put this on him. This is about you now.
I will. And I'm gonna continue writing stuff down.
Yes.
I'm gonna continue writing. And I'm definitely burning all his shit tomorrow.
And channel into your anger. Anger is one of the most powerful emotions that you can feel, especially as a woman. So channel all of that and
I don't
release.
have any energy to even be angry. Like, I'm just drained. I'm literally just drained.
Well, tomorrow you have a doctor's appointment, right? You said you are going to get the.
Tomorrow I'm gonna go to the hospital to go get myself checked out because I guess it's the only free day I've had this whole week. But I'm probably gonna sleep until late because I'm like, I've been waking up at 7:30 in the morning every single day. Like, my family just comes banging like, they don't let me sleep basically because they wake me up super early. And like, after I wake up, I'm the type of person, like, after I wake up, I'm not able to go to sleep. And like, I know they're checking in on me to make sure that I'm okay, and I appreciate that. But it's just like, damn, I just want to sleep. I just want to get some rest. And I can't even do that. And then my mind is constantly racing.
Do you have, are you like, or do you have like, family who's got like that you can be around? Do you think that's gonna help you more than being alone?
Honestly, no, because my family, all they want to do is talk about how I should stop posting stuff on TikTok and stop posting about what's going on and stop talking about it. And why am I so obsessed with it? Like, that's not helping me. That is not helping me. And like, they're based, like, like, it's a lot. It's a lot. Like, they're mad too because they feel a certain type of way, and then I'm mad too because I feel a certain type of way, and I don't want to be hearing these stuff. Like, just let me do what I need to do to heal. Like, in a way, this is helping me. This is definitely helping me. And like,
In like the
yes,
live?
the
What is?
live, the people supporting me, like the fact that people are actually hearing me. And I know that Sunny's also probably watching this right now. Like, he definitely probably is. Like, all of this is just letting me know that I'm not alone and that people are actually listening to me. But then I also feel, in a way, very alone because I don't, like, even though I know I have people to go to, I don't feel like it really is a safe space for me to go to. And I don't like telling people my problems. I don't like telling people what I go through. Like, I like to keep everything to myself. I'm very hermited, and I don't know why I'm like that, but that's just how I am. And all of this is like really affecting me right now.
It's okay. And it's everything that you're feeling is valid. I think it's important for you to just, take everything one day at a time. It's a lot. It's a lot. So don't push yourself to like be decisive and like to know everything for sure. Like, it's not your responsibility to feel clear right now. And it's okay to not feel clear. So I think you just gotta take everything slow for now.
Yeah, I will.
And I know you have friends that support you. Like, you actually have friends who, your girlfriends, if it's not your family, I know your girlfriends are going to be, by your side. So,
Yeah, I feel like everybody wants to be by my side right now, but I'm also like just hesitant about it.
yeah. I mean, you got to know what's best for you. Honestly, at the end of the day, you got to do what's best for you.
Yeah, and like, I really just want to be alone, but now I feel like I shouldn't be alone in my house, and I don't like that feeling.
Well, I know if you actually wanted to find a way to, go to somewhere safe where you can hide from everyone, I know you can find a way to do that. So that's something maybe you can plan.
That's true. I'm probably gonna leave Puerto Rico for a little bit because this is a
Don't wait,
lot.
don't talk about your goals on here. Don't share that on here. Don't share that. I want you to create a secret plan for yourself. Don't do whatever you just talked about. Don't do that because now people know. I want you to actually plan something in private, and if you have to hide and do whatever you got to do, that's between you and yourself. People don't have to know.
Yeah, well, I
Don't
won't
tell
go
anyone.
to my house anymore for sure. That's literally for sure.
Yeah.
That's a fact. But I'm gonna go to bed. It's like almost 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm like super drained. I have a headache.
Get some water. You're dehydrated. Drink 12 glass of water. That should help you hydrate a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. I'm just like, wow.
I mean, there wasn't a lot left in here either. It wasn't a lot, but
Yeah, well, Nani, I hope this conversation. I know like a lot happened just now in the past like 5 hours or so. Like, so it's probably a lot to process. But just know that a lot of women came forward. We are here. We heard you. We believe you. We see you. And yeah, he's the one that should be embarrassed. He's the one that's crying in shame right now. I know that for sure. So your job, huh?
hope that he's man enough to come forward.
And if he doesn't, that you can't depend on that. You can't try to find gratification in that, because whatever he does is what he does. But now you said there's a warrant out under his name, so I guess we can see what happens with that, right? But for now, take care of yourself. Do what's best for you, Nani. Make this about you.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. And thank you for bringing us all together so that way, like, we can actually know the truth in a way. So that way we know that it wasn't us and it's not me.
And now you found other allies, so I'm sure anytime you want to speak about this again, I'm sure other women will be able to support you and back you up. So today, what you learned for sure is that you're not alone in this. Whatever you experienced from him, it had nothing to do with you being a bad person. So that's something that I want you to fully acknowledge.
Okay? Thank you so much. I hope you have a good night.
Of course, you too. Get some sleep, okay? And drink a lot of water.
Thank you. You as well. Bye-bye.